government will choose and pick. Then we will also dance to the rhythms that are being played.
Okay. When are the students supposed to write the BEC?
The students are supposed to already be somewhere in July, August.
July, August.
Yes, you
so
know
that's the immediate examination.
That's the immediate examination. Then I think immediately they finish, the WASI will also continue. You know, there has been some changes in the schedules for the 2 exams. So we are not even sure. As I sit here, I'm not too sure whether the timelines they have given, we are going to follow them, because this year they've changed the time for the BEC, and they've also changed the time for the WASI.
Okay.
So we are not too certain about that. But that notwithstanding, we are committed to the work that we are doing. I have been in the teaching profession for the past 25 years.
So after May 13, we won't have the announcement that you are laying down your tools.
It's not only about...
You've said you love the kids. It means that you don't want to lay down your tools.
That is why we are here.
Okay. So you won't lay down your tools. That's out of the question.
That cannot be out of the question. It is one of the options that is available to us. As to whether that is what exactly we are going to do, it is only when that time comes that we make that decision. But let it not be only said that it is only strike that we know. We have other forms that we can pick as teachers.
Other forms like?
We won't tell you. When we get there, because when we tell you, then you are going to plan ahead of. Why should I weaponize you? Why should I weaponize you against myself? It can be.
All right.
It can be.
I hear. Just before we go, Henry, what will be your final words to the government? So yours is Peter Boateng. Exactly. Yes, right. Peter.
So what I want to say to government is that we have had enough of trivializing matters of significance. You know, if you have a friend who will want to trivialize matters of importance, it is not worthy going along with such a person. We have been marginalized. We've been made to be looked at with subservience and moderation. But I can tell everybody that those who have already taken the pain that they will no longer teach, for us where we are, look at me here. I cannot go and start any other job apart from the teaching that I chose to be. I did not become a teacher by accident.
Okay.
It is what I chose to be. And so if we can, bearing in mind that the child has no offense in what is happening, it is by the negligence of you and I, because we are in leadership. And so if we fail them, and we are not ready to let that child go suffering.
All right.
So by 13th, if we do not hear, we believe that the heavens are beautiful places that we want to.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Yes, Henry.
Okay. So what I want to let government understand is that today we are facing off in the teaching profession. But what they do to our demands today will influence the decisions that others will make towards this profession. And so if we really want to develop this nation and to have people committing themselves into teaching, just like your tester said, he or she is not going to encourage anybody who is close to him to become a teacher. That will not help this nation.
All right, thank you so much. Thomas, so what's your final word to the government as you continue the negotiation with them?
Yes, I think that we want to go by the cliche of the national security. But when you see something, you say something. We have already sounded an alarm bell that teachers sitting by the fire will react, and that is what we are seeing. The earlier we respond to their demands, the better for all of us. May God help us all and make our nation great and strong, and help our leaders to listen to the teachers. Thank you.
I'm grateful. Thomas Musa is the General Secretary of the Ghana National Association of Teachers. I'll go on break with this one. It says, I am battling with a life-threatening cardiac-related condition after inhaling a poisonous gas in the laboratory. I will not get any member of my family, including my kids, to go into the teaching profession. There's still a pause. We'll take a break here. We'll be back with more. Please do stay.
and violent. You only cough, never cough, syrup. Class away, class away.
Effective for relief from cough, sore throat, and throat irritation. New Honey Cough. Class away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Customer.
Nada bena minka me twa papa. Me twa 10 Ghana.
10 Ghana.
10 Ghana cedis.
Na no dia, say na obenya.
10 Ghana cedis no. Me dia. Me di 54,000 Ghana cedis.
54,000.
540 million. Here.
£2. Bia me ma dumpe soft. Bia how the one na me twa me di ehun skasa
keke. Yeah. Ene na kika ade tena we. Tena wa boki. Draw no na start here no. Mami me volume.
Wait.
Okay.
Customer. What?
Hey, make a big phone. Make a phone. Danny. Star 946 hash. Now that pick 4 numbers. I'm a drone when I don't know. 10 Ghana cedis 54.
Numbers from 0 to 9 up to 3 times daily to become one of our daily lucky winners. Dial star 946 hash to play now. Or you can also play online at www.gamepackgames.com. Game Park is regulated by the National Lottery Authority.
Well, so welcome back from the break. As we speak, the Electoral Commission is addressing a news conference on how the exercise tomorrow will be. You know that from tomorrow, those who have just turned 18 will start registering to take part in the December elections. Let's take you live to the news conference to take a brief of what the Electoral Commissioner is saying.
Equally important to highlight that we have gazetted all our registration centers, as well as the movement plans that will be followed by our mobile teams. In fulfillment of Regulation 3 of CI 91 as amended, which requires us to provide at least 21 days notice to the political parties, we have briefed all our political parties of the upcoming registration exercise. This took place on Thursday, the 7th of March, during our IPAC meeting. And we shared with the parties the various centers nationwide, as well as the movement plan. I'd like to mention that the gazetted centers, our registration centers, as well as our movement plan, have been posted on our website. By informing the political parties as required by law, parties are now able to plan and prepare their agents to observe the voters' registration exercise nationwide. The Commission has always maintained that any interested party should, at the click of the button, be able to know the number of registered voters per day nationwide. This is because we provide them with adequate information that allows them to train their monitors or their agents to observe the exercise. In addition to that, we are mindful and we are confident that the observers also take a record of persons who come through to register on a daily basis at all the registration centers. Additionally, the kits or the registration kits have the capacity to print a start of day and end of day report, and copies of these are available to the agents of the political parties. Therefore, any political party, if they are interested, should know the number of persons who have registered in all the centers in any given day. We are confident that the arrangements we have deployed will help bring the registration activities closer to the doorstep of the citizenry. In 2023, we targeted approximately 700,000 new registrants, and we far exceeded that by registering 910,000 new registrants. We have no doubt that with these arrangements in place, we will exceed our target of 623,000 new registrants this time around. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last few months, we've invested a considerable amount of time into procuring our materials and logistics for the registration exercise and the election as a whole. Since 2020, we have adopted an open competitive bidding process as the method of our procurement. As such, with approximately 95% of our procurement advertised in the local newspapers, we are able to obtain value for money for our services and for materials. It has equally injected competition into our procurement and drastically reduced the prices at which we procure our materials. It is not a wonder that we managed to lower the cost of our election from $13 per head in 2016 to $7.70 per head in 2020, and saved our nation a substantial amount of $90 million United States dollars. I'll now turn my attention to the distribution of materials and logistics. We have effectively distributed all our materials to the regions and districts, and we are confident that there will be no short supply. Additionally, our biometric voter registration kits, as well as spare kits to serve as backups, have been distributed to the regions and districts. We have spent the last few months laying the building blocks for peaceful, credible, and transparent electoral processes and elections in December 2024. And in addition to the two measures aforementioned, our key building block, which relates to the hiring of qualified personnel to assist the Commission in undertaking the election, has been achieved. As some of you may have observed, the Commission advertised this in the Daily Graphic of 5th of February 2024 and called for qualified persons to apply for the positions of returning officers and deputy returning officers. I'm happy to note that we have successfully recruited returning officers and deputy returning officers for each of our 268 district offices nationwide. For the first time in our history, we have created a database of these officers, and we can now identify them by their names, photographs, Ghana cards, and voter ID cards, as well as residential addresses. Hitherto, they existed on paper. They were names on paper. Today, we are able to match a person's name and to his photograph and ID card and so on. I'm pleased to note that the interviews for returning officers and deputy returning officers were conducted in a fair and open and transparent manner. Interview panels were constituted nationwide, and persons who successfully went through the interviews have been included on the database established for this purpose. I'm happy to note that all persons recruited have no less than 8 years working experience with the Commission, having served as either returning officers, deputy returning officers, or presiding officers in past elections. What this means is that every person who has been recruited as a returning officer or a deputy returning officer has had previous working experience with us, either working as returning officers or deputy returning officers or presiding officers in past elections. Therefore, I'd like to mention that there is no truth in the allegation that the Commission received the names of returning officers from district chief executives, etc. In any case, the Commission will make and has always made available the names and photographs of its returning officers and deputy returning officers to the political parties. And any party can object to the name of a selected returning officer or deputy returning officer. The Commission, on receiving the objections, may institute investigations, and if the allegations are found to be true, that candidate will be disengaged. On the contrary, if there is no substance to the allegation, the person objected to will be maintained. It is our desire to continue to operate a transparent and open door policy in all our dealings. I'm happy to note that some selected returning officers will work as registration supervisors during this registration exercise. In all, 3,277 officials, made up of permanent and temporary staff, have been trained to undertake various roles in this 21-day voter registration exercise. I'd like to turn my attention to the mode of registration. Ladies and gentlemen, the registration will be for 21 days, and it will include Saturdays and Sundays. All our district offices will have fixed teams, ranging from 2 to 3 teams, depending on the size of the district and the expectation of the number of registered voters to come through. The teams will work throughout the period in their offices. The mobile teams, as the name connotes, will move around from one electoral area to the next electoral area. They will spend 2 days in each electoral area and register qualified applicants in a particular electoral area, as well as the catchment area around that electoral area where they are at any given point. What this means is that once the mobile teams visits an electoral area, they will spend 2 days there. But you find that there are other electoral areas around there, and anybody who visits a particular electoral area from a nearby electoral area would be registered. However, our officers would inquire from them the closest polling station to the area where they reside, and they will register them in those polling stations appropriately. The mobile teams assigned to the 25 public universities will, however, spend 3 days in each public university. We'd like to talk about the eligibility criteria. CI 91, as amended by CI 126, will be used for the voters' registration exercise. Only Ghanaians 18 years and above who are of sound mind and who have not previously registered can register to vote. Eligible voters must be resident or ordinarily resident in the district where they intend to vote. The documents required for registration are either the Ghana passport or the Ghana card, that is the national identification card issued by the National Identification Authority. Voters, eligible voters who do not possess any of the above documents are required by law to visit the district officers in the district where they reside with 2 guarantors. And these 2 guarantors must be persons who are already registered voters to vouch for their citizenship and age. Sadly, in 2023, during the voters' registration exercise, the guarantor system was abused, and we found persons vouching for more than the 10 persons as the law prescribes. Our law prescribes that a guarantor should not guarantee for more than 10 persons. However, in the 2023 voters' registration exercise, we observed that some guarantors guaranteed for more than 10 persons. The Commission is engaging with the Data Protection Agency and the Ghana Police Service to explore avenues to bring the violators of the guarantor system to book. subsection 4 of Regulation 1 of CI 91 as amended states that a registered voter shall not guarantee the identity of more than 10 persons. So it is an offense to guarantee for more than 10 persons. And we observed after our 2023 voters registration exercise that some of the guarantors violated this law. Security. We have to date held extensive discussions with the National Election Security Task Force under the leadership of the Inspector General of Police. We have provided them with the locations of the registration centers and the movement plans of our mobile teams. We have also informed them about our concerns, particularly relating to minors, that is underage voters, attempting to access our voters register. We are confident that our law enforcement officers will assist us by preventing minors and foreigners from accessing the register. The photographs and images of minors in the queues during our last voters registration exercise was quite disappointing. And we like to call on those who bus minors and foreigners to the centers to desist from so doing. We would also like to call on you, our media partners, to help us to bring these persons who bus minors and foreigners to our centers to light. As the watchdogs of our democracy, we trust that we can count on you to do this. Persons with disability. As always, we have put in place arrangements for persons with disabilities to access our various centers and receive immediate attention. Persons with disability include persons who are visually impaired, physically challenged, or persons who have albinism, amongst others. Our officers have been directed to make them comfortable by ensuring that they do not join long queues, but are afforded the opportunity to be served as soon as they arrive at the centers. We also call on the general public to bear this in mind and not oppose the protocols that have been put in place for persons with disabilities. Publicity. As you may have observed, the Commission is undertaking extensive public education on major radio and TV networks across the country. Our radio jingles and TV promos, as well as our docudramas, are being aired in 7 different local dialects, excluding English language. They are Akan language, Gan, Dagbani, Ewe, Wala, Frafra, amongst others. And we are confident that with the extensive public education, we will reach every nook and cranny of this nation, and indeed every household. We have no doubt that this awareness will encourage persons who have recently turned 18 or others who have not previously registered to register to vote. Please note that it is an offense to register more than once, and persons who violate this law will be liable for prosecution. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are confident that with the cooperation of our stakeholders, i.e. the citizenry and the political parties, the security agencies, and yourselves, our media partners, will witness a peaceful, seamless, and successful voters registration exercise that will uphold Article 45 of the 1992 Constitution. We are confident that with our collaboration and our partnership, we can together ensure that only eligible citizens register to vote come the 7th of December 2024. We'd like to thank you for your time, and we end by saying that may God bless our nation, Ghana, and make her great and strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. We want to have some questions and answers. So if you want to ask a question as usual,
right, thank you very much. That was from the Electoral Commission head or quarters there, where the Electoral Commissioner was speaking about preparations for tomorrow's exercise, promising that everything will be free and fair, and that if you see something, again, say something. My name is Samuel Kojobre. Thanks for being a part of this. On behalf of the team, please, thank you for being a part of the show. Up next is we have Business Live for you. Stay on.
This is a house that I have built and I have not even moved into. The roofing that was installed less than a year ago has already faded.
I recommended DBS Industries to you, but you said that already asked your nephew to take care of it. DBS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
So you mean all these beautifully roofed houses were done by DBS Industries? Let's go to DBS Industries. My brother, I understand DBS Industries has installed roofing system that does not fade after installation.
Sir, it's true. It's ColorLink Plus. It is a special roofing system that DBS has imported from Europe. When installed, it does not fade. And due to the faith we have in them, we give our clients a 20-year warranty.
20 years warranty? Look, my house was roofed by a certain company. The sheets have completely faded. If DBS has this unique roofing system, then please uninstall the old one. If it means spending twice on a durable material, it's worth it.
It also leaves your room very cool.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Hello and welcome to Business Live. Coming up, GWEL moves to clarify recent significant hikes in prices of products sold at service stations as it is now offering more options for consumers. Banking consultant Dr. Richmond Etiahene rules out news of French bank Societe Generale's exit would impact customer deposits.
I can assure you, with Bank of Ghana proactive strategy on this deposit safety, I don't think anybody will lose deposit. The customers shouldn't panic at all.
Monetary Fund expresses confidence of a June board meeting to approve disbursement of $360 million to Ghana following significant progress made on external debt restructuring deal.
The time it took for a country like Chad to get approval by the board of a program and then the first review, that time got shorter for Zambia and has gotten shorter for Ghana. So it's moving in the right direction.
We will be analyzing this. You'd want to stay. I am Emma Davis. Let's settle for the details. GOIL has moved to clarify recent hikes in the prices of products sold at its service stations. The market leader claims this is due to the rising cost of premium products that it offers to customers. There is more in the following report.
GOIL, which controls more than 40% of the petroleum sales market, in the past had one of the lowest prices at the pumps. This because GOIL uses market dominance to force other players to review their prices in cases when they had gone ahead to increase prices. However, over the past 2 months, that has changed. GOIL in most instances is the first to increase prices of petroleum products at the pumps. It also became one of the few oil companies to have one of the highest prices at the pumps anytime there are reviews in the pricing window for the petroleum product. GOIL claims this raw 95 is a premium product and has very low octane levels. That is why it's being forced to hike prices in recent times. It however claims in a circular that it has released a more regular product for petrol and diesel. It should be priced like the normal products on the market.
Meanwhile, more oil marketing companies are expected to adjust prices at the pumps from today. It's coming after mixed reviews at the pumps last week, led by market leader GOIL.
The expected adjustment is mainly driven by the spike in prices of finished petroleum products on the international market and the cedi's depreciation. This means that most of these bulk oil distributors now need more Ghana cedis to bring in the same quantity of petroleum products. However, someone has to take care of this cost. That is why those that have already adjusted their prices have passed on this cost to consumers. But the dynamics have been a little bit different this time round. Instead of the increase across all the petroleum products, petrol has gone up and is selling at 15 Ghana cedis, 22 pesos, based on the codes by the market leader GOIL. That of diesel has gone down and is selling at 14 Ghana cedis, 65 pesos. But in the case of Star, one of the fastest growing oil marketing firms, diesel has been kept unchanged at 13 Ghana cedis, 97 pesos, whilst petrol has gone down and is selling at 13 Ghana cedis, 99 pesos. But for many, the concern here is that could this latest round of increase now embolden the unionized transport operators to push government for an increase in fares? What about the impact on inflation going forward and the cost of doing business in the country?
Away from fuel prices, banking consultant Dr. Richmond Etiahene has ruled out that news of French bank Societe Generale exiting African markets, including Ghana, would impact customer deposits. According to him, the Bank of Ghana has put in place stringent measures to protect depositors' funds. Therefore, any attempt by the bank to move out of their markets will not affect the funds of their customers. He spoke on Marketplace.
What are we doing about remittances? Our remittances It's nothing to rot home about. So the city is running. Currently, if the remittances have been captured very well, I am sure the city will not have been run like the way it's running. Unfortunately, when people are trying a diaspora bond, we are trying to deregulate the remittances and give it to certain institutions to benefit from the foreign exchange. And we must be very, very serious what the currency is doing to the economy. And we must get back and say, what do we want to do to ourselves? Even in Nigeria, of our economy, is talking about remittances from overseas, which is about 20 billion, and ours is 5.2 billion, according to World Bank 23 data. We are talking about, we are more receiving only 2.1. The rest, nobody knows where it goes. And all these things are impacting on the currency depreciation. For the customer deposit, I think from what Bank of Ghana have done, they will be very secured. They will be very, very secured. I can assure you, with Bank of Ghana proactive strategy on this deposit safety, I don't think anybody will lose deposit. The customers shouldn't panic at all. And if you remember, in George analysis, they said Lazar has been appointed to find a buyer. Any buyer that comes in would have nothing to do with the customer deposit. The deposit will be left intact. Because for that one, I trust the central bank so much that they will have regulations and system to protect customer deposit. So it shouldn't send a panic. I don't think this is the need for panic. For customers should always stay calm. Because with Bank of Ghana on this side, no money will be lost.
An economics lecturer at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Professor Grace Asante Nkansa, is requesting that governments and the judiciary work effectively to improve the financial development of the country. Professor Asante Nkansa observes financial structural adjustment programs and other measures are yet to have the requisite impact in the financial sector for economic growth. Her request is in line with a study she conducted on the impact of financial development on economic growth in sub-Saharan Africa.
If you're looking at financial development, we've traveled far. The financial system is not bad, but we have problems with some of the legal system. Let's say I'm a business person, and then you visit me. Maybe I do business with you. Maybe I sell goods to you on credit, and you have to pay back. You default. How well is the legal system helping me to get my money from you? Or maybe I form partnership or other thing, business with some people, and maybe it goes bad. How well is the legal system trying to resolve some of these things so that people will be encouraged to go into partnership and other things? When we go into partnership, it turns out to be different thing. But the partnership helps us to, bring together a lot of funds to, grow our businesses. And then let's look at issues like President Kufuor's time. We brought the fast track called something for business people. Where is it? Where has it ended? It was good. Because let's say I'm a foreigner and I'm coming in. I know that definitely even if I give goods to some people on credit or maybe go into some of these things, or even a bank gives money to somebody and the person defaults, big money, and then the company defaults. How are we able to recoup some of these monies for the banks? All these things are little things that are not helping us. It's not helping us for the financial development to work well, to give us the growth that we are looking at. And let's look at government. How disciplined is our government? Look at the fiscal deficit that we have. So it doesn't make the business world trust us. The bank, sometimes the bank said they were charging higher interest because of the inflation, and the inflation is coming as a result of some of these things. So if government will be disciplined, so that we reduce some of our deficits, it will go a long way to help the business world to grow and for the financial sector to be able to support the business world, for the economy to grow.
The International Monetary Fund has revealed that it is confident of having its board meeting in June to approve and disburse some $360 million to Ghana. It follows significant progress made by Ghana on finalizing an agreement with bilateral creditors on the restructuring of more than $5 billion in debt. Catherine Patilo is Deputy Director at the African Department of IMF and has been speaking on a yet-to-air PM Express Business Edition this Thursday at 9 p.m.
So, debt restructuring is always difficult, right? It's most difficult for the country itself going through it. Also, difficult for the creditors who take losses, and it takes time. So the common framework has been then a new process to bring official creditors together to agree on a debt restructuring for an individual country. Has it gone as smoothly as we would have liked, as fast as we would have liked? Definitely no. But I think actually we would not have made the progress that we have without it. And we are seeing improvements in the process. So the time it took for a country like Chad to get from initial agreement with the IMF to approval by the board of a program and then the first review, that time got shorter for Zambia and has gotten shorter for Ghana. So it's moving in the right direction of trying to ensure the process moves more efficiently and speedily. There's also a new global debt sovereign roundtable that the IMF and the World Bank and India's part of their G20 process introduced. And we think that can help also because it's a place where the representatives of the debtor countries, creditors, both the official, the bondholders, the IMF, World Bank, other people can come around and talk more about some of the general issues in a debt restructuring that influence the process. What does comparability of treatment mean? How should information be shared on debt sustainability between the parties? So if you have this kind of improvement in understanding on some of the key parameters, then this can help with future debt restructurings.
And you think that this whole engagement would help fast track the situation, because you're launching this thing in Ghana, and there are several criticisms that has come from even other African countries as well, that we said that this was the way to go, but it hasn't moved as fast as we all wanted.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, look at the cases of Zambia where they have reached, the agreement with their official creditors, and then also recently with their Eurobond holders. And in Ghana, in January, an agreement also in principle with the official creditors. And Ghana having successfully completed largely its domestic debt restructuring. So I think, again, is it perfect? No. Is it moving in the right direction? That's what we keep pushing for.
Is it too late for any recommendations to be done to fast track the process?
We're always looking for ways to improve the processes. So that's why this Global Debt Sovereign Roundtable, I think, is important. More suggestions that are coming out of that.
And can Ghana take advantage of this roundtable thing that is the final?
Well, I think Ghana's process is on a very good path right now. And as you know, the Ghana team was here recently and reached staff level agreement with the authorities on the program, and the next step will be then for them to reach agreement with their creditors, and that would allow us to move forward with completing the board by end June.
There's a need to analyze this further, so let's go on Zoom and engage economist Dr. Edu Osu-Sarkodie. Doc, thank you very much for your time. What do you make of this assurance coming from the IMF when it comes to disbursing the next tranche of cash for Ghana?
Well, it is a good news for the country. Remember that the debt restructuring was a prerequisite for us to secure an IMF program because our debt level was unsustainable and that we needed to start with the domestic debt exchange, which was about 80% complete. And then government has shifted its attention to the external debt exchange. I must say that we all know that the agreement was reached between the Paris Club and the government of Ghana in principle. So they agreed in principle to restructure the debt for us at the beginning of the year. So we all knew that the assurance was there, which the IMF wanted. The IMF just wanted an assurance, and that assurance was given to us. Where we are currently is about the different treatments. Remember that in the Paris Club, there are different countries that we have contracted loans from, and each loan has different, identity, different principal, different interest, different maturity period, different coverage, different reasons for contracting the loans. And so at this point, we want to treat the debt differently with different countries. I think that's what's delaying, because it will take some time, and the IMF is waiting for a memorandum of understanding between Ghana and the different external creditors at a bilateral level. And so it is good news that the IMF has decided to proceed with the board meeting with the hope that by that time, which is June ending, we would have reached some concrete agreement with the bilateral, or the Paris Club, which is the first external debt treatment that we are going to have, which is good news because it will give us some debt relief. Government will free funds to prioritize some essential commodities in the country in terms of its financing. And then the IMF tranche will also be released. World Bank will also release some funding for us. Today, we see that our city is depreciating, so we need the inflow of funds to show up the value of the city. It is good news, and I hope that things go on well as we all envisage by the end of June.
So you are quite optimistic things will be ready in June too?
Yes, I am optimistic. Like I said, the agreement has already been reached in principle. We are waiting for the different debt treatments, and I'm sure negotiations will go on well, smoothly. The IMF is also making sure that the Ghanaian economy does not sink, because Ghana is the star of Africa. Everybody is looking out to us. If our economy sinks, a lot will happen. And if you look at the posture of the IMF, they are intentional or they are deliberate about our recovery. So they will make sure that the Ghanaian economy recovers. We are on the path of recovery, as all the indicators have shown. And I'm positive that by June, we'll get the debt exchange from the bilateral level, and then the third tranche should be released to us to stabilize further our economy.
Okay, what then would you say could be the impact of this development on the broader economy?
Well, I think the first thing is the announcement. If you recall, when Ghana secured, even a staff level agreement before the board approval, the speculative demand around our currency reduced. So I envisage that the speculative demand will reduce. In other words, people would not, think negative or project negatively about the cedi further falling. And so that will help us. Just by the announcement will help us. And I'm sure the financial market reacts quickly to some of these pronouncements or announcements by the fund. It will also send a signal to foreign investors that Ghana is on course to restructure its debt and recover its economy, and therefore it is prudent for them to come here and do business with us. We need the investment in the country, so we are sure that investors will listen to this. They will hear these pronouncements, these announcements. They will come to the country to do business with us, and I'm sure the government of Ghana will also put in more efforts to make sure that the gains are consolidated and so that we don't return to the old days of high inflation. Everybody, all stakeholders will come on board. I'm sure media and academia will all make sure that the economy gets back on track, and then at the end of the day, it will benefit all of us. All we are all looking for is for the economy to recover, grow, and create jobs. Until we get there, I always say that we have not fully recovered. So we are on the path of recovery, and I will call on investors, both domestic and external, to do business with the Republic of Ghana. And we are only hoping that when things get better, the gate will be open for the Republic of Ghana to raise sovereign bonds on international commercial banks. It is one of the reasons for the cedi depreciation that we have experienced recently. Since January 2022, Ghana government has not been able to raise any bonds on the Eurobond market. And over the years, successive governments have shot up the value of the cedi by borrowing externally. And so if you're unable to borrow externally, your cedi will depreciate. If the debt is low, it is advisable to borrow. I mean, the economic principles suggest, but already our debt is so high, so that shouldn't be a priority, shouldn't be our first option. The first option is to stabilize, get to sustainable levels of our debt, and then stabilize our economy, and then make sure that we generate revenues internally to grow our economy. That, I'm sure, is the first point of action. And then later on, if our debt levels are reduced, then we can go to the commercial market to borrow some amount of money to supplement what we have been able to raise domestically.
Doc, you talked about the stability of the cedi. I would like to know, in your opinion, has the IMF brought about the needed transformation and impact on the economy?
Yeah, obviously, significant progress has been made. Our cedi before the program was depreciating around 40%. Thereabout. It also pushed inflation to about 54%. And we have seen some relative stability of the currency, except that, things, as the IMF member or person said, that things have not gone faster, the way we wanted it. Because debt exchange is a difficult thing to do, especially at the external level. And so the currency is reacting to some of these policies or these measures or these instruments. So yes, the cedi has been relatively stable, but you and I know that it is currently depreciating, and this is not the best we can get. So the IMF program has been beneficial to us. Everybody is seeing the figures, but we haven't gotten there yet. What we want is for us to have the full funding from the IMF. I think out of about 3 billion, we have received 1.2. So more than half are still yet to be received. And so we would not reap the full benefit of the IMO program when the money itself is given to us in tranches and the program is being, aligned to last for like 3 years. So in my view, I think that we'll reap the full benefit of the program at the end of the program, which is around 2026, when all the 3 billion has been exhausted. And then we have gotten the support, we have gotten all the reforms that we are looking for. The debt levels have come to sustainable levels. I think the government is projecting about 55% of GDP. The debt service burden should fall below 30% of revenue. When we get to this level, then we can confidently say that the program has fully finished on the program. But for now, we are enjoying it bit by bit, progressively. Right. And I'm not sure that anybody will say that we have achieved all that we want to achieve.
Thank you very much, Dr. Idowu Sarkodie, for your time on Business Live. He is an economist. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more.
Never stops until the job is done. Turn your home and business into an internet highway and experience the revolution of working and playing without limits. Visit broadband.mtn.com.gh to sign up for MTN Fiber for Home and Business today.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Hello? Bye.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird. Bird, bird, a bird is the word. Bird is the word. Well, I don't you know about the bird? Well, everybody knows that the bird is the word. Bird, bird, bird is the word.
To consider the implications.
Welcome. Event organizers are bemoaning high taxes, indicating it is affecting cost of operations. According to the Chief Executive Officer of Cast Vote Ghana, Robert Nyadu, the current cedi depreciation is killing businesses and hence could compel them to lay off workers. He spoke at the unveiling of Cast Vote's new project dubbed Tomorrow is Today.
We, the entrepreneurs in the event organizing space, I wouldn't say we've been neglected, but we also feel the pressure of sometimes some taxes on certain things that we do can even be waived off to make way for us to invest more into the event organizing space. Yes, so we are just. I think it's about time. Both parties need to set. I'm yet to see one though, but I think it's about time both parties need to set and agree on certain things so that we can actually make the event organizing space more interesting in Ghana. The project's name is Tomorrow's Today, and it's a project that we have targeted high school, senior high schools in Ghana, and we are hoping that the kind of impact we are looking out for is putting more digitalization at the secondary level. We've realized most tertiary levels are already into the digitalization of their voting processes and other things that they've been doing on campus.
That's how we end today's edition of Business Live. I am Emma Davis. Have a good evening.
Ken, welcome to Ghana.
Thank you, man.
Congratulations on your show. How is the feeling coming back after the whole tour?
Amazing. Proud to represent my people to the world and, just do what I love. It's an amazing feeling.
What were the highlights for you for the tour?
The whole trip was a beautiful one. I don't think there was one highlight because from city to city, it was such a shutdown. Everything sold out. Just seeing people, just embrace our culture through my music and just representing Ghana just meant the world to me. So that was the highlight.
How was the reception for you in the Asian continent? How did they receive your music?
I think you can tell by the videos, it was crazy. More even mind-blowing because obviously I'd never been there before. It's my first time, so just having all that love and people just coming out, just going crazy for me and the music is a blessing.
Okay, so you went to 3 places, Jakarta, Bali, and Singapore. Where did you get the most reception from?
Everything was sold out. I think the biggest show was in Bali. I was almost like between 4,000 to 5,000 people. So I think that was sick. And but the rest, the energy, I think everybody matched up to the energy. It was just a beautiful trip.
What inspired the Asian tour? What inspired you to
Just love and fans, and I always want to travel with my music. I always want to make sure that our music crosses the borders, not just back home. If you followed very recently, I've been doing a lot of African shows as well, just headlining festivals and concerts in the rest of Africa, not just Europe. And this time we added Asia because the love from there has been crazy. So it was only right that we went. And
since Bali was one of your biggest places, should they expect a second coming?
Oh, there's more coming. There's more. There's so much more. So many dates that are just all scattered. Obviously, my album is about to drop next, and I have to go to Canada in 2 days because I'm going back on tour. But there are more dates across Asia. I think I'm about to do Australia, Japan, and definitely back to Bali and Jakarta and the rest as well. So.
The numbers from your show shows that Ghana is able to project our music. So what should we do to be able to, for our local artists, for them to be able to bridge the gap so that they'll be able to get that reception that you got when you went on tour?
Listen, I've never had like a formula to it. I've just really loved my music that I make and I push it, and I'm a big dreamer. I feel like everything is possible. Like, why not? If other people can do it, why not me? And obviously I feel like my calling is a greater calling than just making music and sitting on it. The world needs to hear it. I am more of an ambassador to the rest of the world for my people. So I see the bigger picture, So I hope everybody sees it like that. Dream big, because really the only limit is yourself,
What is the significance of the tour to you as an artist?
Just live is always very important to be right there in front of your audience and actually give them a whole experience. It's something you can forgo,
So one year after the Terminator release, what do you have to say about it?
Thank you guys. Very blessed.
VGMA is coming up. TGMA, sorry. What should we expect? TGMA.
Big love. I'm very happy for the nominations. You guys vote. Make we smash them. Vote. Let's smash.
What category are you seeking to win? No matter what.
Everything. Mama say everything. Everything.
Thank you very much. So you're the manager. I'm sure you should be proud of the reception King Promise got. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been waiting for, to take Ghana music and African music to another level. And I'm so proud of King Promise. I'm so proud of him right now. Yeah.
So TGMA is coming up, and he's been nominated for the Artist of the Year. What should we expect?
Nobody there if I win him. If I win him, I don't know what I want to talk. If somebody win, I don't know. 5-star.
Just yesterday, I think I chanced on something that Strongman said, and it really touched my heart. Now, I think 3 days ago, I was on my way to a Cowboys engagement. Then a story popped up on social media where Strongman mentioned, I think it was on TV3, where Strongman mentioned that, he just met Fela Makafui.
and that there were certain statements or certain things he said in a rap song against her. And seeing her and how they were vibing, he felt like, oh man, the words were unpalatable, they were unpleasant, and that he regrets some of the things he said. Now, you are saying you don't regret the beef. Yeah. Do you regret certain statements you made in there?
Yes, please, I do. With some of the words that I said, I do. But I don't regret the whole banter. Whatever happened for my own good and for the opponent as well. But I believe that in the heat of the moment, we don't have enough time to reason through the lyrics before we put it out, because people are waiting for you. And it's back to back to back to back. So sometimes I need to
what are some of the things you regret?
Some of the insults, yeah, in the rap songs, yeah.
Were you insulting people?
Some were way over there, but like
really,
yeah. But sometimes when
like
people hit you, and then
I
don't want to. If it's not good, we don't repeat it. You just let it
what did you say? What does I want this? Tracks and does I want this?
See, my mom is even calling because it's 9 o'clock. Oh, see. Oh, Friday.
Mommy, Fro. Mommy, but your farmer Mancasefa. Oh, have you picked up?
Yeah, I picked.
Hello.
Hello.
Mama.
Hello.
Mama, it's to say.
Namia do.
Ederadiasi. My bachelor friend and the Dusty.
Okay.
But your crop now best me.
Okay.
What on the phone now make a cry? No, also friend no. Now friend me.
I maintain and can I maybe said no hotel.
I don't know, baby. I will say said no hotel. Hey. Oh, na say by now they can crop now when you knew. Oh, say by now.
When you need class, any day. Maybe I was some friend now. No, my friend, my bag again. No, now fame who saw me who ya na me so me who ato.
Oh no, say na say by now kwa worry you.
Be worry. Oh yes, go be worry.
And say over baby I met you.
Baby.
Mona, penana.
Me pay bebre, we studio.
Mona say I'm ready also.
Ba ma kan chani so baby aba no onyim na o manengo.
Sao.
No fale mre me na o mu kro mu yetu.
Ota yon.
Baby, oyi bi da. Baby,
Onyi bi da. She said, what your baby a chair me or say ja ba ku bia bana kwam.
Sir.
I don't on my chair.
Ani bi afi na de no be ba che.
Hey mama.
Ampo.
Hey mama. Mama na nyum no dia pa na wo mpe ho.
Ne nyum de anyene.
De wa boni nyina.
Ni pening na ba ku na no de kura de ya me de papa broken heart.
Don't I know?
Ani, hey.
Mommy, I pass on support to obey you.
I am a depa, not dear. Break me heart to pet.
Hey, mommy, as a worker, so or do you.
Mama, and Chamawale.
Oh, be a walk, mana.
So be banso, come na so ampe.
Hey!
Ababa behami.
Come na so ampe.
So abehami.
Oh, na ma said ya na wa ampe.
Me. Say, be honest, you mean any ninche, I come and go on.
And then she also to talk. Mommy.
Hey, when you do my wife.
Ma, you're radio so. Who are live on Hits FM?
We are proud.
I have a new EP out.
Yeah, I have a new EP out.
How many songs?
4 songs.
4 songs. What's the title?
The Rejected Stone.
Hey, why that title?
Yeah, because of my story, how it did. Like, I feel like they rejected me.
Oh.
You know?
But anyway, we didn't reject you as Ghanaians. So.
Yeah, sometimes I have a reason for saying that.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys feel like you didn't reject me, but to me, I feel like you rejected me. Imagine you are taking your kid to somewhere and you get to the middle of the sea. You left your kid there. Say, make you go because he has done something wrong or something. He might died in the sea. I tried, struggled, then I was able to move out. When I go, like when I come out, I'll see you who are the person I'm going with. I'll see you to be like a bad person because you didn't think about me in the first place. I was a kid, so I think there are certain things that if I've done something wrong, like it's talking, AY, you see. But it happens, say, all the people I was working with, everybody, J, the media, some of them, you know, I know when I was booming everywhere, people could test me, AY, interview, then I go rush, go. All of a sudden, nobody, they call you again. So I felt like everybody has rejected me.
Don't you think it was maybe because you were not putting out music like the way they were expecting? Or maybe there was no money, but your team could not tell you. Don't you think, have you considered all those things?
There are so many things, I think, which was combined in all these things. But I think me growing up, and I noticed the mistakes.
Okay.
And I'm here to, learn from it. So that whatever has happened, I just wanted to go then, focus on the rest of the things.
Was it that you two could not sort out to find your differences, but rather for you to go elsewhere to let us know about it? What was it?
It wasn't really some misunderstanding. I think he had something he wanted to do for himself. And he think if I'm in the scene, it would distract. So, no, it wasn't. And me, I don't have anything against him. This thing, it be work. We didn't understand each other. So, I think I was supposed to just move on then, But me making people understand is whereby it's not. I don't think I'm the first one facing this challenge.
Of course.
And people have been facing it. So if I don't talk about it, the people coming, they will be also facing the same challenges. So I have to put it out there and make people learn from it. So that is why I'm saying it.
Did you guys sign a contract, or this was just the brother kind
We
of
signed
thing?
a contract, but I didn't read. I was happy.
So you signed a contract out of excitement, and so you didn't realize some of the things or the clauses in there that could affect you.
Yeah.
So it was after you left that you saw that, so in the clauses maybe it said that if you do this and do that, that means you don't have this and all that.
And if even if I said that, the songs wasn't supposed to be taken down because it's futuristic investment.
So you don't have access to the songs, and the songs have also been taken down.
Yes.
So we can't even have those songs apart from maybe we those who have it
already.
Yeah. Have you contacted him? Have you spoken to him?
Before he put everything down, he blocked me, so I didn't get any contact to him. So I just move on.
Can't this be sorted out? Don't you have people who are close to him that can speak?
I think so.
Or you just want to let things go?
For now, it's not really in mind. Say I will go sort them out. Yeah, I just want to put my focus on what I'm doing right now.
But doesn't it bother you? Because this was somebody you could have called family. This is somebody you probably started something beautiful with. So now to move on and know that that person, you're not on good terms with that person because of one or two things. How do you feel?
To me, in my heart, I know maybe I did something wrong. he realized maybe I'm doing something that he doesn't like, or I also notice he's doing something I don't like. It doesn't mean I have nothing like something against him. So me, I'm just focusing on what I want to do
right now.
Yeah.
You also said you made only $100.
Yeah, I remember.
Only $100.
Yeah.
Ever since you started working with him, music wise and stage
I was talking about show.
Okay.
Because it was Corona era,
Mhm.
people weren't booking me for shows. After the Corona, everybody forgets me, so there wasn't shows and stuff. So yeah.
So before the Corona is what you earned, the $100 you earned.
After the Corona, yeah, some one or two, promoters link me for show, but I recall only $100 I earned. Yeah, that one superstar like me, I go the beg. Nice.
Hello, lovely viewers. Welcome to Home Tips with Mira. I get excited whenever it is time for this program because I get to share with you different DIYs, things you can do yourself, home tips and home remedies. So I went to the market, I did my bulk shopping, and here I am with food items on my table. I have lemon, plantain, cassava, cocoyam, and yam. When you go to the market and you buy these things, of course, you can't come home and consume everything in one day. So I'm going to share with you how I preserve these things. Let's go for a quick break, and when we come back, I'll share with you tips on how to preserve these food items. The first food item that we are looking at preserving is yam. Yeah, tuber of yam or tubers of yam. So when you go to the market and you get your yam, the first thing that you have to do is when you come home, just keep it in a cool and a dry place. So anywhere in your kitchen, just locate a cool and a dry place and keep your yam there. Or you can just cut it and, like you prepare ampesi, you cut it into any shape that you want and keep it in the freezer. And back in the village, actually, it's some practice that some people still do, according to my research. When you cut the yam, because of course you can't consume the full tuber of yam, so you just have to cut it into desired sizes that you want to consume. So after cutting it, you just smear wood ash. The ash that you get from burning wood or charcoal. You just smear it on the surface and keep it. Other people also suggest that after cutting it, you just put something like a toothpick. You just dig it right into the yam. Well, I don't know the science behind that, but some people claim that they have used that method to preserve their yam and it has worked for them. If you keep your yam in the freezer before you boil, one thing that you have to do is that let the water boil. Go into your freezer, remove your food item, the yam, and then come and put it straight into the boiling water. Don't let the frozen yam thaw. When I say thaw, I mean it defrosting, the ice leaving it. No, it shouldn't be like that. I'm adding my salt. Now wait for it to cook. The next food item we are looking at preserving is cocoyam. So right from the market, sort your cocoyam out. So the ones that, with this one, the edge is broken a bit, keep it aside and consume it. And then look at this one too, it has bruises on it, so you keep it aside. After sorting them out, make sure you get your black polythene bag and store your cocoyam inside. Okay, everything is in your bag. Tie the bag. And keep it like this in your kitchen, in your storeroom, in an airy place and a cool place. and your cocoyam can be there for as long as 3 months and even beyond. The cocoyam will not get rotten, it will not spoil. So this is a tip that I want to share with you. Make use of your black polythene bag. In case somebody comes and dashes you a sack full of cassava, how would you go about it? So first of all, you look for the ones with the broken edge and consume them first. So in my case, these are the ones. Okay, in fact, there are a lot. In fact, it's everything. Right from the market, some people will also say that let's keep it in a bucket of water. When you do that, it can't go beyond 1 week. And what happens is that at times, depending on how the water reacts with the cassava, you know, the water will smell and it will not give the cassava the freshness. When you use it to pound your fufu, you can, you know, have this unpleasant smell from it. So putting it in the water, in a bowl of water, it means you are going to use it like 2 or 3 days. When you are going to do that, then you can keep it in the water. But if it's going to go beyond like 4 days, 5 into, you know, peel it, cut it and keep it in your freezer. Or better still, some people dig the ground. It has to be at a cool place, maybe under a tree, under a shade. You dig the ground and you bury the cassava there. It can stay there for like 2 weeks. Or you can as well peel and cut them into smaller shapes and sun dry them, and later when they are dried and crispy, you can use it for your cassava flour. You can take it to the mill and use it for your cassava flour. In the end, we get kokunte. It's one of my favorite food. So that is how to preserve cassava. So I have lemons here. I bought them from the market. And how do I store them? In fact, if I keep them at room temperature, it will just ripen, and before I realize, everything will just go bad and I'll not be able to consume it within that time. So what I do is that I put them in a black polythene bag and then I keep it in the fridge. I say freezer, it is the refrigerator. Put it in a black poly bag and keep it in the fridge. Tie it so that anytime you want, you will just reach out, take one and use. Of course, when it is in the fridge, the nutrients in the fruits, the vitamins and all that will not be as it is, you know, when you plucked it freshly from the tree or you got it from the market. But you are sure to get lemon that you can be using on a gradual basis. When it is like this, like I said, it can be in the fridge for well over 3 months. So the next food item that we are looking at preserving is plantain. Plantain, in fact, is highly perishable. So when you bring it from the market, it can't go beyond 3 or 4 days. Whilst it is there, you see that it will start ripening. But let's say you go to the market on Monday and you have intentions of using it on Saturday for your fufu. So how can you go about preserving it? So what you do is that you just take your plantain as green as it is and then you immerse it in a bowl or a bucket of water, like I'm going to do. So when you keep it in a bowl of water, what it does is that it stops the ripening process. It can go well beyond like a week, but what you have to do is that be changing the water like every 3 days so that, you know, the water doesn't have unpleasant smell. And you can have your plantain and use it by Saturday and it will still be green for you. So I've drained all the water from the yam. So the yam is ready. Let's see what we got. Oh. It's very sweet. All right, thank you so much for sticking and staying with Home Tips with Mira. And I believe that you have learned about some preservation methods. I know you have other tips that you would want to share. So if you have something up your sleeves, don't hesitate to share with me. Reach us on the WhatsApp number. Share your tips with me. Thank you so much for sticking and staying. Don't forget to watch me on this same channel, and also don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Stay positive. Bye-bye.
My name is Abdullahi Kalusa. So I'm selling goods for Kariama market here. We like goats and sheep. They are good business. The animal like this. If you see somebody say disturb animal chef, it pay me because of animal is my work. We will take cargo for putting up. Go buy them came for Bakuya, Burkina. So we go check safer go there.
If somebody came and want a goat or a sheep, I can help me and he buy what the normal price it is. And when I finish, she will also know that as I just help him, she will also give me something small.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's edition of The Probe. Tonight, Ghana's Information Minister designate joins me to tackle a few nagging issues, including her parliamentary approval being in limbo. Is the press truly free in Ghana? What are the gains made so far? And how can we improve it? Can the media find a friend in the new team taking over the helm of affairs at the Ministry of Information? We'll also take a look at the gains made and whether it may have been made in the press freedom ranking because of the reflection of the general decline globally. Is that what it is? We'll take a look at it tonight. Amongst other issues, what we'll be tackling. What about our corruption ranking? A Piatti rebuilding and handing over of 124 housing units has been done. We shall dig deeper into it. And as we prepare to air the second part of JoyNews Hotline documentary After the Floods, we ask what happens to residents affected by the Akonsombo Dam spillage as well. These are questions and more that we'll be tackling. What has also happened to the funds allocated for the purpose of resettlement, etc. These are some of the issues that we'll be taking a look at. But first, we shall get talking. But first, let's take a look at the press freedom performance as we mark Press Freedom Day. I'm sure you've heard by now, we are 50th out of 180 countries so far. What may have accounted for the situation? We take a look at it. This is our position as we speak. We started off from 2014, it was 27th. 2015, we came to 22nd. 2016, 26th, we maintained the spot in 2017. And then 2018, we came to 23rd. 2019, back to 27th. On the in 2020 ranking, we are 30th. Then 2021, 30th again. What happened between that period? Up until 2022, we came to 60th. 2023, we came to 62nd. Then 2024, here we are today, 50th. I would want you to take note of this. Between 2014 and 2021, well, Ghana was among top 30 globally. But as we speak, even though we may have improved and people are talking about the gains made, we've improved by just 12 places, but we are still not in the top 30 globally. That's where it stands, at least. Between 2022 and 2024, we're out of the top 30 global, countries in good standing. So Ghana was among it. Now we are not. We go on to some other ones, and then the World Press Freedom Index, we know that we are 67.71%. That's where we stand. Even though we are 50th, it's 67.71%. Now we go on, and you take a look at this. We've been talking about the top 30 and where we were from 2014 to 2024. If you take a look at this graph or the map as we have it, from 2014, 83.71%, that was the ranking. Then all the way, we were satisfactory in 2018. But now, as we speak, even though we may have improved, our situation is a bit problematic. Should I say very problematic, if there's anything like that. So that's where we are. Between 2019 and 2024, we're in the problematic range, which is not too good for us. What can we do to remedy the situation? Going on, that has been the trend. But let's take a look at the factors and the indicators. 2023 score and 2024 score. Let's just look at these two. Now, political, you can see the red status, which has worsened, even though we've improved. These are the indicators. Political, economic, legislative, social, and security. You take a look at this and you realize that politically, we are still in the red. That's our status. The situation has worsened. Where you see red, it means it's worsened. Where you see green, there's an improvement. But that's what it stands. Security, even though it accounts, you see in the coming slides that security accounted for our spots in terms of our drop and all. Yeah, we'll go back to this particular slide again, then we can go forward. So look at it. Politically, this is where we stand. Economic, 47.92%. Legislative, 74.41%. Social, 73.41%. Then security. That's a good status. It's 82.94. So politically, economically, legislative, and socially, we are not doing too well. The situation has worsened, but security-wise, it's improved. These are the indicators when it comes to the contributors and the indices when it comes to our ranking. Let's go to the next slide. And for this one, the numbers recorded in Ghana, I was telling you about the security situation. So physical attack, in all, we've had the numbers recorded in Ghana up to 30 cases. Physical attack, 9. Arrest and detention, we have 9. And then seizure, destruction of property, we have 6 cases. Threats, we have 3, at least those reported. Then censorship, we have 1. Shutdown, 1. And then sentencing, we have 1. And that's the situation that we have. Then when we go on to the next slide, we have organized group, we have 3 individuals, we have 1 party affiliates, 3, the courts, and then the state's public officials. These are the types of perpetrators, the situations that we've had. Then the security agents, 20. I was telling you earlier about the security contribution to the number of attacks we've had on persons in the media. It was security agents, 20 of them. These were the types of perpetrators. This is what we've seen. Organized group, we have just 3. State or public officials, 1. The courts, we have 2. And then party affiliates, 3. And then individuals, 1. And then wrapping up on this, this is where we start in terms of the type of perpetrators. So these are the key indicators, the things that have happened, what has contributed to our ranking. We may be 50th, an improvement, but really, is it a true reflection on the ground? These and more are the issues we'll be talking about right here on The Probe tonight as the Information Minister Designate Fatimatu Abubakar joins us here on The Probe. Thank you very much for your time here tonight. I think this is about our first interaction on The Probe.
Yes.
Right? Oh, yes. It's good to see you. You're welcome.
Here. Thanks for having me.
We're ready for this, and we'll get into it shortly. We are live on the Joy News channel. We're on Joy 99.7 FM. We're on myjoyonline.com, DSTV channel. We're on 421, GoTV 125, a number of affiliates across the country. We are also on all social media platforms. We're on Facebook, TikTok, wherever you find yourself, we are there. Do stay with me. I am Emefa Apau, and this is The Probe. We'll get talking shortly. Please do stay. Welcome back to tonight's edition of The Probe. And Information Minister Designate Fatimatu Abubakar is my guest. We are live on the Joy News channel. We're on Joy 99.7 FM, affiliates across the country. We are on social media platforms. We are on YouTube. We're on myjoyonline.com. I must say that a million apologies today for the difficulties you had accessing My Joy Online. We had been going through some maintenance work, and we're up and running now and all fixed just for a better experience on myjoyonline.com. Welcome once again.
Thank you, and good evening to you and also to your cherished viewers.
Well, it's been a week where you've been, I'm sure, talking a lot about press freedom. I've been following a lot and see that you've been talking a bit about press freedom and our ranking amongst others. Really, yeah, we may have improved, 50th, but really, is that a true reflection on the ground, you'd say?
Okay, once again, let me paraphrase what Reporters Without Borders, who are responsible for the Global Press Freedom Ranking, have said. They said you cannot compare rankings that are not based on the same methodology. Mm-hmm. You would realize that before 2022, the focus of the Press Freedom Ranking was really about the interactions of governments with the press, okay, and how government activities were creating conducive environment for the media to operate in any particular jurisdiction. Since 2022, Reporters Without Borders has expanded and changed the format of assessment to include the activities of all stakeholders within the media landscape. That is why from 2022, once again, they look at the social indicator, as you mentioned, the security indicator, the political indicator, the legislative indicator, and also the safety of journalists. Yeah. That being said, you realize that when you talk about economic conditions mm-hmm. of journalists, really, in our dispensation or under the current regime, the regime we've been practicing from the 1992 Constitution, the issue about censorship has been removed. The unfettered rights of journalists or right to free press has been guaranteed under the Constitution. And you realize that majority of media houses in Ghana are not owned by government, mm-hmm. over 90%. So their salaries, conditions of services, and other issues related to their welfare are not determined by government, but individual media houses and media owners determining that. Yeah. So you realize that although for a very vibrant, well-established media house like Multimedia, the salaries and conditions of service that they will be able to mobilize for their workers will not be the same as maybe another media house that may not be as well established. But let me hasten to add that all the indicators that I have mentioned carry the same weight, meaning it doesn't matter. For instance, this year, 2024, if you are doing well with safety of journalists and you are at 82.94%, as stated in the report, it carries the same weight as the economic indicator. So when you get 47% on the economic indicator, it's going to drag you down.
Yeah.
So as a ministry and key stakeholders within the information or media sector, as we seek to resolve the challenges for our journalists and in the space, we have to look at everything. If we sit and the conversation is only about safety, we will achieve the safety.
Yeah.
But it is not sufficient to raise us up to where we want to be. And one critical issue that came up frequently has to do with the political indicator.
Yeah.
Many a times the assumption is that when we talk about political indicator, it is government or the party in power. Government is part, the party in power is part, but it is not only government and the party in power. If any political party, for instance, if a reporter attends a political rally, it doesn't matter whether it's NDC, NPP, C, Afrafran, it doesn't matter. Whichever political party may be, and the person is attacked or threatened, if it is reported, it also adds cumulatively to the outcomes that we will get for our political indicator. So in terms of social education, in terms of sensitization, we need to let that flow so that people don't think that, okay, if it has to do with political rallies that are not related to government, I can misbehave and it does not have any implications for the state. If you look at the social indicator as well, for instance, I think somewhere last year there was an incident at Adan. It can be
Radio
members
Adan.
of the society. They look at, generally, really, they look at how susceptible, how the community received the journalists or reporters, how we allow them to practice freely as a society without the political and other interferences. Are Ghanaians okay with the media? How do they receive the media? Do they allow them to go about their activities freely? So if collectively we are able to build on what we have achieved in terms of each of the sectors or each of the measuring indicators, then you can be rest assured that we are in the right direction.
Are you with those who would say that the media we have in Ghana is a reflection of the society? Are you with those?
Of course. I believe we raise the journalists, their fabric, their DNA, their socialization, everything reflects what the Ghanaian society is. So I don't think there is any contention when it comes to that.
Okay.
One other point that I would like to emphasize is that all these issues keep recurring. There are so many issues that have happened over the period. And as a ministry, what we have done, if you follow the activities of the ministry, to tailor our interventions and the government communications or our policy drive towards resolving these issues. So if you pick an indicator, for instance, like the legislative indicator, you will see that over the last few years, what we have used to improve upon that is the passage of the RTI Act and the successful implementation of the RTI Act and our subsequent efforts towards the LI and such amendments that will complement the implementation as we have it today. If you look at the security indicator, which has to do with safety of journalists, our attempt at resolving that is the introduction of the coordinated mechanism on the safety of journalists in collaboration with the National Media Commission, so that if, for instance, a journalist is threatened or attacked and the person does not have the confidence or clout to pursue a legal action, they can rise on our wings and our collective support to build that confidence.
But on that, there are existing cases unresolved. Right here under our nose is the issue about Latif. We know it's in court, amongst others. There's been a back and forth. It's been on for some time now. My colleague Erasos Asaridonko was also verbally attacked. There was a threat openly by a member of parliament, leading somebody who even rose to contesting as presidential candidates in your party, for instance. These are cases that are still outstanding. Really, if we are committed to dealing with it, these are examples. Ahmed Swale, we are still yet to find the killers, amongst others.
There is a general dispensation when it comes to the judicial process. And the delays are concerning, really. And it has nothing to do with just issues pertaining with journalist safety or anything of that. It can be land litigation. It can be prosecuting corruption. It can be on any other issue. And you realize that we go with the adage that the wheels of justice may turn slowly but grinds fine. Generally, that has, even for those of us who have been through legal education in Ghana, even in the classrooms, these are issues that are concerning. Of course, the fast-track High Court was introduced so that some particular issues will be treated with dispatch, including human rights disputes or issues. But that does not stop the court for making sure there is rule of law, and even when someone is accused, they have the right to fair hearing and due process, including notices and all that are pursued. So you realize that generally, and our legal systems are saying that some of the cases can really be in court for so long. That does not mean that they are not being pursued. On our part, from the executive, because the judiciary is certainly independent, is to push for an investigation, to push for prosecution, and convince all stakeholders that, okay, we are with you, we are not standing in the way of prosecution. There are instances where even government or the Ministry of Information has taken it upon ourselves to reach out to the police CID that we are bringing this issue of attack before you, so that the journalists will be confident.
And does it get that attention?
Of course, of course. And also, some have also raised issues about the sentencing or the fines or the weight of the punishments. And you know the weight and all that, the determination goes beyond what we at the ministry will do. So although we advocate for stiffer punishment, it only takes other things beyond our work to pursue that. You would also realize that within the year in review, under the leadership of Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, the ministry had a stakeholder engagement with the police service and other security agencies to look at how they resolve issues involving journalists, or how they treat cases that border on safety. Similar engagements were held with the judiciary, so that we will add to the advocacy that when matters pertaining to safety of journalists come up, they should treat it with dispatch. So I'm saying that these performances are good, these indicators are improving, but the baseline is not any other year but 2022, because Reporters Without Borders have told us so.
Yeah,
and
but if you look at that baseline, at least I put that out when we're doing it. Talk about these indicators, the security, legislative, political, is only one indicator that at least we've done well, which is the security. The rest have not been good. But I've heard you talk about that improvement and all that over the week, but really there's a general decline worldwide when it comes to press freedom. So maybe that's what is just pushing us to where we are. Indeed, it could have been worse, but for the global or the general global decline.
Ghana, we are part of the global village. We don't live in isolation. And especially in the face of digitalization and social media, our cultures are a bit intertwined because people are seeing what's happening elsewhere. And there is a tendency to even say, let me replicate it here. So even in the face of all that, if we are able to maintain a certain standard or situation peculiar to Ghana, I think we all deserve commendation for that. Because we could have easily also slipped into what is happening elsewhere. My heart is filled with joy, especially on the morning of 2nd May. When I looked at the report, what I was looking for within the period was any journalist attacked or died. What's happened? Is anybody in prison? You look at the situation reports, and when the reports are coming, we are all on edge because the contributors are not us. There are CSOs, there are other people whose work, whose research contribute to some of these outcomes. And not all of them do we have the benefit to see before it gets to RSF or even before the report comes out. So we were concerned looking at the performance generally. But once again, if you look at even the raw scores, percentages, that in 2023, our overall score was 61.88, and in 2024, our overall score is 67.71. So you will say that maybe we've not gotten to the A's, but I'm excited that we haven't declined, because if there was a decline, I believe this conversation would, even by a point, I mean, if it was from 62 to 63.
But considering that we've been to 22 with 22nd before, and then we are now at 50, we shouldn't be rejoicing too much.
I am saying that when we got to 24, economic conditions was not there.
Okay.
We were performing better than South Africa because economic conditions were not there. Now South Africa is doing better than us.
Yeah.
Do you know why? Because if you look at the salaries and conditions of service of journalists in South Africa and compare them to that of Ghana, go and check their scores. You would realize that if certain indicators were also introduced under the previous dispensation, then definitely we wouldn't have been where we are.
Okay.
But if we want to compare apples to apples, then look at the cumulative efforts of governments and the scores under the dispensation before 2022. Then we can also confidently say that the only time that Ghana was #1 in Africa was when President Akufo-Addo was president in 2018. So you realize that the only time we were first in Africa, that was in 2018. And even before then and after, there has been second, third, down there somehow. But the moment the assessment changed and then they introduced other factors, and I'm saying that if we had pulled just a little bit to get the economic indicator from 47 to the 59, it is the most significant
because it's one key
to
thing
what
that is hampering the work of the media. You talked about the fact that it is indeed private, but is there anything really that your outfit, at least under your leadership, you're going to take a look at to ensure that even the private sector, are able to pay workers better, at least? Because media, it's been said that are the poorest paid in this country.
Absolutely.
When you look at the professions.
Absolutely. So somewhere last year, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, through the Minister for Information, lobbied to get the Africa office of the International Fund of Public Interest Media, IFPIM, to be set up in Ghana, just as we have AFTA in Ghana. And government believes if they are in Ghana in terms of proximity and access, even the staffing and a lot of other benefits are going to reach Ghanaian media by the sheer knowledge that they are here, they are accessible, there is proximity and all that. Over the past few months, all our efforts are towards fulfilling government's obligation of setting up a decent office for them as part of our host nations agreements and facilitating the full implementation of IFPIM in Africa so that our media houses can benefit, because they are in the position to even give bursary support for struggling media houses to be able to pay salaries and generally address the issue of sustainability when it comes to media practice, because they love how plural and how vibrant and colorful that our media landscape is, and they don't want it to get extinct. So that is one of the many ways. On the part of government, of course, we can work towards improving the conditions of state-owned media, and over the period we are committed to that.
Well, one key law, or this act at least, has been a bit topical, Section 208 of the Criminal and Offences Act. the bit about a person publishing or reproducing a statement, rumor, or report, which is likely to cause fear and alarm to the public. There are those who are calling for a repeal of that. You're for it?
A lot of people have called for the repeal. Originally, I was like, oh, if it's something that we can get it out, I don't mind. But I have also heard journalists, some of your colleagues, say that even if you look at the Reporters Without Borders report, one of the issues that have come out up strongly has to do with media ownership in Ghana and the penetration of political actors in media ownership, said that the lines between journalism and PR practice have been blurred. Because you expect that the editors, the journalists, the reporters are independent of whatever manipulations within the political space. But if, for instance, someone is established by a political party or political house, then of course the editors will struggle to take certain decisions or actions that contradict the position of that party or that affects the owner of the business. So some of these issues have made it difficult to maintain certain standards, which they acknowledge are deteriorating. Issues about reporting facts and issues about balance and fair practice. So you realize that although some are advocating that let us remove that provision from the Criminal Offences Act, but others are saying under the current dispensation, even with that, people are not afraid to peddle falsehood and engage in misinformation and disinformation. And if you say that we should remove the provision and leave the duty, the burden on the courts, that let them say whatever they want and you will get your redress in court. So pursue all the defamation actions, and then there is nothing holding anybody responsible, that you ought to, you yourself, verify what you have before you put it out. Because sometimes too, you see that a very reputable station will pick someone's comment on Twitter or Facebook, just cut and paste, and then put it in a story and add a headline to it. The danger is that because of the goodwill of the brand, the credibility and reputation, maybe I wouldn't care about that individual making noise as a social commentator, but because this media house or that media house has reposted it on their online platform, there is no turning back from there. So people are also concerned that even in the face of this provision, look at what some practitioners are doing.
The issue about responsibility being preached as well.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we are 50th when it comes to press freedom, but the issue about corruption comes in, at least another ranking, 70. Really, how are we hoping to replicate same, at least, to change our figures when it comes to corruption? There's been talk about the fact that we are really not fighting this menace. It doesn't look like we are able to fight corruption. It looks like it's that rather fighting us. I'm sure you're concerned about that.
You know, the issue is that when you look at the rankings, it has to do with corruption perception.
Exactly.
Perception and not actual corruption. So anytime
perceptions don't reflect what's on the ground, right?
How perceptions are created, I know you are in the practice, and you see sometimes how perceptions are engineered. If the public opinion is that we are declining in terms of corruption, of course we are concerned and ought to look at it. But then when you ask that, let's go into specifics, case by case. Let's look at under this regime how issues have been treated. Then we are moving from perception to actual incidents and how they have been handled. And under this regime, there hasn't been an instance that allegations have been made that they haven't been referred to any of the anti-corruption institutions or the police CID.
It may have been referred, but it is how it ends up. Whether we actually get to the bottom of it, whether we get a proper resolution to some of the issues is the concern.
There is also the perception, especially on recent developments concerning interactions between the OSP and Yoko and also the AG's office.
And
you're talking about the Cecilia Dapar case.
And when I followed conversations, this is the perception I also got. It appears some people have made their minds up that when an allegation is made against a politician, the only outcome is a guilty verdict and nothing else. Therefore, if there are investigations and they are to the effect that there is no guilty verdict, they say it was inconclusive. Conclusiveness can also mean that the person is not guilty or no corruption was found because the basis of our Ghanaian democratic dispensation is the rule of law, and everybody deserves a right to fair hearing. So it shouldn't be sufficient that today MFA will say Fatih is corrupt and it's okay, and then we have to use every arsenal to find something about
So it's
corruption.
not like we just mentioned, or somebody just got up and said Cecilia Dapar is corrupt or anything for that matter. At least we saw some cash unexplained. We've gone through the process, but it looks like today, from the communication we are seeing between Yoko, the AG, and the OSP, it appears that case is
Interestingly,
effectively over.
Interestingly, do you know that until Madame Cecilia Dapar sent a complaint against a domestic staff, she was not under any criminal investigation. In fact, she was not under any lifestyle audit. In fact, she did not even have a reputation over the period that she has been in politics to be involved in any corruption activities. In fact, in that case, she was a complainant, not an accused. It is only because, as a law-abiding citizen, she had an issue, a domestic issue, and felt that, let me take the matter to the police service and make sure it goes through legal process. And then she made full disclosures to the court, voluntarily. The disclosures were made by herself and her husband. There was no instance or incidents concerning maybe during her period at the Ministry of Sanitation, there was an investigation into contracts she has awarded, and maybe there is
the concern is the unexplained cash, the amounts of money involved.
I'm saying there can be another conversation about people keeping money in the house. There can be another conversation about that. But the issue about unexplained is something that is contentious here. Because you saw the final report of the Office of Special Prosecutor. They took 7 months to investigate. They did interviews. They subpoenaed. They made people bring documents. They investigated. And they did not find corruption or any incidents of corruption. That was the outcome. It means she was able to explain the money. If there were other aspects that they think remittances or transfers between Ghana and other jurisdictions suggested to them that maybe a further investigation of money laundering should be done, that is another issue. But we cannot shift the goalposts from the fact that this whole investigation and noise and she being on the front pages was the fact that we were alleging or impugning some corruption or corruption-related activity on the woman. And the outcome of a 7-month-long grilling investigation, including taking documents of her ministry and auditing and finding out, checking her account balance to see whether there are even relationships between her work and some payments and all that. It came out that they could not find evidence relating to corruption. So we cannot sweep that under the carpet and all of a sudden say that, okay, we should move the conversation because we didn't find corruption, but we must find something against it. That is why I'm saying that the moment we subject ourselves to the legal process and say that we should go through it, we should not presume that the only outcome the nation must get is that a guilty verdict is produced.
Is that case effectively over from where you sit?
From where I sit, what I've seen is Yoko doing a preliminary assessment and also writing
some documents we've heard from the OSP as
yes,
well.
Yes. So it depends on the security agencies and also those with prosecutorial powers. I cannot sit here as an appointee and just presume that they are done. They shouldn't. No, I will not go into that. Okay. But the fact remains that OSP's report is to the effect that they did not find evidence of corruption. And that is conclusive
for me. When it comes to her being involved in corruption, it's been investigated, it's been concluded, it's been established that there was no evidence of corruption.
And your government is satisfied with your fight against corruption over the period?
I am satisfied because, see, it is President Akufo-Addo who brought about Office of Special Prosecutor. Everything, fact-finding, cases they've pursued, whether against government or anything, is in their capacity based on the provisions of the OSP Act. They have acted autonomously. I don't think anything beyond bursary support from government machinery.
You've heard the complaints from the OSP himself, the impediments that has been put in his way in terms of executing the powers that he's been given, even though it was set up under President Akufo-Addo.
I am saying that, Sister MFA, when you go to court today, you can have adverse witnesses. You can have a case and then you want someone to come and help you with their investigation, but they are not willing. It's a different conversation. It's because in Ghana we are under an adversarial system. When you want to investigate, it is upon you and your staff to build the capacity and try and get your material and your facts and your evidence. It is not under anybody's, I don't know how to put it, but I'm saying that the moment government brought the legislation into effect, the moment government provides the bursary support, the remaining work as to putting documents together and everything to prosecute, it's right at the doorstep of the OSP and not the president. So it is not fair unless there are specific instances that they said this case the president said or did not prosecute. But I'm saying when you go to the actual cases and you look at the documents and the reports that have come, it's not a reflection of the perception that has been created about the government. But we are in a dispensation of free speech. So, of course, I cannot sit on anybody's perception. But we work continuously to see how best we can improve our performance when it comes to actual corruption. And let me tell you the amazing thing that this government has done, digitalization. It has removed a lot of bottlenecks and a lot of issues of bribery in the system than people will even realize. I don't go to ECG office to queue so that someone will say, give me something before I let you jump the line. I buy my ECG credits on my phone with my ECG app. I have 5 meters loaded on it. Even my mother's meters, everybody's meters, I'll load and just recharge with my Momo. It has removed corruption. My water, I do everything on my phone. NHIS, I do my renewal on my phone. So some of the interventions and even how with the MMDAs, they have tried to move even IGFs onto the gift mix platform. It's a way to show that when it comes to goodwill and intentions of this government to fight corruption, we are using digitalization and other means to do it.
Okay, let me take you to the Western region. This week you were there. They are Piazzi rebuilding, and there was some commissioning. 124 housing units from 2-bedroom to 7 bedrooms. Really, let's talk about, is this the last of it? Are we going to have more units outstanding? 124, is that it?
Okay, so I think in a couple of interviews I mentioned that we have a phase 3 coming up, which His Excellency the Vice President has cut short for construction. I was informed it's about 70, but at the day of the sword cutting, the specific number was given as 67 units, which is coming up in the phase 3. But as you are aware, since January 2022, that government gave the signal or the intention to rebuild the community. We've done 2 phases already. The first phase has to do with the reconstruction of the Apiatse community in general, which we have the 124 units completed. And as I speak, I know the people, everyone knows where they are supposed to go. If they've moved in today, I don't have that brief, but I was going to ask,
I thought it was supposed to have been handed over.
Yes, they have their names and their lists, and everybody knows where they are going.
How are we deciding who gets what?
They have an LOC, a local committee for the reconstruction of Apiatse. They make inputs. They have the traditional authority, the MP, representatives from government. And you know, the reconstruction committee, although it's national, Honorable Benito Usubio and the team are always at the place to make sure they are able to get it rightly done.
Okay.
But there was an inventory done by the district assembly together with the land use and spatial division, as well as the state housing company, to assess at the time of damage, to ascertain the number of rooms you lost, where your property was, who is the head of the household, how many people were there. So that inventory of everyone who was within Apiati was already taken.
Okay.
The reason why all the construction could not come up in the first phase is the fact that when they wanted to do the redesigning, originally, the names and the numbers they got for affected people after validation was 124. So the community was planned along those 124 lines. And because they wanted to build a modern model community, they had to make provisions for roads and other infrastructure. There was no school in the community. They wanted to build a school. They wanted to build a market and also a clinic.
Okay.
And to bring all those facilities on board, specifically even with the roads, it means even some houses at the fringes that were not severely damaged, which could have been left to stand alone, they had to go into negotiation with the owners to demolish them so that the community can be properly planned.
Okay.
So those who had their properties demolished to make way for the roads and other things are under the phase 3. And the few people who, upon validation, also came that their names were not captured were in the phase 3. The phase 2 has to do with persons who had properties around Apiati and were impacted by the explosion, but their damage was such that they could be renovated. So 50 of such households, they negotiated with the reconstruction and the support fund committees, respectively, and then they did valuation and came up with some package for compensation. So
And
all
those
those
compensations
they
have
have
been paid?
received
They've
them
been paid,
and
okay.
since done the renovations at those places. And now we are going into the phase 3. The phase 3 also actually delayed because, as I mentioned, after the planning, they didn't have a land within the township to even do the phase 3. So the traditional authority had to also allocate some lands nearby for them to be able to do the additional.
But you know this,
assistance
I'm yet to
services.
get a specific number or amount in terms of how much it costs for us to do this and what we're about to do, and how much at least the fund was, how much was accrued to this fund that was set up.
Okay, so just as I mentioned, the issue is a bit more nuanced, but let me go chronologically so that you get the facts. When the incident happened in 20th January 2022, the first thing government did was to find makeshift tents, like temporary accommodation for the people to move into. But you know, February, March, April, the rainy season, the storm came in, destroyed all the tents. So they had to relocate them to a more befitting structure that they could stay in within the period.
Yeah.
And so they had to move to a neighboring town where a mining company had uncompleted property there and renovated about 37 buildings and roofed all of them so that they can move the entire community to the place.
Okay.
There were some who were also in some churches being hosted there in the meantime. So because they had to even go and renovate and roof 37 buildings, for which within the past 2 years, that's where the community members have been staying. You know, that is a separate cost that was not anticipated or calculated among this. And then the actual construction happened.
Yeah.
My understanding from the reconstruction committee and Mr. Benston, who is an architect, and the technocrats, is that the construction, the housing units proper, what they have spent so far is in the range of about 49 million Ghana cedis.
Okay.
For the housing units, the 124 housing units from 1 to 7 bedrooms. But you are also aware that it is not only housing units that have been done there. There are other ancillary facilities that government has done. Through the GET fund, government has built a primary school and a KG block. That is not part of it. That's why it's important we give them time after everything is concluded and every...
And they give us, but we know how much was
Ministry of
accrued to the fund at the last count.
Okay, I'm coming to that.
Okay.
The Ministry of Roads, through its budgets, also did the drainage and the bitumen surfacing of all the roads the community roads by Ministry of Roads.
Okay.
And then the Community Water and Sanitation Agency also did the small town water systems and connected the pipelines. That's how come with every building, you see they've put 2 poly tanks at the back. They've been able to build the water system.
Okay.
And other ancillary facilities that I may not have mentioned here. So it is only when the entire project is completed, then there will be a form of audits, and then they will tell us that after everything, this is what we got, this is what we spent.
Okay. All right. So it's 6 months on at least. They got it at least 2 years on. But closely linked to this is the Akosombo dam spillage. And thankfully, you were on that interministerial committee. And there was some funds that we were told had to be released or budgeted, and part of it has been released, amongst others. We have a documentary, a hotline documentary that we've put together. The first part is aired. We're airing the second part tomorrow after the floods. And 6 months on, we'll be hearing from many of these victims. I'm happy you say that compensations have been paid to persons in Apiate. They are listening to you now and concerned about it. They are still sleeping rough in the open and in tents, amongst others, and looking at the weather, amongst others. They have concerns. Really, what's happening to victims of this Akosombo disaster?
Okay. So, first of all, let me say that government is as committed to the victims of the Akosombo Dam village as they are committed to the victims of Apiate. Just that you know, in terms of where they have reached, if you want to compare a 2 years process to a 6 months process, it will not be a fair comparison.
Do they have to wait for 2 years?
No,
Okay.
not at all. I'm coming to that. Because I believe if some 6 months ago, if we were talking about Apiate victims, a lot of Ghanaians wouldn't have even known that construction was ongoing. So as I speak to you, we are in the phase 3 of the post-spillage arrangement that government is executing through the Interministerial Committee chaired by the Honorable Chief of Staff, Madam Akosua Fremose Opare. What was the mandate of the committee, or what has government done post-spillage? Apart from all the work the VRA and the District Disaster Management Committee and others did prior to the spillage, during and after the spillage, we went through the phase 1. The phase 1 had to do with issues concerning health and safety and welfare issues. You would remember that we held several press conferences where the Chief of Staff mentioned that about 40 million had been voted for relief distribution. Some people assume that when we spoke about relief, it was just about maybe distributing food. It was not just that. You know, because of the water situation, even building water systems. At first, it was bringing tankers to all the communities to provide water every day, and subsequently building 5,000-liter tanks at vantage points so that we can drop the waters for them. It also has to do with the health aspect, where we had to build temporary clinics for doctors and nurses in the various safe havens to be able to attend to emergencies. It also has to do with making arrangements to get the security agencies to remove people who are trapped by the flood, putting the boats and other things on it. Sometimes the impression is created as if because there were security men doing the groundwork, it has nothing to do with government. But this is a committee that was coordinated by government, that is funded by government or government agencies to work, and commissioned to work. Yeah. So the fact that the safety bit, everything was done by the grace of God and we weren't losing lives was a testament to the fact that we did the phase 1. The phase that we are in now has to do with the rehabilitation and reconstruction phase.
Exactly.
And that phase has already started.
Has it?
The phase 1 of the rehabilitation phase, the decision is to build 115 two-bedroom housing units in the phase 1 to help victims that are affected by the displaced flooding. But you know that because Apiate is it's one community centrally located, but the village, the communities are separated. So when we are doing the phase 1, we are not doing only Mepe and leaving another place.
And it looks like we are concentrating more on Mepe, and already we are hearing from some of the residents.
So if you go to, let me give you updates. If you, government has already started the phase 1 construction at foundation level, 115 housing units The 115 housing units are in 6 communities. 6 communities in 2 constituencies or 2 districts. In North Tong, 20 housing units at Mepe, 20 housing units at Bator, 15 housing units at Agbetipo. Sorry if I don't get it, but I hope I get it correctly. And even North Tong, there was consideration for Avehime, but construction ambassadors, through their corporate social responsibility, had already built some housing units there. They are the contractors that are building the projects in these affected areas as we speak. But because they had a CSR and there was a model design in Avehime, that is the same model design that we are using for all the projects that we are doing. In Central Tong, 20 housing units at Mafidove. I hope I got that correctly as well. And another 20 housing units at Mafi Adidome, ongoing, and 20 housing units at New Bapa. They are all ongoing.
These are all foundation levels.
Yes, but with the model that construction ambassadors are using, the estimated time for completion is that in the next 2 months, so we are in May, we are estimating that by July, they should complete the first phase. So I'm saying that the Minister for Works and Housing, together with officials from VRA and the Volta Regional RCC, led by Dr. Archibald Lecha, they've gone there. They've been going there. Honorable Upon Chroma on TV everywhere. He was in Mepe. He was in other communities to do the sort cutting. But as I said, the incidents, the validation, the feasibility studies, all the architectural design assessment, all has to happen within these 6 months. So all of a sudden, if because Apiate is completed and the impression is created as if, oh, it is politically motivated, as for Volta region, they are not doing so much. I'm giving the assurances that the work is ongoing. In fact, the subsequent phases, the phase 2 and phase 3, the Ministry for Works and Housing, together with VRA, even outside the allocation of the 220 million, which was voted by government, is making arrangements to build additional phases based on the validation.
Okay, so there is the release of the 80 million
for these,
that is going into this 115 housing units construction. They've raised the issue about validation and how it was conducted amongst others, such that we won't finish and those who are truly affected do not get what is due them.
As I said, when it comes to relief item distribution, when it comes to auditing, everything is coordinated by the district disaster management committees. When I mention it, I'm not talking about a small committee of some people that we don't know. The DCs are part, all the MPs are part of the district disaster management committees. So even when they receive relief items, they receive them on behalf of the committee for the community. They also elect or nominate some traditional leaders to be part. All the elected assemblymen are part. They go for their meetings. The locations of these properties, you know, you cannot walk into somebody's community and just go and take a land and say, I'm developing. It's the chiefs and the traditional authorities who assisted them or facilitated the acquisition of these.
I'm seeing messages from residents in Agave and South Tong. At least you've mentioned North Tong and some other communities, 6 communities you've mentioned. Is there a plan for the other communities that are affected by this? And also, you know, when we talk about, you yourself talked about relief and compensation issues comes up, they are wondering what exactly will happen. Are they going to get any form of compensation apart from building these housing units for homeowners who lost their homes? How about those who do not have homes, but at least they are not homeowners, but they are tenants, they've lost their livelihood?
As I said, on the part of government, 220 million was voted.
Yes.
80 million has been released so far. The subsequent releases, the determination will be done when the interministerial committee chaired by the Chief of Staff goes to it, and we say, okay, after construction, we still have additional funds to attend to other things. And remember that the Ministry of Agri, yes, I'm coming to that. Remember that the Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Brian Champon, said that the program that they were originally having for the planting for food and jobs phase 2 and the allocations, because of the spillage and the impact that a lot of farming communities along the Volta, along the downstream of the Volta Lake were affected, he was going to pay special attention, and he's even done some presses and interviews on it, and they have also initiated their processes. The Minister for Roads and Highways at the time, Honorable Amwakwata, and I believe Honorable Asenso Boache will also pursue that, was trying to also fix some roads and bridges in furtherance of this rehabilitation and efforts within the third phase. So it is not just the construction, but as I said, even the gender ministry, they went there, they did some validation exercise on persons with disability and persons who qualify within the LEAP program, and we're also doing disbursement. They actually started the disbursement even last year. And then the Ministry for Health, they were also looking at renovation of hospitals and clinics that were impacted by spillage. Ministry for Education was also doing same with schools. And that's how come they were able to reopen the schools. And as I speak to you, even the Volta River Authority, they've released some of their buses for some communities that they've been using it to transport students in and out. And all efforts, relief and supports are ongoing. But because the buildings are not completed and the pictures are not all out there in social media,
so the money released are not to be giving cash.
The first phase that was released is towards the reconstruction of the communities. And I've mentioned every single community and where the project is ongoing. So your reporters can even go there to the assembly. They will take them to the site. They will see the construction work ongoing and see what's being done.
Well, Carlos Caloni is our man on the ground on this, and he'll definitely be checking, because you're giving us the areas, the communities that these constructions are taking place, and he's definitely following on that. But before we wrap up, is Dumso really over?
We've had challenges within the electricity space. I won't even say that there is Dumso. We've been through some challenges, especially from the beginning of this year. And as you heard from the ECG MD and other people within the sector, the initial problem, they did not anticipate that the resolution would take this long, but it has. And we've been concerned about the impact of the power outages on businesses and households, and how it's affecting all of us. And that is why government will not wait for it to degenerate into what we know as Dumso and the trauma that it brought to Ghanaians. So we are moving quickly to resolving that. And as the president mentioned, I believe in the coming weeks, they say in Tree that if a blind person says they will throw a stone at you, it's because their feet is on something. So we are confident that the solution is in sight, and they are doing the best to make sure they are able to meet demands at all times in peak capacity. And ECG will also take the necessary steps to fix the metering issues and also their transformer issues. And sooner than you anticipate, I believe this will be a thing of the past.
Are you concerned about the fact that your parliamentary approval is still in limbo?
Of course. Of course. It was my prayer that a long time ago we were approved, and then the president could swear us in, so that the confidence and the vim with which we will work will be in full force. That hasn't happened, but we trust in the wisdom of the House, and we will exercise patience until the House is able to do the necessary.
We are grateful.
Joy News, we are independent, fearless, and credible. You're watching Joy News Prime with me, Carlos Caloni. Our headlines this are: the cost of registering a new voter reduces from $13 per head to $7. The Electoral Commission has meanwhile denied allegations that returning officers and deputy returning officers for the exercise were provided by MMDs. And how much are you willing to contribute to the cause of the new force? Well, Nana Kwame Bediako-Cheda is seeking your support to raise 100 million Ghana cedis to fund his 2024 election campaign.
Save Ghana Fund is just telling the nation that help us change the narrative for the first time in history.
And one person injured, 8 cars crashed by falling trees following a windy rainstorm in parts of Accra Monday morning. The Ghana National Fire Service is warning against seeking refuge close to weak structures and trees as the Met Agency projects more of such storms coming in the coming days.
What the form and a motor dinosaur and a dinosaur dinosaur. But lucky is a diano a ton 9 in 90 years. But Antonio body no. But in body no, it requires a police commander and a car and a save room because a torso.
At 8 p.m., Emma Davis will come your way with Prime Business.
Economist Dr. Edu Owusu-Sarkodie optimistic the next disbursement of $360 million by the IMF will send positive signals to investors.
It will also send a signal to foreign investors that Ghana is on course to restructure its debt and recover its economy, and therefore it is prudent for them to come here and do business with us.
And Razak will also come your way with Prime Sports.
Well, Ghana's 4x100 relay team is poised to make a mark in the 2024 Paris Olympics after an impressive outing in the World Relays in Bahamas.
We are live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, all social media handles and around the world on myjoyonline.com. Please stay for details. Now, election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, CIMA, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants and German Ozone Medical Center, Alternative Therapy, Dental Wellness and Beauty. Election headquarters for an informed electorate. Now, the Electoral Commission is defending its procurement processes after receiving backlash from Imani Africa. The Commission insists its procurement processes were done through competitive bidding through the Public Procurement Authority and the Finance Ministry. Addressing the press earlier, the Electoral Commission Chair, Jean Mensah, added that their budget for the procurement to EVDs were scrutinized by Parliament, maintaining that their procurement processes were not done in secrecy. The EC also claims not to have been aware by Imani Africa's petition to strike against the Commission.
We know that procurement usually would go under the Public Procurement Authority. It doesn't go, we do not seek parliamentary approval to procure. It is true that we defend our budgets with a special budget committee of Parliament. And before our budgets are approved, we have these extensive discussions with the honorable members of the Special Budgets Committee before approval. But when it comes to procurement, we get approvals mainly from the Public Procurement Authority and the Central Tender Review Committee of the Ministry of Finance. So I can assure you that the Commission has abided strictly by the law in all procurements that it has done from 2018 to date. You go through the appropriate agencies, be it the PPA, or you can go through the Central Tender Review Committee, as the case may be. And that has been done, and there's documentation to that effect.
Now, the cost of registering a new voter has reduced from $13 per head to $7. Briefing the media on arrangement ahead of the limited voter registration exercise beginning Tuesday, Jane Benson said they expect to register 623,000 new voters from May 7 to May 27.
The figure 623,000 per the census report of 2020, 450,000 people turn 18 years every year. And so, are you aware that in 2020 we held voter registration? So if you start counting from 2021 to 2024, you arrive at a figure of 1.8 million persons turning 18 years every year. And in the last registration exercise, we managed to register some 910,000 of the 1.8, and it leaves us with a figure of 890,000 persons who are yet to register. We all know that we cannot expect all 890,000 persons, at our registration centers. We cannot have all of them come. And so what we've done is to use 70% of that 890,000. And that gives us the figure of 623,000 that we've put there.
Now, Jane Benson said the commission, in collaboration with political parties, have selected 785 electoral areas where the registration will take place. To ensure students on campus are not disenfranchised, the commission has assigned mobile teams to 25 public universities to register prospective voters.
As mentioned, when you go on our website, you can actually see the timetable of the movement plan. So you know that on this day they will be at this electoral area. They will be here for 2 days in a particular district. They will move from this electoral area, so you can actually follow them, and that is available on our website. The public universities, I don't have that data with me. Do you have? Can we get copies and to share? But again, if you visit our website, you will find the breakdown of the public universities per region. We are hoping that before the end of this exercise, we should be able to get that data. But it is also on our website. It has also been gazetted, and a visit, to our website will help you to identify the breakdown of the public universities per region.
Now, Madam Jane Benson also denied allegations that returning officers and deputy returning officers for the exercise were submitted to them by various MMDCEs across the country. According to her, the commission is open application portals for interested persons to apply, after which they conducted extensive interviews and successful applicants were selected.
The first one was on the accusation of using staff who had been given to us by district chief executives. And again, we refute that allegation. And the point is made, the point that is being made is that these staff who have been selected are not new. They are not new to our processes. They've worked with us for many, many years. And therefore, they are not new selected staff coming from anywhere. If they were, they would not be persons that we've worked with. And I think I find your question a little, because if they were new, then you could say that, oh, these are new people who don't know our system. These are people who advertised, who are known to our system, have worked with us for many years, and have experience with us.
Now, still on the Electoral Commission, Dansuma Circuit Court has granted a conditional bail of 20,000 Ghana cedis with 2 sureties to all 4 persons accused of stealing laptops belonging to the Electoral Commission. The 4, Philip Tete, a 26-year-old laborer, Benjamin Fienyi, a security man, and Clifford Ibua were in a dock on Monday with Joseph Blankson Edumadze, a 37-year-old database administrator at the Electoral Commission, who is already on bail. Having failed to furnish the defense with charge sheet, a caution statement, and facts, the judge granted bail with very little resistance from the prosecutor. There's more in the following report.
The 3 other suspects who were in police custody prior to Monday's trial showed up in court handcuffed together. They were joined in the dock by Joseph Blankson Adumaji, 37-year-old database administrator at the Electoral Commission, who was already on bail. The prosecutor, who failed to furnish the accused persons and their lawyers with disclosures as directed at the last trial date, attempted to apply for another adjournment to enable them finalize their investigations. Meanwhile, a lawyer for the accused, in addressing the court, said the prosecution is trying to blow a simple case out of proportion. He argued for fairness and justice to prevail and the trial be conducted within a reasonable time frame.
It's a presumption that the accused persons are presumed to be innocent. So once a date has been given for them to serve us with disclosures, and they have failed to do so, and considering the fact that the other accused persons on bail, it is right and proper that the others be also admitted to bail.
Okay, so two sureties, 20,000 Ghana cedis, report at the station once every 2 weeks.
Yes.
Are you confident your clients are able to meet this bail bond?
They will try. They should be in a position to. Yes.
Where do you see this case going?
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. We'll do our best. Once they're on bail, we'll sit with them. Then we'll discuss the possible or the good defense for them.
Now, leader of the new force is seeking to raise 100 million Ghana cedis from ordinary Ghanaians to support his political ambition to become president. Nana Kwame Bediako has set up a crowdfunding scheme dubbed Save Ghana Fund to accrue the money for his campaign. He believes the move will eliminate corruption and nepotism in Ghana's politics. He is convinced the platform will offer Ghanaians the opportunity to collectively invest in their leadership and thus be able to hold them accountable.
Our country is in shambles. Our economy is facing crisis. Our people are jobless. Our children are becoming hopeless because they don't know their future. And our leaders have given up because they failed us as a country. But all we have today is us as a nation. And I want to tell you that 74.9% of this population is between 0 to 45 years. It falls under the youthful age, which means we are responsible for the future of our country. And the only way for us to make it ours is to begin to be responsible for our own people and our own country. Now, the Western world, maybe we pick America or we pick Europe. Every one of these presidents will go to the public. It doesn't matter. Donald Trump is a billionaire, and he went into politics, and he went to the public to raise funds. So he asked them to donate to him. Now, I would like to tell you why it's more feasible for us to start practicing our democracy this way. Because I'll come to Africa. All the leaders in the Western took the donation from the people to put themselves in the seat. So guess what? The people made them the president. They did not make themselves the president. And therefore, they have no choice but to serve the people. That is democracy. Democracy belongs to all of us. It does not belong to a few of us. Now, when you come to Africa, it's completely the opposite. All the leaders are going to the people and giving them money and say, vote for me. Why do we call this the same democracy? Why are we practicing it the opposite way? So now let's try and figure out, when that person that came to you to give you that money to vote for them, when they become a president, do you think they're here to serve you or you owe them? On this note, it gives me the opportunity to tell Ghanaians, the nation of this country, that the Save Ghana Fund is just telling the nation that help us change the narrative for the first time in history. Help us change this narrative. Your power is your thumb. and who you choose to vote for should not be able to connive or instruct you to vote for them based on payment. I want you to be the investor of your leader, of your national governance. I want the nation to see that they are responsible for creating leaders, for putting leaders in place. And I'm urging the youth in school, the laborers of this country, opinion leaders, the kings, the queen mothers, assemblymen, the young man, the young woman, the old man, the old woman, the father, the mother, that one big thing that you can do for us as a country today is for us to change this narrative.
Now, in a matter of hours, the Electoral Commission will begin its limited voter registration exercise across the country. The Commission is projecting to roll in at least 850,000 prospective first-time voters onto its register. Ahead of this crucial exercise, some of the young ones, citizens of Ghana, actually in Jamestown, have been expressing excitement about participating in shaping the future of their country. They've been speaking on Joy Prime's Just Turned 18 show, which delves into the heart and minds of first-time voters.
Esther, what are some of the stories you've heard about the registration process? Sometimes they will be saying, oh, no, I register. No, so Esther is saying that people say that, oh, when they go, the line is too long. So unless you find like an older person before you can finally get to vote. That she says is her experience or things that she has heard about, the registration process. Now you, Michael, what have you been hearing?
Okay, what I usually have been hearing that people are normally not 18, but people usually force to bring them to the registration center to be registered so that they can get the opportunity to vote because they need more votes in their parties. So it normally creates confusion at the registration center.
But does that work? Because we have authorities at the registration centers. Are these people caught?
It goes by the links, so you can't tell. Because no matter what you say, they are older than you, so they will go by all means to make it happen.
All right, now Nico, I'll come back to you, Esther.
Like he said, it's very true. So sometimes you see that some people are not 18 yet, but they get to register. So I don't know, but I would suggest that, you see, we all have birth sets. So if it's possible, then we should use our birth set to guarantee that we are 18 years, because some people will just bring some random person and then claim she's my auntie, she's my this and that, and then the person will just testify that, oh, she just turned 18 or he just turned 18, and then the person will just be registered.
I mean, Esther, is that the same thing for you? Abigail, sorry, is that the same thing for you? Have you been hearing that they said people come there that are not 18 years? Is that also the story you've heard? Or there's another story you've also heard?
Yeah, mostly people actually vote because they are convinced to. And they can be convinced through being given money or something else altogether, just to allow a lot of people into the party to vote for them. Because the higher the people vote, the more votes they get.
But before the voting, there comes registration. And I'm asking that, you see, sometimes they say, or when you go to register, you see, like Esther said, there are queues upon queues. You go there in the morning, you come in the evening. What are some of the things you have heard about registration?
Mostly there's misunderstanding over there as compared to what Esther said, which leads to people fighting, which causes damages. Like last 4 years, there was a lot of damages over there.
All right. Is that the same thing for you, Godwin?
Yeah, and what I've also witnessed and heard is you have to go there early. People usually use chairs, stones to queue. Yeah, so like when you go and meet those stones and chairs there, they will be expecting you to stand behind those chairs and stuff. So when they come and they see you have bypassed the stones, they will actually fight you, which I think is not good. They should be there themselves.
There's misunderstanding.
Yeah,
I see that. And you, is that the same thing for you?
Also, I've also noticed a different thing altogether. One of them being the attitude of the EC officials. Some will come to work late, or some feel because they are those doing the registration, they can show attitude and be doing all sorts of things. Also, the political leaders will be interfering in the work of the EC officials. They think they have brought their people.
Now, Just Turned 18 is brought to you by Youth Break Foundation and Star Ghana Foundation. Our election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity, Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, CIMA, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants and the German Ozone Medical Center, Alternative Therapy, Dental Wellness and Beauty. Election headquarters for an informed electorate. Now, you have 1 week to conclude negotiations with government. That is the latest call from the Greater Accra regional leadership of the National Association of Graduate Teachers, Ghana National Association of Teachers, NAT, and the Coalition of Concerned Teachers, CCT Ghana, to their national leaders. The three pre-tertiary teacher unions have in the past few weeks been at the negotiation table with government for some new allowances. Despite the ongoing negotiations, the regional executives have organized a press conference this morning to register their dissatisfaction about the slow pace of progress of the negotiation. My colleague James Aveji was at a press conference and filed this report.
Last month, national leadership of the three teacher unions picketed the National Labour Commission over same concerns. They presented 9 demands to the NLC and government. 3 out of these 9 demands, including an immediate release of all accounts frozen by the OSP, was granted. National President of the Coalition of Concerned Teachers, Ken Ali Audu, in his address to the teachers, explained that they were expected to go into negotiations with government over the 6 other demands.
Rent allowance. 2. Transport or commuting allowance. 3. Utility subsidy allowance.
A month on, regional leadership of the teacher union across the country are unhappy with the pace of negotiation. Speaking at a press conference on Monday morning, Greater Accra Regional Secretary of NAT, Peter Boatin, said the rest of the 6 demands have been reduced to 4.
Deprived area allowance, the extra assessment allowance, book data online support allowance, and upward adjustment of the CPD allowance.
He said government has 1 week to take a final decision on the matter.
We wish to state emphatically that should the employer fail to address our grievances on or before May 13, 2024, we shall not hesitate to call on leadership to appeal to heaven with the utmost alacrity.
Regional President of Nagrat in the Asante region, Francis Yao Owusu, tells JoyNews the hardship some teachers had to endure in the line of their work.
We have people in the villages that conditions are so deplorable. But we have some people in these areas that don't have even access to network and roads. Some of them go to work on a motorbike, some with tractors. And we have situations where some teachers on motorbike have accidents and some are deformed permanently, all because of where they are.
In the Upper West region, regional executives also organized similar press conference to drum home their demand.
Consumables, daily consumables, even bread, the size of bread have reduced. Kenke, the size of kenke has reduced and the price have shot up. We can no longer contain and manage the economic hardship that we are facing as teachers. It is terrible.
But this 13th May ultimatum does not only apply to government. Peter Boatin said their national leadership is also expected to fast-track negotiations within the period.
Let me clarify it. The ultimatum here is being given to our leadership, the national leadership, that anything they come to tell us after 13th of May, this particular month, we are not going to welcome it. And so they will also have to sit up and do what is needed, because the members on the grounds, if I tell you the burning spirit in them, it will not be like the picketings that we have been making. And people think that it's only when we resort to strike. No, we are not going to tell the world what. That is why we summed it up as saying we will appeal to the heavens. And when that appeal comes in, people will get to understand what we are communicating to the world.
It is unclear what strong decision the regional leadership across the country is bound to take should both government and their national executives fail to meet the May 13 deadline.
Now, the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority in the northern region has destroyed seized banned cigarettes at the Tamale landfill site. The items, worth a street value of 30 million Ghana cedis, were seized in a joint exercise by the Northern Region Command and the Upper East Command, with the officers drawn from the Customs headquarters, Ho, Tema, and Tamale collection points.
The exercise started about 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., lasting close to 9 hours, with the military conveying the cigarettes. The 7 military trucks each went 3 times conveying the seized goods. Speaking to the media, the Northern Regional Sector Commander, Assistant Commissioner Georgina Lami Sitibaya, said they had challenges cutting the seized goods from the seized zone. She named security of their men to vehicles as some of the challenges.
So we couldn't get the people per se. The security of our officers could not be guaranteed again. What we had, which were, when we came and counted, we had 60.9 million sticks. What we are seeing here is just about a third of it.
She said the implications of illicit trade has an impact on the country's revenue and also legal firms who pay taxes.
The implications of illicit trade, as you all know, one, it denies our government of revenue. You know, revenue from tobacco products, these are high-rated goods. There's a lot in it. So we lose that revenue when they go into this illicit trade. And then the legitimate brand owners who come through the normal sequence and then they pay duty and everything, they also lose a lot.
The Assistant Commissioner reiterated the health impact of illicit cigarettes.
The most important part is the health of our citizenry. You know, tobacco products they are injurious to health, but it is not something that is prohibited fully from coming in. But then they are regulated and they have certain requirements.
This is the JoyNews Prime with me, Carlos Calone. We'll take a short break. We'll return with more. Please stay with us.
Electoral Commission a limited voters registration exercise if you another 7th May 2024 Ekosi Jordan 27th May 2024 amanipa afi and a woman di 18 and now say obia on show ni dinda Electoral Commission women ko EC office ewo district and now selected electoral areas and now public universities ewo omayimu na ko true within city beya obetimi ato aba ewo presidential ne parliamentary elections ye ba beto na fit 2024 yimu Ghana ni bia wedu about 2 so on true needing Uncle EC office no a district selected electoral area and NASA public universities or on find a Ghana card and now passport and a fear team digital address and count and fan register wa wo ko true wudin wuni Ghana card and now passports and we here say would any pami no beka wo ho wo so wo mra wo voters ID no ma guarantee amount city be ya wo betimi register so voters ID ayra and kon ko true wudin limited voters registration exercise Fiasie Ebinada 7th May 2024. Akosi Ejuada 27th May 2024. Se registration yitremwa. Afe Electoral Commission ebe replacement of voters ID, transfer of votes, application for proxy voting, and no ebe shasie. Efia wada 30th May 2024. Ekosi efiada 14th June 2024. Etiamra se garanta be guarantee amanipa abroad. Obia onye Ghanani. Ana obia oni mfie dunwo. Garanta obebusa emresu. Yedini bejina abayeni. Voters registration registration exercise eka akwanya isi ediato ho se yebeya abato a yebeto emu beye fine na emu ada ho na sumdue aba Ghana control din na to aba wabato eye bodache. Your vote is your power.
Hey Charlie, welcome back. The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back. Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Your health is in your hands. At Mintuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center, we believe that quality healthcare isn't a privilege, it's a right. We are fully prepared to effectively deal with all colorectal and proctological conditions. Our team of highly skilled doctors, surgeons, and nurses are renowned for their expertise in minimally invasive and painless laser, ligature, and lungoproctological surgery. We are committed to providing a wide range of services to meet the diverse needs of our patients. Mintuba Hospital, your health is our priority. Visit Mintuba Hospital today or call us at 0244 581 541 or 0271 054 204. Mintuba Hospital, in to serve a peculiar health need.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
For 15 years, Quick Credit has been your trusted partner in micro-lending, empowering lives and making dreams a reality. Today, we're excited to announce a new age. Quick Credit is now Bills Microcredit. Still committed to serving Ghanaians and changing lives, Bills is here to show you that everything is possible. Join us as we embrace a brighter future. Bills, financing your needs.
Welcome back, and thank you so much for staying with us here on JoyNews Prime. Let's turn our attention to some other stories where one person is in critical condition after a tree fell on a Toyota Land Cruiser and a motorcycle at the Switchback Road here in Accra. Following a short but heavy and windy rains this morning. At least 5 more vehicles were also destroyed in another incident with many billboards toppled. The sudden downpour, accompanied by strong winds, wreaked havoc in several parts of the capital, leaving residents grappling with the aftermath of flooded homes. Emergency services are responding to the situation, providing assistance to those affected and working to clear debris from road. Now, Benjamin Akakpo has been monitoring situations at 37 and the airport area, and this is what he found.
Well, it's a wet Monday morning, and with this wetness came a lot of heavy rain in the early hours of the morning. As I am told, well, we're here at the Switchback Road. The Italian embassy is right here, and the Netherlands residence as well close by. Now, you can see from right behind me the debris of this fallen tree. From right there, that's its root. It fell across this street, as I am told, and you can also see the work. The police officers, the police team just left this place in their patrol car. But there's a gentleman here who witnessed everything that happened. In fact, he was called upon urgently to come and see to the cutting of the tree. Good morning.
Good morning, Chief.
Pacho Efrausing.
You're from Christopher Kumi.
Christopher Kumi.
Yeah.
Now, where are you?
We are Department of Parks and Garden.
Okay. Now, Ebana saying and pay Uaha, Dainty, Wabijana.
Gentia Mohana said, and I'll pay me, but do a juma by 6:30. Until bedu a juma munu, within bare 10 minutes, and I tell them busy for more Mohano, a rush by jumum say, a dear buato, castle, and a nipaso. The Ukrainian men in the Basano, me mammy Timmy, as I said, maybe a chance operator. A greater Accra, Hantino. Me my team's nina for machines, no. Any engineer, but you do ampa, now, Garnish, Motono, Ediana Torso. Soldier commander Bakubi, so run a car, so Ediana Tosso.
Into the patch said soldier commander Neka and motorcyclist and so.
Into a basano, now quite the ho, into what she dianasi, into what semi chuchanica crank.
A import in a notion.
No share. Idiana so high. Asia, you motorists, the police want to call. It's now what the form and a motor dinosaur and a Diana side dinosaur. But lucky is a Diano a ton of 9 in 90 million so. But Antonio body no. But in body no, it defies a police commander and a car and a save because a torso. It's not by hanging a crack. It's no chassis. It's me to try to crank crass. Copy me say. It beats me nipa na ohye moto na ase no ti yiri ma na police for no man so a o me call hospital.
Okay, Jina Kakra, na me explain what Poto Kasem. So basically, this is Christopher Kumi. He works with Parks and Gardens.
Yes. Yeah.
And he was explaining to me that in the wee hours of the morning, shortly after 6:30 when he had arrived at work, he got a call from the Italian embassy, an urgent situation. A tree had fallen, as we can see right behind us. And when he got here together with his team, he realized that it had fallen on an army officer's vehicle, a car, and then a motorcyclist as well was underneath it. What he says saved the motorcyclist was the fact that the car had lifted the tree a bit, but it had still fallen on the motorcyclist. He couldn't extricate himself. And he was taken to the hospital. What hospital am I doing?
Because of that, it me to try to omo rashino and omo de ko my hospital cry omo de ko
It is so far no obetumi aka say there more clear road no na ndema no mo de ko he.
Say I'm say you clear road nu ye wa wo hwe ha enua no gu ho nti afa ne yanya access car no besina konti afa na yes sasa nioma na afiri an ya clear road ni nyina sa ne.
Now, Rejoice Semefakpesu was also at the Tesano, Kwame Nkrumah Circle and Awoshi areas.
In Tesano, the aftermath of the downpour saw flood water inundate the area from the police training school to Peace FM, though there's a glimmer of hope as the waters slowly recede. Meanwhile, the towering billboard at the entrance of the police training school has collapsed. In Awoshi, near Victory Bible Church, the scene is no less daunting as high-tension electric cables fall off, causing heavy traffic. Adding to the chaos, The once sturdy banners mounted on buildings at Circle Tiptoe Lane collapsed under the relentless assault of wind and rain.
We were inside the shop. We were in the shop when it was raining because we just finished with our morning devotion. We were having a little meeting. All we could hear, boom, the blood just came down from the top. So after checking, we realized it was the signpost from the building. Yeah, so the whole thing just came down.
I was here, I just parked, and it started raining with thunder and then the whirlwind. But just for a second, I heard that something was coming up from the top. So I quickly parked at the side of the entrance. And later on, my son called me on the phone that I should leave there because the building is collapsing. Not knowing this weekend, Techno company, they mounted a signboard at the top of the roof. And you could see the size of the distance. So I think the air could not penetrate. So it forced to fall down. And we're fortunate that, in fact, by morning at this time, there could be a lot of people standing here. But we thank God that we couldn't have any casualty.
Now, businesses continue to suffer the consequences of the intermittent power outages, even as President Akufo-Addo declared that Dumsor was over. In the latest episode of our Dumsor Diaries, we put the spotlight on barbershop operators as the grooming industry faces a grim future as the power outages continue to bite hard. Kenneth Ijesi has more.
Over the period, the issues surrounding maintenance of transformers and gas supply have been successfully resolved, resulting in a sufficient improvement in power supply reliability. Indeed, over the past few days, we have witnessed stable electricity supply across the country, with no load shedding reported anywhere yesterday.
That was President Akufo-Addo during his May Day speech on the 1st of May. A day after the president's speech, the news team visited Achimota Mile 7, a community in the Greater Accra region where, like many parts of the country, Dumsor is rampant. When the team got there at 4:10 in the afternoon, their lights were off. We caught up with a barber who hadn't had light since he opened the shop in the morning of that day.
The Dumsor is very intense here. I have not been able to work since the week began because of Dumsor. The light went off a few minutes after I opened my shop at around 7 a.m. The light usually goes off in the morning and be restored around 6:30 in the evening. 15 minutes later, it will go off again. The other day, the light went off when I was in the middle of trimming a customer's hair. I believe you can bear witness to the fact that there is no light here as we speak.
While filming this story, a customer walked in to shave his beard, but to his disappointment, there was no light. So he, just like the many customers that visited Henry's shop today, either had to look elsewhere or come back later, hoping the lights will be back by then. Aside cutting hairs and shaving beards, the shop also renders manicure and pedicure services for customers. But due to the enormous heat exacerbated by Dumsor and the equipment needing power to function, that part of the business has been put on hold for now.
The pedicurist hasn't been to work for the past 3 days because there is nothing to do when she comes.
Henry Jache is a family man. He has a wife and a newborn baby. As the breadwinner of his young family, Henry tells me the financial difficulties he faces back at home due to the erratic power supply.
Now, commercial transport operators and passengers continue to reel under the soaring prices of fuel at the pump stations as they usually caught up in altercations. Fuel prices have seen an upward adjustment at least thrice this year, owing to the depreciating value of the Ghana cedi against foreign denominations. Now, the recent increment in fuel prices at the pumps raised transport fares by 20%, the original cost, but many passengers seem not to have come to terms with the new fares.
They did not inform us of the price increments. It's disturbing because we are not prepared to pay the amount that the conductor requires. Once they increase it, you'd have to find a way to pay.
Some bus conductors charge 6 cedis for Mekiso. They will fight you for the money. Meanwhile, they are supposed to take 5 cedis 50 pesos. If you don't carry enough money, you'll be found wanting. We are always fighting with the drivers and conductors.
From here to Sofo line was 6 cedis, but now we take 7 cedis. Some of them complain about the difference in fares, so we've given the list to the drivers that do not work with the station.
20% number 2 so no. Even say I didn't know
Some question why the 20% increment results in 1 cedi, and we tell them it's not our fault. The price increases every day, so a directive from authorities came to officially increase the price by 20%. We just increased the price a week ago.
You're still watching the JoyNews Prime. We'll take a short break. We'll return with Showbiz. Please stay.
Ekaprenu eya enu nti na metufu se abribiere o twadea onsa nkoto no mprelu na mekanfo SCP ama SCP ewo tema shahel e na factory kese no esi edie na apɛ pavement blocks ankasa na de edisi dem biara no okɔ shahel SCP ebema obi se wo pese wo siw dan na pese wo gu concrete enya fida akoto cement akopa bo akopa nwia ofre SCP a the concrete ya messing the with quality cement wom on ba be good kama amount so whatever afienya dodowa aflawo pon any impatem ho nyinara your office I was Printers Road yani papaya restaurant in the dinhwedi
for SCP was 0501 672 608 and our toll-free number 0800 626 262.
You worked hard for your money, and DSTV gives you a lot more to enjoy for a lot less than you think. So rather than fast food just for you, how about entertainment for the whole family? Instead of date night with your bae, how about countless nights for you, bae, and the kids? And don't settle for a few hours with your homies. Settle in with over 720 hours of the best entertainment on the continent.
Triple drum roll.
We've got everything, including movies, series, sport, kids,
Totally awesome.
and local shows.
I'm here.
Watch on the go with DSTV Stream and control your entire account with the My DSTV app. Enjoy incredible extras like crystal clear HD, box office, and catch up. And with so many different package options, there's something to suit every pocket. DSTV, a lot more to enjoy for a lot less than you think.
Premiumbeat.com.
Our stories begin right here, and we never write them alone. There'll be pages we love to read again and again, and some we want to tear out. They are stories of dreamers, stories of creators, stories of strivers, stories of believers, and we're inspired by them all. We invite you to write your story with us. Your story matters, APSA.
Well, welcome back. It's time for Showbiz, and guess who's in studio? Becky Bex.
Aww, so glad to see you.
Yeah, glad to see you too.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much. What do we have?
Well, we have a lot of things. I was hoping you would say something about my work.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so beautiful.
Thank you.
And I like the yellow combination in there.
You know,
so sweet.
Yeah. But let's talk about Kim Promise. You know that he's been on his Asian tour. He came back yesterday, and obviously we had an exclusive interview with him at the airport, and he was telling us all about the Asian tour. And there's something actually in there. Kilbit is saying that he has to win the TGMA's Artist of the Year.
I'm feeling great. It's what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been waiting for, to take Ghana music and African music to another level. And I'm so proud of Kim Promise. Like I'm so proud of him right now. Yeah.
So TGMA is coming up, and he's been nominated for the Artist of the Year. What should we expect?
Nobody there if I win him. If I win him, I don't know what I want to talk. If somebody win, I don't know.
Amazing, proud to represent my people to the world, and just do what I love. It's an amazing feeling.
What were the highlights for you for that?
The whole trip was a beautiful one. I don't think there was one highlight, because from city to city, it was such a shutdown. Everything sold out. Just seeing people, just embrace our culture through my music, and just representing Ghana just meant the world to me. So that was the highlight.
How was the reception for you in the Asian continent? How did they receive your music?
I think you can tell by the videos, it was crazy. More even mind-blowing, because obviously I'd never been there before. It's my first time, so just having all that love and people just coming out, just going crazy for me and the music is a blessing.
Okay, so you went to 3 places, Jakarta, Bali, and Singapore. Where did you get the most reception from?
Everything was sold out. I think the biggest show was in Bali. I was almost like between 4,000 to 5,000 people. So I think that was sick. And but the rest, the energy, I think everybody matched up to the energy. It was just a beautiful. I just love and fans, and I always want to travel with my music. I always want to make sure that our music crosses the borders, not just back home. If you followed very recently, I've been doing a lot of African shows as well, just headlining festivals and concerts in the rest of Africa, not just Europe, and this time we added Asia, because the love from there has been crazy. So it was only right that we went. And
since Bali was one of your biggest places, should they expect a second coming?
Oh, there's more coming. There's more. There's so much more, so many dates that just all scattered. Obviously, my album is about to drop next, and I have to go to Canada in 2 days, because I'm going back on tour. But there are more dates across Asia. I think I'm about to do Australia, Japan, and definitely back to Bali and Jakarta and the rest as well. So.
Kim Promise right there, and that was my colleague Nicholas Yamwa with that exclusive interview with Game Promise. Another thing that happened at the weekend is the fact that Medical decided to sell Ghana to the rest of the world with his London O2 O2 events. You know, Shatawale was there to perform. We had Sarkodie passing through. Efia, the beautiful Efia gave fans, you know, the best of the night. And here is all you've missed.
What pushed you to pull off this concert specifically in the UK?
I just felt like I had to do something in London. I'm not doing this for myself alone. I'm doing this for the industry and especially the hip-hop community, you understand? Yeah. I mean, it's not easy, you know. Anything great, we don't if you just achieve them easily like that. If it be easy, like everybody will feel do it.
To my hustle, I'm a crab and send me to fear. Then I don't get nothing for pockets. I feel me, but when I airplane mode, I'm on a flight from London straight to Dubai.
Oh man, that's mad, man. Shouts to Medical, man. We did it. Sold out.
Congratulations to Medical on that sold-out event. Let's still stay in London and talk about Afronita and Abigail's beautiful, or say outstanding performance on the Britain's Got Talent. Have you seen the video?
Yeah,
I know you saw it.
Yeah.
For those of you who got emotional like I did,
it was a
please.
super performance.
I know a lot of people out there haven't seen the video, so we're bringing it back to you. She actually spoke on Joy Prime for Kids Paradise about how we should watch out for this particular performance. Before the performance, they're all here for you.
One of the best feelings. And Ghana, watch out.
For more of that, please log on to myjoyonline.com for more of our entertainment news. But please remember to brush your teeth before you go to bed this evening. And tomorrow morning when you wake up, use Pepsodent Cavity Fighter, Pepsodent Charcoal, Pepsodent Herbal, or Pepsodent Triple Protection. Because with Pepsodent, every smile matters. Thank you so much for allowing me to do this with you. I'll see you tomorrow, right?
I'll see you tomorrow.
Please join us same time tomorrow.
And thank you so much for watching.
The beautiful Emma Davis is up next with Prime Business.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Customer.
Nadabena minka me trap papa.
What you saying?
Me try 10 Ghana.
10 Ghana.
10 Ghana cedis.
No dia, send now benya.
10 Ghana cedis no. Me dia. Me di 54,000 Ghana cedis.
54,000.
540 million. Here.
£2. Ebia e ma dumpe soft. Ebia how the one na me try me di is kase.
Here. Ene na giga kika ade tena we. Tena wa boki. Ah, draw no na asase no we. Mami mi volume no.
Wait.
Okay. Aha.
Customer. Wadi.
Ene na da wa.
Wadi.
Hey, make a big phone. Make a you for phone no. For phone no. Dale. Star 946 hash. Now that pick 4 numbers. Oh, baby, it's a what that? I'm a can draw when one no. 10 Ghana cedis 54. Mario.
Numbers from 0 to 9 up to 3 times daily to become one of our daily lucky winners. Dial star 946 hash to play now. Or you can also play online at www.gamepackgames.com. Game Park is regulated by the National Lottery Authority.
Good evening, welcome to Prime Business with me, Emma Davis. To our stories, economist Dr. Edu Owusu-Sarkodie says Ghana receiving the $360 million from the International Monetary Fund will send positive signals to investors about the recovery made by the economy. His comment follows the IMF indicating confidence of having its board meeting in June to approve and disburse some $360 million to Ghana. According to him, the yet-to-be-disbursed bailout package from the IMF is crucial for a further recovery of the economy.
You will recall when Ghana secured, even a staff-level agreement before the board approval, the speculative demand around our currency reduced. So I envisage that the speculative demand will reduce. In other words, people would not, think negative or project negatively about the cedi further falling. And so that will help us, just by the announcement will help us. And I'm sure the financial market reacts quickly to some of these pronouncements or announcements by the fund. It will also send a signal to foreign investors that Ghana is on course to restructure its debt and recover its economy, and therefore it is prudent for them to come here and do business with us. We need the investment in the country, so we are sure that investors will listen to this, they will hear this, pronouncements, these announcements, they will come to the country to do business with us. And I'm sure the government of Ghana will also put in more efforts to make sure that the gains are consolidated and so that we don't return to the old days of high inflation. Everybody, all stakeholders will come on board. I'm sure media and academia will all make sure that the economy gets back on track, and then at the end of the day, it will benefit all of us. All we are all looking for is for the economy to recover, grow, and create jobs. Until we get there, I always say that we have not fully recovered, so we are.
An economics lecturer at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Professor Grace Asante-Nkansa, is requesting that government and judiciary work effectively to improve the financial development of the country. Professor Asante-Nkansa observes the financial structural adjustment programs and other measures are yet to have the requisite impact in the financial sector for economic growth. Her request is in line with a study she conducted on the impact of financial development on economic growth in sub-Saharan Africa.
If you're looking at financial development, we've traveled far. The financial system is not bad, but we have problems with some of the legal system. The legal system. Let's say I'm a business person, and then you visit me. Maybe I do business with you. Maybe I sell goods to you on credit, and you have to pay back. You default. How well is the legal system helping me to get my money from you? Or maybe I form partnership or other thing, business with some people, and maybe it goes bad. How well is the legal system trying to resolve some of these things so that people will be encouraged to go into partnership and other things? When we go into partnership, it turns out to be different thing. But the partnership helps us to, bring together a lot of funds to, grow our businesses. And then let's look at issues like President Kufuor's time. We brought the fast track court something for business people. Where is it? Where has it ended? It was good. Because let's say I'm a foreigner and I'm coming in. I know that definitely even if I give goods to some people on credit or maybe go into some of these things, or even a bank gives money to somebody and the person defaults, big money, and then the company defaults. How are we able to recoup some of these monies for the banks? All these things are little things that are not helping us. It's not helping us for the financial development to work well, to give us the growth that we are looking at. And let's look at government. How disciplined is our government? Look at the fiscal deficit that we have. So it doesn't make the business world trust us. The bank, some time ago, the bank said they were charging higher interest because of the inflation, and the inflation is coming as a result of some of these things. So if government will be disciplined, so that we reduce some of our deficits, it will go a long way to help the business world to grow and for the financial sector to be able to support the business world, for the economy to grow.
Insurance sector players are being entreated to be more innovative to improve Ghana's insurance penetration. According to Acting Managing Director for Suno Assurance Ghana Limited, Matthew Oku-Gerard in Kanta, insurance should be seamless to attract customers. He reiterated the need for investments to expand operations of the sector. He spoke to Joy Business at the Suno Assurance Annual Retail Award celebration.
Suno Assurance Ghana Limited, a member of a Pan-African financial services group, held Edge Retail Awards to appreciate Edge Retail executives across the country. This is to encourage Edge executives to keep the business running. Nkata said the company is working to improve on its operations.
The challenging in prospecting, these are general challenges of the industry, and these are challenges that are also related to how insurance industries behave. People don't believe in the words of the insurance company, meaning that if they say they are going to pay for your claims, when the time will come, are they going to really pay? So, and we have also economic challenges where companies have to now review the budget, and insurance is not the first need for a company, so they have to deal with the first need, the initial one, before they will go to the insurance company. But what we have to do facing those challenges is to work on our services, which we are constantly doing to make sure that every promise given to customers should be fulfilled. That's what we do.
Mercy Otabo, who won 60,000 Ghana cedis, expressed their excitement.
I think it has been 9 years since I joined Suno. First of all, I have to thank AB. AB, where are you? AB. Okay. I always mention AB's name because it's AB who brought me to, it was equity. I was a sub-agent at a Star Assurance and also SIC. But then when I started my own as an agent, it's AB who took me to equity. So every day that I took award, I have to mention AB's name. AB, thank you very much.
60,000 Ghana cedis. That is the money Mercy Otabo is taking home.
That's all for tonight on Prime Business. I am Emma Davis, but I leave you with Entrepreneur in You series. When you run a marketing campaign, what will it take to get one person or an entity interested in your product or service? And Entrepreneur in You tonight, Dr. Maxwell Ampom breaks down how to calculate and utilize our cost per lead. Have a good evening.
Hello. Everybody wants customers, but before you get customers, those have to become leads, and leads come from entirely the whole world. So the world is your canvas. Everyone is potentially your customer. So businesses have marketing strategies that are designed to get as many leads as possible, because the aim is to convert a lead into a buying customer. Now, leads are people that interact with your product. They are people that either click on your Facebook or Instagram page, people that make entries. Even the people that buy your products are actually leads. So when you have a marketing campaign, we are very cautious about how we go about it, because you need to derive as many leads as possible from the marketing campaign. Now, why is your cost per lead important? It's because resource allocation is very important for every company now, and therefore we would like to reduce our cost per lead to as little as possible, or to allocate funds to promotions or marketing campaigns that are getting you as much lead or as many leads per Ghana cedi than the alternatives. So one might say, I have a product, I want to do a float. At the same time, I want to do online campaigns. At the same time, I want to do, those ones where they go around and explain to you and, take a sample. I mean, I think floats do that, but this is like one-on-one explanations, right? Let's assume you have 3 different campaigns. Your cost per lead is the cost of the campaign divided by the number of leads that it generated. If campaign number 1, you spend 10,000 on it and generated 20 leads. Now, that would mean that your cost per lead is 500 cedis. Assuming that on your online campaign, you spend 10,000, you had a lot of impressions. That's not a lead. No, impressions are not leads. But you finally got people to click on your Facebook or Instagram, and they interacted with your product or your company one way or the other. And the 10,000 that you spent got you 1,000 leads. That would mean that you spend 10 cedis to get 1 lead, as opposed to as you spend, let's say, 10,000 on the third campaign where you got 100 leads. It means that the third campaign you spend 10,000 to get 100 leads, giving you your cost per lead of 100 cedis. From this, you'd easily be able to tell that the second campaign is more efficient at generating leads than the other campaign. So stay tuned as the next episode tells us about our conversion rate, which is the efficiency of converting those leads into actual paying customers. Thank you. Keep well.
Brought to you by Africa School of Entrepreneurship.
Hi there, welcome to Prime Sports with me, Razak Musbout. Now, the much anticipated exhibition bout between legendary Ghanaian boxer Azuma Nelson and the European Union ambassador to Ghana, Mr. Aishad Ramian Droswa Razali, dubbed Diplo Rambo, came off on Saturday with a draw decision. Now, the event, which was organized to promote The power of sports to foster positive change for youth as part of this year's Zero Month celebration is also so about involving juvenile, youth, and elite amateur boxers from the Ghana Boxing Federation. Well, my colleague Lawrence Bedu was there, and he came through with this report.
The much anticipated show put together by the European Union office in Ghana in collaboration with the Ghana Boxing Federation, the Ghana Boxing Authority, was a charity bout focusing on supporting young, talented boxers in Ghana. Azuma, who was making his return to the ring for the first time in 16 years, gave glimpses of his prime as he smoothly navigated round after round against an impressive Razali. The ambassador to Ghana, Mr. Razali, combined good footwork and moderate speed to throw some body shots, while the legend swerved and moved around the ring. The crowd was thrown into spontaneous cheers anytime Azuma shuffled his feet and followed with head movement to slip out of the punches being thrown. During the second round, both Azuma and Razali did quite some amount of movement, with the Ghanaian legend moving in to throw a chain of continuous light body shots midway through. Azuma thanked the European Union ambassador and admonished the youth to be disciplined and focused.
I'm trying to let the young ones come in, know that there's nothing good comes easy. I want to encourage them to do whatever they are doing very well. They should take their lessons very serious. Whatever they are doing, I want them to take it serious, because I'm an old man now. I was a child before, and now I'm grown, and I want them to know that whatever they want to do, they should do it well. They should give themselves to God, and they should humble themselves. They should look up to me, so that whatever they do, God will bless them and everything will be okay.
Razali expressed his heartfelt desire to embrace and support the youth of Ghana.
The most difficult experience in my life, because fighting a professional boxer you don't do that. But I came prepared, and I hope we gave a good, entertaining show.
I mean, many people might probably heard of the bout, but they don't know the rationale behind it. What was the main reason for organizing this?
The European Union wants to embrace the youth of Ghana, and we wanted to associate 4,000 people of background from Bukom to the celebration of the Europe Month, which is taking place on May.
In an undercard, UK-based Ghanaian boxer Freezy McBones knocked out Gabriel Adoku in round 2. A chain of amateur bouts also featured on the bill. This featured the likes of Kelvin Amati, Emmanuel Atto, and Theophilus Aluti.
Well, let's take you to some athletics now, because Ghana's quartet of Ibrahim Husseini, Isaac Bocho, Benjamin Azamate, and Joseph Paul Amo ran a season best of 38.29 seconds to boot automatic qualification to the 2024 Olympics. Now, despite dropping the baton in the first heat on the opening day of the competition last Saturday, Ghana's men made amends with an error-free change of the baton in Sunday's race. Now, Ibrahim Husseini was off the blocks in blistering fashion, running a time of 10.69 seconds with a perfect change of baton to Isaac Butio, who ran a time of 9.13 seconds. Ghana's 100-meter record holder Benjamin Azamati was ruthless on the ankle leg, making a time of 9.3 seconds, while Anko Joe Paul finished up the race with 9.12 seconds to place first in the race. Nigeria, who placed second in the race with a time of 38.57 seconds, also secured qualification for the Olympics. Ghana's men's quartet would join the likes of Canada, China, France, Great Britain and the USA, Jamaica and Japan among other countries that have qualified for the Paris Olympics. Now, this will be the second consecutive qualification for Ghana's 4x100 men's relay team, having featured at the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Well, the team, Fencho Tahiro of Joy Sports, caught up with the team after the race, and they were filled with great excitement.
Get the win. And whatever happened yesterday, we have to put it behind us. Come out here today and then execute the race. Then we knew we were going to win.
Listen, and Susie, you and Isaac, this is your first time in this team. You're going to your first ever Olympic game. How does that feel?
I mean, that was great. That was the best and impressive. It's very amazing. Very amazing, yeah.
Ibra, let me ask you quickly.
How did it feel?
Just in 2019, you were in school, right?
Yeah.
Secondary school.
Yeah.
And now you are going to the Olympic Games. I mean, that is mind-boggling, man. What do you have to say?
I think I would like to say I'm grateful to God. I'm grateful to God. And anything I do, I just wish I could definitely in everything I do.
Yeah.
To some football now, because David Moyes will leave West Ham at the end of the season with former Wolves boss Julian Lopetegui set to replace him. Now, David Moyes leaves his role as manager at the London Stadium by mutual consent when his contract expires at the end of the current campaign. Mohamed Kudus will be working with a new manager now after he joined the club following David Moyes' recommendation. Mohamed Kudus has since grown and developed under David Moyes, impressing in his first Premier League season at the club. Let's win some tennis now, because Andrei Rublev overcame illness and losing the first set to beat Felix Auger-Aliassime 4-6, 7-5, 7-5 for his first Madrid Open title. The Russian world number 8 was under the weather with a fever coming into Sunday's final and looked out of sorts when he trailed 4-1 in the opening set. But Rublev fought his way back into the match, striking at the end of both sets to get past the world number 35 and win his second Masters 1000 tournament. The 26-year-old had lost 4 consecutive matches before arriving in the Spanish capital, but his performance will have encouraged him before the French Open, which starts in 3 weeks' time. And he had this to say after the match.
Because of you, our tennis is growing and we're having better and better things. Thank you so much, guys.
In the women's edition, world number 1 Iga Swiatek saved 3 championship points to beat world number 2 Aryna Sabalenka 7-5, 4-6, 7-6 and win her first Madrid Open title. The four had been a breakdown early in the third set, but held her nerve down the stretch to gain revenge for defeat by Sabalenka in last year's final. Swiatek dug deep to save 2 match points in the 13th game of the third set to stay in the match, and then saved another in the tie break on her way to victory. The first meeting of the 2 top players in the world this season kept the Spanish crowd enthralled for more than 3 hours and featured some extraordinary power, brilliant shot making and superb defense. It's the 22-year-old's 20th career title and denies Sabalenka a 3rd crown in the Spanish capital.
I think what you saw on court was pretty special anyway, so thank you guys for sticking with me through ups and downs, for understanding and for motivating me, because without you, I wouldn't be here without each of you and your knowledge. So I hope we're gonna, continue progressing, because that's the most important thing at the end.
Well, congratulations to them. Well, there was an outstanding game in the Ghana Premier League between the Indian Stars and the Accra Lions that ended goalless, but Summertex remained top of the table. So that was the results in the Ghana Premier League this weekend. Karela United defeated Nations FC 1-0. And Bibiani Gold Stars also drawing Ibachim United and Heart of Lions and Saint-Germain. Heart of Lions getting the better of the Saint-Germain there. Santi Kotoko continued their improved performance, defeating Lagos Cities by 2-0, and Kotano and Drips FC share the honours there. Real Time United defeated Summertex, were league leaders 1-0, and Girl Olympics and Mediama got the better of Girl Olympics there, and Accra Lions, of course, and Ediona Stars sharing the spoils there. Well, Summertex remain top of the table, and you can see there 52 points. They remain top of the table. Nations FC still in second place with 45 points, and Accra Lions in third place with 44 points. Udana Stars remain 4th and Mediama in 5th. Likewise, Ernst Germain in 6th place. Bachim United in 7th. Recum Chelsea in 8th. Gold Stars in 9th. And Kotoko in the 10th position on 40 points. Krahat will play on Wednesday, but just look at it. Legon Cities are 11th. Karela United are 12th. And the Krahat are lying 13th on the Ghana Premier League table there. Great Olympics in 14th. Temple for Katano, Drips FC, Hearts of Lions, Real Time United, all looking to avoid the drop. And that's all we got for you on Prime Sports tonight with me, Razak Busbah. Thank you for being part of it.
It's very sad. Indeed, it's very, very sad. I'm appealing to them that, in fact, they should understand that life is very unbearable for us over here. They should come to our aid quickly, give us home, even jobs.
We, the youth here, we don't have any government work you are doing. Only we concentrate on our farm. This is what they are doing in the area. How are we going to survive?
VRA didn't do its work well. That is why Mepe and all towns which were affected were flooded.
We not receive anything. I do not receive 1 CD, and none of us receive any money from the government. And we are not hearing anything from them.
Government working with VRA and NADMO will ensure that the properties are restored for the persons whose properties will be affected.
If 36,000 people in upper class Accra were displaced, would we be this quiet and this indifferent?
I thought that the VRA chief executive should have been fired long ago. Elsewhere, you don't even wait to be fired, you resign.
It is an indictment on us, the elite. I count myself as part. It is an indictment on us that when things affect the ordinary people, we are a little bit more indifferent. And if you build a society like this, it's something I say all the time.
Okay.
James Baldwin famously said, the most dangerous creation of any society is the man with nothing to lose. That is what we are doing.
Samuel Okojeto Ablakwa insists a head should have been rolling at the VRA by now.
I'm surprised that the VRA chief executive is still at post, even though he should have retired long ago. I don't know what is this business of keeping retirees on the job, people who are clearly, tired and have no fresh ideas. I'm surprised he's still at post. And the last time I checked, the VRA itself has not conducted any internal inquiry. It is another reason why he must go. So I thought that the VRA chief executive should have been fired long ago. Elsewhere, you don't even wait to be fired, you resign.
As the government delays in compensating and relocating victims, the plight of the almost 40,000 Ghanaian victims continues to worsen.
The VRA should surely know much about us. They should come to our aid and know that, okay, they have destroyed us. So they should come in a way that they can give us a compensation. I'm not calling for any huge amount. They should even restore me to where I was. In case of anything, I can take care of my family back again as it was.
All of the youth here, it's very difficult for us to make it. I want to give my children a good foundation, even that I can also help somebody. But now, in fact, I don't know how to do. I don't know, because even I don't have food to eat. At times I need to eat once in a day because I have 4 kids.
How are they surviving, those 4 kids?
In fact, it's very difficult. Indeed, it's very, very sad. I'm appealing to them that, in fact, they should understand that life is very unbearable for us over here. They should come to our aid quickly, give us home, even jobs. Me, even if they can give me a soft loan, I'll be very happy to buy my car. That's all. I know I can work, give my children better life.
We not receive anything. I do not receive 1 CD, and none of us receive any money from the government. And we are not hearing anything from them. So now I want to appeal to them that they should take care of us. They should come to our aid and help us. We are dying.
Okay.
If we sleep, we can't sleep. We can't sleep.
How is this affecting your relationship with your wives? The fact that the man doesn't have money now.
As they get it earlier, they are not getting it that way, and that wants to become something like grudge, and because they are not getting it as we get
before.
Before. So sometimes you want to chop something to become.
If you want to do the do.
Because where you go do the do?
Okay.
It's also become a problem.
It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
Meanwhile, at the onset of the spillage, a Deputy Minister of Energy, Herbert Krapa, assured of government resolve to support the victims.
Government's priority, as always, is to first of all make sure no lives are lost in the process. We abate and reduce and cushion the effect that it has on property, and the unfortunate ones that will be affected, property that will be affected by the spill. Government, working with VRA and NADMO, will ensure that the properties are restored for the persons whose properties will be affected.
But not much has been done yet. The Minister Designate for Works and Housing, Kojo Nkrumah, on Thursday, March 14, 2024, revealed on the floor of Parliament that government was at the stage of collecting background data on victims, insisting some 80 million have been made available towards resettlement.
Mr. Speaker, I earlier alluded to the 80 million cedis that has been set aside for the purposes of supporting the rehabilitation and resettlement. And as he confirms, the President also spoke about it in the independence speech. I earlier mentioned it here, that it is money that has been set aside to assist in this exercise. A part of the exercise, or the beginnings of the exercise, is the engagement to ascertain what the real numbers are, to ascertain those who have that need of resettlement, or those who perhaps require just some sort of support on their existing structures so that they can go back into those existing structures. All of that assessment is ongoing, in addition to the stakeholder engagement, as I mentioned. And as I mentioned, institutions like LUSPA are working with the Ministry of Works and Housing to determine where, if necessary for that resettlement exercise, the scope and the size and the dimensions will be.
6 months on after a people's lives, businesses, livelihood, schools, healthcare has been interrupted at this level. I mean, in this manner, government tells us it is now collecting data to understand who was impacted, the level of impact, and how much to even determine as compensation for these people. One can only describe it as unfortunate, if not reckless.
We all know that the 220 million cannot be adequate. What surprises me, though, is that the president, during his address at the 6th March parade, said that 80 million cedis has been released for rehabilitation. And I'm really been wondering, because all along, we know of when the Minister of Energy came to brief the House, he told us about the VRA supporting with some 20 million cedis. The central government itself had not carried out any release of funds. So that announcement came to us as a surprise. And everybody has been asking, what has that 80 million been used for? In Parliament today, when we asked the new Works and Housing Minister, the Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, he appears to be vacillating. You know, in one breath, he says that the money has been set aside. You know, in another breath, he says that it has been utilized and they'll provide a breakdown later. He doesn't have the breakdown now. I mean, you are coming to Parliament to ask questions. We have given you notice. You're coming to answer questions on your response to this disaster. And you don't have, you're telling us that you can't confirm. You are using different words from the president. President says the money has been released and is being used for rehabilitation. If you look at the president's words. Now the minister is saying one breath set aside and another breath is being utilized and we'll give you the breakdown later. I mean, you don't know what's going on here. The level of confusion, the lack of transparency, and the ineptitude is most shocking. So we are none the wiser. We have no clarity. When you listen to this, the president and his agents and assigns and ministers of state. Now, what is clear to me is that the inquiry which we need must even delve into the finances. How much really did VRA contribute? How much has come from central government? Because now there's even more controversy. Then I have also intercepted documents from ECOWAS that ECOWAS approved $200,000 based on a request that the government of Ghana made. I have been asking, I've asked on the floor of this house, I raised it even during my debate on the president's message on the State of the Nation, that where is that money? What has it been used for? At current exchange, that is about 2.6 million Ghana cedis. You know, that's some substantial. Look, the second house we built, which the former President Mahama came to commission, it cost us just 2.5 million. If the government gives me that 2.6 million from ECOWAS, I can build another house to host 300 people. Disability friendly with kitchen, TV rooms, a decent house. So where is that money? And the question I ask is that, what other organizations out there have our government applied to that we don't know? Because if I hadn't intercepted those documents within ECOWAS, I wouldn't have known. Because if you look at the budget, government only talked about the World Bank and that climate fund. Why was government silent? When at the time they read the budget, more than 2 weeks prior to the reading of the budget, they had already applied to ECOWAS and received a response from ECOWAS. Why was that being hidden from Parliament and from the Ghanaian people? And how many more of these are in the system?
The paramount chief of Bato traditional area, Togbega Patamia Jenkley VII, fears the 220 million Ghana cedis captured in the 2024 budget could end up as a mere budgetary allocation that would never benefit flood victims, considering the government's approach to the whole disaster.
The 2024 budget touched on an allocation of over 200 million Ghana cedis. The first quarter of 2024 will soon end. Will the bureaucracy continue? And by December, that 200 million Ghana cedis will just remain a budgetary item when our people are suffering. As at now, there's no trace of compensation. There has not been any settlement or resettlement. There's nothing to show. As I speak today, from the time the president came here till now, the interministerial committee have not been on the ground to meet the traditional leaders, to hear of our challenges. How would they be able to help us if they don't come to hear our challenges?
In March 2024, NADMO held a review session in Bato where VRA's Deputy Chief Executive for Operations and Engineering, Engineer Edward Obenkenzo, announced new initiatives for improved emergency response.
On our part as VRA, we have reviewed the event countless times with the aim of identifying all areas where improvement can be made. We try to align ourselves with the saying of Albert Einstein, can't do things the same all the time and expect different results. A number of initiatives have been put in place to improve our models with the finest technologies. We are collaborating with Hydrological Services Authority to increase the number of their gauges stations to help improve our hydrological database to enhance our analysis. We are also enhancing our collaboration with GMAT to also improve their input into our operations.
The question is, what informed these interventions and why can't the public be made aware about what went wrong?
The Akosombo spillage, even though VRA, NADMO, the Water Resources Commission came together to educate the people in the community, did simulation exercises with them even at Mepe. Yet they refused to leave. They didn't want to be evacuated. They stayed there till the end when we started spilling. And government has to spend millions of money on relief items, on education. The whole area, the water is contaminated.
Disappointment mixed with anger is gradually reaching a boiling point as they have started threatening to stage a massive protest over the wanton neglect.
They have to come to our age and support us and give us compensation so that we start our life with how we begin it. We can begin it like that and certify on our future. They for come to our age and give us our compensation. Not just they will leave us like that, and the government will appeal to them that we are not going to leave them. If not this thing, we are going to demonstrate about everything we are losing. We are going to demonstrate about everything we are losing. We are not going to give them. We have the youth. We the youth here, we don't have any government work you are doing. Only we concentrate on our farm. This is what they are doing in the area. How are we going to survive?
I don't know how they are being resettled. I hope they are not just going to go back and clean those homes and live in. No. I would like to see a situation where some safer, how would I call it, communities could be established a bit more higher from where we know the water can be. Now everybody knows where the water can be. People have lived, some of them their whole lives in these areas which have now become blatantly flood prone. They have to be relocated. And they have to be supported to be relocated. They've lost their livelihoods, they've lost their homes, whatever. There has to be some fund set up, a sustainable fund set up to I don't know whether the word is grow, but to set up whole new communities outside the buffer zone so that people can be properly settled.
I would have recommended that the community continues to engage the government, because that seems like a reasonable approach. That seems like an approach that we are likely to come to a resolution faster. But if this indifference, lingers on, then they will have no choice than to seek redress in the law court. They can bring a class action against the VRA. Civil society organizations can also take the government on behalf of the people.
Beyond the compensation and resettlement concerns, Engineer Konedu believes the VRA must, among other things, create and enforce buffer zones along the lake, review its emergency preparedness protocols, and carry out periodic dredging as a means of forestalling future recurrence.
The main solution is not from an engineering point. It should be from a planning point of view. The area should be planned in such a way that we should establish buffer zones both upstream and downstream. You see, what people tend to forget is that for as long as the VRA did not spill, there were also communities upstream that were being flooded. You see, so there should be the establishment of buffer zones upstream and downstream of there. That is a planning thing. And then there should be a mechanism for regulating that, enforcing that buffer. That has to be done. There has to be discussions with chiefs, with communities, with whoever, so people understand that this is the reason why we cannot permit habitation of certain places. That is, I think, the first step. That will deal with mitigating the effects of future spillages. That is there. And then, of course, then you start coming to the engineering thing, where the VRA has certain things they must be doing regularly. You know, the dredging, the what. They must have certain information systems to better monitor the precipitation, the hydrology, and everything that contributes to filling of the reservoir. They have to make more investments into that so that they can do better forecasting and planning. And then there are emergency protocols to have to be reviewed, taking the lessons learned from this one. They have to be reviewed, and then whatever must be done to improve it, it must be improved. That I think is the way forward.
Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa believes the president is just playing politics and being discriminatory against the flood victims.
Why do we have a president who is discriminating, which offends our constitution, violates his oath of office? His oath of office requires of him to be fair to all manner of persons. So I am totally disgusted that the president totally ignored us. In Sierra Leone, when there was a flooding disaster, he sent his vice president within the same week. I checked, between the 15th and 19th, the same week. They sent about $1 million to support them with their resettlement, housing, and added relief items. So why is our president, even people who don't vote for him, who he doesn't collect their taxes, he is so keen and very eager to offer them words of sympathy, show solidarity, show that he cares about them. And then when it comes to us in Ghana, see the lethargy, see the total neglect, how he just abandons us.
The seeming lack of commitment on the part of the government in compensating and resettling the victims, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa says a class action is being considered to ensure victims' rights are respected.
I can confirm to you that I've already put together a legal team. We have collected our own data. I saw these signs long ago. That the president and his government would not really be committed to alleviating our plight and fully compensating the victims. And so, in as much as an MP within Parliament, I must use parliamentary tools to, demand a response from government, and I keep doing that. We are very much conscious about the need for a plan B, and that has been activated, and our lawyers are putting together all the data, all the levels of destruction, all of that is being captured, and we are considering a class action.
The waters may have receded from the streets and homes in these communities, but the trauma, the loss, and the shattering impact of the floods have not left the minds and hearts of the thousands of people who are still struggling to put the pieces of their lives together. After the floods, what is left here in Bato, Agbetikpo, Siko, Mepe, and in the entire lower Volta Basin is a loud cry for justice and fairness.
Scrum, set.
I'm Ida Amino. I was born at Mamobi.
Last try or last play. Then we play 2 minutes of hold.
Rugby is a nice game for my community. Muslims, when they see you going to training, where are you going? They see you, as a lady, you have to be at home helping mother or doing some house chores, but you are saying you are going to church. What are you going to do? When I tell people that I play rugby league, they'll be like, fresh girl like you are playing rugby. So your body be like, I'm very barry.
Turnover, knock on, turnover. Out, turnover, out, turnover.
A lot of the girls in the Zongo communities are already involved in one sporting activity or the other. We are looking forward to getting to the international level, but then we are taking baby steps. So we started with touch, we started with tag. Now we've been initiated into contact rugby, so we can play full contact games. So the next steps are to take coaching and officiating courses. Then we'll play more competitive, we'll recruit more ladies and play more competitively at club levels. Then we can proceed to form our own national team.
One, touch one.
Because if you're police station, na traffic light no be say na say. Okwan dey how you papa. How you papa na. Sa traffic light na say. What you need? Na won kese fi we be di mira so. Anas we mira so na. Hwe ba ku bi airport. Uta airport first one, second one. Now ko say Shangri-La. So red. Na red no gina say nti o green ba. O green na ma na go say red na dey. Aba. Na house distance ni mu ware. O be wuram pepepe na motor riders ni bu. Offend Diana say o so ngai dey. Won a chiro. O be can red ni so yellow ma green ni so yellow ma na red na ba at once.
Okay, o said yeah juma na say no. Traffic be dey bia pay bia traffic. At times enye juma. Who the one no police. na fe obi abezo problem edumi cause accident all the time and the answer na yeso ye high pa ko be bi say bia traffic bi dey opa bia I wo fi Medina away as away residential etumi block enye duma na fe police for no so no na ye brothers na etumi nya bota kakra ba bi say happy junction atole bi enye duma na traffic bi e ma accident pa oga akra amabo hu ye we do we ever uvi we do span no traffic light bi wo ho atole bi enye duma atole bi say enye duma sometimes we do private car bi e je mo so we jam at once na why hit no to in the best traffic no me no mo ye ma e so second so balance as red and the ma eduma no enko to ye ma ye kura.
I think we need more overpasses and zebra crossings, especially during rush hour. A lot of people are rushing home after work for rest. The vehicles as well are in a hurry to get home to rest after a long day's work. So here is the case: the traffic light is not working. Then we have to struggle to cross the road with them. If they want to stop, they stop. If they don't stop, you'll be there. So whether 30 minutes, 1 hour, you'll be there until you get the chance to cross. So having a zebra crossing and overpass, I don't have to go through that stress. And as a citizen, I think this is my right and I deserve it. Thank you.
You put it up and they go and steal the batteries. They take away the cables. That junction in 2 years, we did it about 3 times. And they go and do that. If you drive on that stretch, almost all the signals are off. Not as a result of the department negligence, but stolen.
Well, in the last few days, we've been talking a lot about vote buying. It is an epidemic. But what's the cure? Let's go through it. My guests are joining me for a conversation. The laws on this are pretty obvious, and I don't want to bore you with it, but it is an offense for anybody to attempt to induce you as a voter to get your vote. The law is very, very clear on it. You cannot give money. You cannot even propose to give the person some form of benefit just to get the person to vote for you. So why is it that it is so pervasive? What's happening to the law? Nobody's enforcing it. It's a question that I'll get my guests to try and answer. But we also know that it is clearly one that the Electoral Commission officers themselves are aware of. And why am I bringing that up when it comes to the Electoral Commission? Because of what we saw with Kingsley Nyako in just ended by-elections in Ejiso. What really is the case there? And there are a lot of people who have said that, so what did he really do wrong? Considering his explanation that he had gone there to give them food, and he asked them if they were hungry, and the Electoral Commission officers replied that indeed they are not eating, and so he dropped the envelope on that table for those two EC officers, including the presiding officer, to use for food. So what really is wrong with that? We'll get some education on that particular subject. But that is the Ejisu by-election scenario. That isn't all. We've been cataloging just a host of them, many of them that the police or the OSP have shown interest in looking at. Both parties have been accusing each other, by the way. Both the NDC and the MPP have all accused each other of vote buying in one election or the other. Civil society organizations like Kodero and CDD have also done same, demanded investigations into a few of these allegations that we have seen over the period. Some of them had come with some hard evidence beyond the allegations. We saw, for example, in the primaries in one particular constituency here in Accra, during the orphan constituencies, in Ablekuma Central, for example, our cameras picked up many of these delegates in the MPP who had been given cash, and they were not even afraid of showing the cash to us. They showed us the envelopes, fat envelopes, and told us that they were given to them by a particular aspirant, a particular candidate in that particular process who spoke to us and also said, yeah, why not? In fact, that candidate had his image and name printed on the envelope, and he shared it. In that case, we saw that the OSP had declared some of these individuals, some of these delegates wanted, those who confessed to us, declared them wanted. Nobody knows what has happened to that particular case indeed, and that is clearly a conversation we must have. Isn't that the reason why the vote buying has become an epidemic? And we are approaching an elections, and if we don't have this conversation now, when else can we have it? The cases and instances abound on both sides of the political divide. In the NDC, I'm pretty sure you remember that there was a primary in which one particular candidate was seen on top of a vehicle just throwing cash for delegates and anybody who cared to run for it to scramble for the money. He did it in the open. We captured it with our video, with our cameras, and the OSP showed interest in that too. What happened to that case also? Again, is a question that we must ask tonight. There have been zero convictions as far as this particular matter is concerned. If it is a pandemic, how come we haven't seen a conviction? The evidence is so overwhelming. In fact, there's one case in the elections of district chief executives that this individual who was hoping that the assembly members will elect him had given bribe, and he was seen himself chasing the assembly members, asking them to return the money that he gave them, expecting that they will vote for him. The OSP got involved because the man himself was seen on the video demanding that the assemblyman give him back his money. So he had bribed them, expecting that they would vote for him. That is a public election, is it not? So how come we have zero convictions if the evidence is so obvious, as we've all seen on our televisions here on your election headquarters? We'll look at that. We don't then wonder, do we, when we hear CDD tell us that, for example, it's costing us 100 million to run a presidential campaign and 4 million CDs just to run a parliamentary campaign. And I'm telling you that that is significantly understated, because this is far more than that. The MPs themselves, when they go to parliament, tell you that it is really exhausting. They would have completely emptied the bank. And no wonder we have corruption, which is a big part of our body politic. It all comes from here. If you fix this problem and you make campaign financing more transparent and you reduce the cost and the burden on those who are seeking to lead you, that will also reduce the chances that they'll be doing business deals with people who simply want them, once they're in power, to give them their pound of flesh, which invariably will mean you, the taxpayer, will be paying. So you have to trace this all back to what we are talking about. This epidemic needs to be dealt with. Hopefully, my guests tonight, we can hear some radical solutions on this particular matter. If you are not fatigued by it already, I don't know what else you should be by now. You should be fatigued, but not fatigued about the solutions, fatigued about just hearing that nothing is done about it over the years. We just talk about it every election and we go to bed. I have guests who join me for a conversation, politicians, civil society folks, and lawyers. Hopefully, we can explore this in a way that we can have some clarity on this. Stay with me. After this, we'll get into the conversation.
Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Daddy, this tank is big!
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow! It has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax!
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Daddy, this tank is big!
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow! It has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax!
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank.
We're going to demonstrate to you the superior properties of Flamingo paint as compared to other paint brands on the market. We take equal quantities of Flamingo paint and this ordinary paint. We then dilute them with water. And now, let the test begin. The gentleman on the left is going to apply the ordinary paint, and the gentleman on my right will use the Flamingo superior paint. As you can clearly see, Flamingo has the obvious better hiding. Furthermore, Flamingo has painted a much larger area. You know, 1 bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint is made with superior formulation to give superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
And thanks for staying with us here on PM Express. It is always brought to you by Syntex Tanks. It is strong, it is tough. Alumobita has experienced greatness in every moment. Ghana AIDS Commission as well. Pepsodent, every smile matters. And if you're looking for a tank to store water, you only have to look at Syntex Tanks, because it's the first to introduce a double-layer tank, and now you can have as many layers as you want. Syntex Tanks are the first to introduce the white inner layer tanks in Ghana. They are nationwide. They also have a 7 years warranty that you can also call on anytime. Call them 0244 335 168 or shop online at syntexgh.com. You're stronger, you're tough. What about Pepsodent? Tonight before you sleep, you need to brush your teeth, and because they have fluoride and microcalcium ingredients, sealing tiny and invisible holes in your teeth. This prevents the cavities and keeps your teeth strong and mouth healthy. And they come in different packs so that your pocket can afford one. 875G all the way down to 12G sachets. And that's Pepsodent. Every smile matters. Joining me for a conversation tonight on this very important subject, something that we've been talking about for a very, very long time, is Professor Kwesi Jonah. Is a senior research fellow at the Institute for Democratic Governance, IDEC. Joins us right now via Zoom. Mr. Nusuf Hussaini is the former chairman of the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee, a lawyer himself, a politician. I don't know whether he still counts himself one. At least he's a former member of parliament. He knows a thing or two about campaigning for re-election or within the party itself during primaries and what really happens there. Paul Mensah Brampa is a programs manager at the CDD, the Center for Democratic Development Ghana, and Mary Ada, of course, is executive director of the Ghana Integrity Initiative. They've been dealing with this subject and talking about it for quite some time. I'm delighted to say that we'll also be talking to Dr. Siribo Kweku. He is a director of electoral services of the Electoral Commission. Remember that tomorrow is the commencement of the limited voter registration exercise. Even there, we've seen politicians attempting to bash minors sometimes to go and vote, inducing them to do so in the process. The Electoral Commission held a press conference today saying that they'll have the police on standby to arrest people. So this problem is everywhere. It's become an epidemic. And I want to really get to that and start with Mr. Hussaini, who's with me in the studio. He is the only politician among us. And Mr. Hussaini, I don't even want to talk about the problem because we've talked about it for so long now. I've heard you speak about this quite forcefully. Myself and yourself have been on the committee with CDD trying to draw up proposals to amend the laws to sharpen our campaign financing legislation. But first give me a sense of why we have failed woefully to even enforce the laws that I mentioned at the beginning about vote buying.
Thank you, Evans. And I wear two hats here. Like we said, I am a politician. I've been in politics for a very long time. I'm still in politics, except that I have moved away from competitive legislative elections. So I don't think that I want to go back to parliament. But I'm still very active in politics. I think that every individual who is a political animal ought to be concerned with the way your country is being run and what you can do to help in moving the process of development of your country forward. And this business I am in. I'm also in the business of looking at our laws. And you've mentioned the CDD, and I was privileged to have been contacted by CDD to try to see how we can fashion out legislation to deal with this canker. It's a canker because we ourselves have erected an entry barrier for people who otherwise will want to contribute to the development of this country, but who cannot get into the fray because of the monetization of the process.
So this is financial barrier.
Financial barrier. You know, there are legal barriers which deals with age, non-conviction for an offense involving death, bankruptcy and others, conviction for dishonest and all those things. Now, but we as a people have erected another barrier, which is a financial barrier. Now, everybody who wants to contest an election is thinking of how to raise money to do that. And the amounts of money that are being spent on elections, both at the parliamentary primaries and parliamentary elections, presidential primaries and presidential elections, call for serious concern and a regulation of the conduct of politicians to ensure that we deal with the problem of monetization, 2, potential money laundering, which is very rife on the political scene, corruption of the voter and the process, and I think that until we are able to do that, our attempt as a people to fight corruption would not be achieved, would be a fiasco. Now, why we have not been able to do that? Just 2 days ago, we saw a member of parliament exhibit a conduct which appears to me to infringe provisions of Act 1034, which is the amendment to the Criminal and Other Offences Act 29. Now, you hear people say that, well, he gave them lunch. He gave them lunch. And it's our culture. You don't go to the polling station and when people have not eaten and you can provide, why don't you provide? Again, so you see the people trying to justify corruptible behavior on the basis of our culture.
But the law is very clear.
Yeah,
so where are the law enforcement institutions on this? Even if it's a culture, but the law is a law.
Well, it's not even our culture. Our culture doesn't suggest that a busybody, even a busybody at an event, you provide lunch for the people who are there to participate in the event. Our culture doesn't suggest that. Our culture doesn't suggest that if you are equally circumstanced, you assume a responsibility over those who are less circumstanced. I mean, in this particular case, both the member of parliament and the temporary staff or the staff of the ECG, however so described, are public servants. So why will one public servant assume a responsibility to feed another public servant when he is not, engaged in charitable work? And so, so you see people talk about that, and then you hear people justify corruptible behavior on the basis of the fact that delegates to a primary are coming from far away places, and so they have to ferry them, transport them to the voting centers to be able to cast their votes. Now, you must understand that it is not only one person or candidate in a parliamentary election. If it is one candidate, the corruption and the inducement of delegates is very minimal because there is no competition.
Yeah.
But when there are many candidates, you see the delegates taken from all the candidates, and there's the race to the bottom. Who would be more corrupt in influencing and inducing the delegates to be able to cast their votes for him? And that is very problematic for our democratic experiment. It means that money determines and not the qualification, merit, or competence of the person.
Yeah, and that is the problem, I guess, that drives a lot of people crazy.
Crazy, yeah.
Because you see, what you've described is, we know the problem. In the past, it was done in the quiet, in darkness. We speculated. But over the last 1 or 2 years, it's been done in the open. You were with me on set when one candidate was throwing
the money in the air.
And then another case, MPP, the delegates who are taking the money were holding the envelopes and showing to us. In fact, it was so daring on the part of the candidate that he's actually written the money, his image and name on the envelope.
Yeah, so that the delegates don't forget that he
gave them the money. Let me bring in Mr. Kwesi Jonah. Mr. Jonah.
But even before Mr. Jonah comes in, you see why the matter was in the dark and now in the open? It's because of lack of accountability. Now, lack of accountability breeds impunity. Because we are not holding those who are breaking the laws accountable, responsible. That is why the people have been emboldened to bring their conduct into the open.
You're so right. It's the impunity now that is breeding. And Mr. Abrampal, you work with the CDD and Kodeo. You go around the country. You monitor the elections. I want to pick up from that impunity question, right? It's not come to the open. We've seen the evidence on live television. And nothing is happening. Are you as frustrated as myself talking about this subject tonight, that we haven't seen any action when the laws are very, very clear?
Good evening, Evans, and let me say very good evening to Honorable Hussaini and our listeners. Yes, I like how Honorable ended, and that has been the frustration some of us who try to do work to bring the canker into limelight, so people will see clearly with the evidence as to what is actually happening on the ground, so that as a country and as a people who fight to stop corruption will take it up. But since we started monitoring some of these things and we got the realization that it's actually becoming a canker, as Honorable has said, we actually did a survey, the cost of politics survey in 2014-2015. We did actually publicize it, where we interviewed both sitting and former members of parliament, some of them actually expressing frustration and willingness to support any cause that will come up to stop it. But what we also realized was that, it's not one man's show. I'm going to contest with my fellow contestants. If I voluntarily say that this election, I'll not even buy water, why I don't know the other party also going to action he's going to do, then it becomes something that because I am not aware of the plans for my opponents, let's all be in the fray and do what we have to do. As of 2014, we calculated the cost of politics, how much a candidate will need to go through a primaries, winning and to contest in the constituency to be a minimum of $85,000. That was 2014-2015. If you take dollar rate today to be 13.5, you're talking about over $1 million Ghana cedis for a contest in parliamentary elections. So this is just by the way. We did with Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, Ghana Integrity Initiative, Star Ghana. We had videos, we had pictures, as we were saying, some of them dishing out money. Some of them you saw a vehicle going and they would throw matchbox. You may think it's matches fingers in the box. You take it and you see 200 Ghana notes, 100 Ghana notes in the matchbox. So this is something that has gone on over and over again. You'll be in the office, somebody will call you, my opponent is distributing television sets, my opponent is sharing fridges, my opponent is sharing that. When you ask the same fellow who called you to do a complaint so that you can all, as civil society, add your voice so that you go through the legal process, the fellow will not even lodge the complaint, let alone you adding your voice to it to see that actions are taken. So this is the situation that I've gotten ourselves into.
I need to ask you then. So ordinary citizens aren't willing to report it. Should we just forget about talking about this subject and just admit that it is just part of our democracy? Because nothing is happening. I'm tired of talking about this. Only repeating previous instances and not seeing an action. Zero prosecution. Zero convictions on this subject.
If you get tired, then means you are saying that let's all allow it to happen, let it go on.
But that's what we are doing. We are allowing it to happen. We see it on our television. We talk about it. Nothing happens. So just accept it. Normalize it.
I believe as anti-corruption crusaders, we need to now sit down and fashion out a strategy as to how best we can tackle this. I was happy when this came about. We started making noise. The Josuba election video. Then you heard the OSP has come in. You heard the police has now invited the honorable member who gave out the envelope. As honorable said, people were arguing that is it bad for somebody to give 7 officers money for lunch. You ask yourself, if this incident had happened at a very competitive polling center where all the political parties have their agents and they saw one party member giving money to electoral officers, you could imagine what will happen in that polling station. These are some of the things that happen, make people pull guns, pull pistols, and we have documented evidence of some of these things from the previous elections. So we shouldn't just be attaching or bringing issue of culture and Ghana's habits of benevolence, that people give something to people who are serving. I overheard an MP saying that even police people who man our roads, sometimes you get there and realize they are tired. You give them money to go and buy water. So if somebody is manning your polling center and you give him money to go and buy, like, our MP was just arguing that way. And lawyers will come in here. In corruption, in bribery, timing is of essence. What particular time that is given, and what was the action being taken at the time the money was given is as much important. It's not a quantum. It's not whether it's 1 cedi or 2 cedi. Of course, something did change hands at a time that we're expecting results. So let's put the thing in context in the arguments that we make. So we believe we've not done enough, as you've said, but I think it's time we bring ourselves together as media, as civil society, as anti-corruption crusaders, fashion our strategy, put more pressure in the system so that we are able to see.
And on that point you just made, let me pull that to Mariada. I mean, she's been in the anti-corruption fight for a long time. I mean, Mary, should we accept as civil society and media as part of the civil society that we have failed, and the reason why the agencies of state have just simply gone to bed and this is festering? Should we just take the responsibility and blame for this? That we haven't been aggressive enough on this subject?
No. Good evening to you and good evening to the other guests on the show, and good evening to the viewers of your platform. I say no, a big no. If you would recount what happened in the past, you would realize that the people of Ghana did not even understand and appreciate what corruption was in the first place. And it's a matter of the way we appreciate the gifts and the way we give gifts as a people. And so in most of those instances in the early elections, you would see people giving matches and other stuff, which did not count for much when it comes to the value of the gifts. But however, as we have progressed and as people have seen that people come into these political spaces just to acquire wealth and enrich themselves and their cronies, then people have also become very intelligent and innovative in their asking. And so you shouldn't be surprised to see that they are asking for more and they are getting more. But then it is also because we have spoken about this issue extensively. That is why today people tell you there is this person buying this person's votes. And then others will tell you, in fact, we are even ready to sell our votes if you are willing to buy it.
Yeah, but Mary, if you consider, if you consider that the word that Yusuf Hussein used, impunity, now from the campaign that we're running, now they're not even afraid to do it in the open. They're doing it in the open, advertising the buying of the votes. Doesn't that show that if we are doing anything at all, it hasn't said that it hasn't deterred anybody. It has only emboldened people.
So it deters them. Some of them are really, you realize the gentleman who did this last week has come back to apologize in a way.
But nothing's going to happen to him.
Unfortunately, let me say quickly that one of the things that our politicians and particularly our legislators have done is that they have not helped us in ensuring that we have a robust regime that criminalizes and sanctions punitively some of these behaviors. And so people are able to get away with unacceptable behavior because they know the regime is weak. The special prosecutor would call you all right, but then at the end of the day, the person says, oh, I was just giving TNT And if you remember the recent party primaries which happened, in fact, candidates actually went into agreement with the parties to do this, legitimizing the issue of vote buying. And that is true if you put it in that context. Very unacceptable behavior, but our legislators, because they benefit from these weaknesses, do not want to enhance our legislations to ensure that we have a punitive regime. Alaji Musa is there, he will tell you. They get away with it because the laws are weak. We have the laws, yes, we continue to say so, but these laws are not robust enough to fight the advocacy we are conducting. And we continue to say that our definition of bribery, they say do not bribe an electoral officer. The criminal code says so. So you are not supposed to bribe a juror, and you are not supposed, the juror is also not supposed to be receiving. However, when it comes to us executing these things, people get away with all kinds of unacceptable behaviors because they have found ways of justifying them. But that does not mean that we should relent. It is because we have spoken to the issue. That is why today, even you and I would have people call you to say that authoritatively, this man is buying votes. And then sometimes they can take those monies and also vote against those people. It is not, we have gone from people swearing and taking oaths to taking the money and still not voting for them. And so they punish them for doing the right thing, the wrong things. So let's see how it goes going forward, because this advocacy, and you mentioned earlier, Alhaji Yunusa has also talked about his being part of the regime that is trying to get a legislation in place to ensure that we curb this. Other countries have them. In the French countries, you see that their legislations and the regimes are robust enough, so you don't see some of these actions getting on. And our politicians have become so bold, they are emboldened. They are doing this with impunity because they know they would have the support of their cronies. And we have managed as well to infiltrate the ranks of the populace. And so many people are seeing it from a partisan perspective. For that matter, if it is blue, there is nothing wrong with it. If I look at, or if I have sympathies for blue, if it is red or green, so far as the person is doing it and it's my party person, I am not going to do anything. And leadership as well sits aloof to allow such behavior
to happen. And thankfully, just been joined now by Kwesi Jonah. Mr. Jonah, so is it a case of weak legislation or weak enforcement, or both?
Weak legislation, no, weak enforcement.
Yes, or both.
We need to understand this phenomenon very, very well, maybe in economic terms. What happens when people buy and sell votes? Simple. A few candidates, about 3, 4, 5 candidates, very few, are competing for the vote of a number of delegates. Maybe if it is just a parliamentary primary, anything from 1,500 to 4,500 or maybe 5,000 delegates. Now, you are 3 or 4 candidates. The only way, from the perspective of these candidates, to be able to beat the other candidates is to offer something. So it's a demand and a supply side. On the supply on the supply side are the few candidates who will be supplying the cash. On the demand side are the very many delegates who hold the vote and are spread to part with it. Now, so for us, each of the candidates, those on the supply side, are finding ways of minimizing the competition between them in order to be on top of the competition. The other people on the demand side are also trying to sell their vote to the highest bidder. Now, we have always looked at these in very legalistic terms. Why don't you catch them and put them into jail? And it's not going to happen anytime soon. To be honest with you, if you have 4,000 or 5,000 delegates, each of them taking money from a split candidate, and both the seller and the buyer are guilty of an offense, are you going to throw 4,500 delegates who are taking 300, each of them taking 300, 400 from each candidate?
Yeah.
You have to take another second hard look at this phenomenon.
So what do we do then? And that was my question earlier. Should we just forget about this?
That's what you're coming to. If it was possible to throw all of them into jail, the phenomenon would probably, Salon will be full, everywhere will be full, and there'll be nowhere to take them. This is what you do. Those of us in civil society, together with the political parties, we cannot do this without the support and the cooperation of the political party. Because we keep looking at it in legalistic terms, to throw them into jail, arrest them, we are not enforcing. No. Let us, as civil society and political parties, all accept that the buying and selling of votes undermines democracy in a very fundamental way. Therefore, incorporate it into a code of conduct for the candidate. Let us all work to show the candidate that in a competitive election, we are giving the voters the opportunity to select the very best candidate for the position.
Prof, I can actually tell you that in the last elections, both NDC and MPP had it as part of their code for the candidates in the primary. Okay. They actually signed that they will not give it any money.
I am now talking about cooperation between the civil society organizations and the political parties to do this job together. Cooperation between the political parties and those of us in civil society to do this job together. It is wrong to buy votes. You turn the election into an auction, giving the seat to the highest bidder. It is not right. It kills our democracy. So let us work together, civil society and political parties, work together both on the candidates and the delegates to ensure that this problem, even if it is not totally eliminated, it is minimized. It is minimized.
Isn't there part of what you're saying that actually also admits that this is an impossible task to try and eradicate? Even minimizing it is impossible, is it not? Because gradually over the years, it's becoming worse. It's not getting better.
No.
I know I'm sounding like a skeptic, but I don't see any way out here. The law isn't working. There's no enforcement. Political parties, I assure you, I'm not interested in, they'll pay lip service to it, but enforcement, nothing happens. The OSP declared people wanted. The MPP did very little to offer them up. Even if they've been caught, nobody knows. Nobody has updated us about this.
Yeah, but I am not talking about the OSP now. I am talking about a genuine cooperation between the political parties and civil society organizations. You sit down together to see how best you can tackle this problem. And I think that if civil society and political parties work on both the candidates as well as the delegates, you get somewhere.
Enusa, is there any radical proposition you can make tonight that can make a difference in this conversation?
Obviously, yes, what is happening undermines our democracy. It's an auction of our democracy to the highest bidder. It cannot be tolerated. It's unacceptable. There obviously could be cooperation, but there ought to be a radical departure from the way we have approached things over the years. I think that the way to go about it is to target the candidates and not the delegates. I mean, the delegates, you cannot take 4,000 or 20,000 or 100,000 delegates to jail. But you can monitor the 275 members of parliament. You can also monitor the presidential candidates because they spend. I mean, if you look at the pull factors, the candidates are actually the fulcrum on which the corruption is built, and not the delegates. And so, in any legislation, any attempt to control the canker must target those people. And countries have done that. Now, you have to look at three key things in a legislation. Transparency, that whatever the candidate is doing during the campaign period, and so a campaign period must be determined, how monies can be spent, and somebody must be there monitoring what the candidate, whether it's a parliamentary candidate or a presidential candidate, is doing, how much that presidential candidate is spending.
And how much you can spend.
And I'm coming to that. Okay. Then two, there must be disclosures. Okay. Who is contributing to the campaign fund of the candidate? I mean, is he lodging the money in the bank? Is he making the accounts of, I mean, his campaign funds, or the accounts of his campaign funds or his bank accounts available for scrutiny? I mean, the legislation must target that. That you cannot just receive money from a donor and then spend the money. You must first of all channel the money through, a receptacle, and then you will have a body established to track how you spend the money. And thirdly, if you spend more, then you must have a Sarkozy. You know what happened in France?
Yeah.
So you are supposed to spend money. I mean, so that's where you come in, the cap. So there's a cap. You can't spend more than 100,000 Ghana cedis in an election. If you spend more, then you have to answer where the more is coming from. That is the accountability. So, you know, in Trump, he was also supposed to spend the campaign funds. What did he do? He falsified company documents to admit of the campaign funds in order to divert it. And so there must be laws. And when you are caught, you must be punished. The sanctions are there. You must be punished. And there must be periodic reporting on how you utilize those monies. Periodic. And that accounts must be available for anybody. I mean, we are lucky to have the Right to Information Act. Anybody. And so if a candidate spends more than, one, he is allowed to spend. Two, he is not reported the expenditure. Three, he has, hidden the expenditure. That clearly will be, that third part will be money laundering. You are laundering it. You're hiding the source of the expenditure. And there are consequences for that. So we must move away from targeting delegates to targeting the candidates. They're just few. When you do that, you should be able to rein in this canker.
You know, because you really started this, what you're saying, actually, let me ask Abrampa. Abrampa, can you give us an update on that project? Where are we in getting that? Because the parties were at the table. I mean, Inusa and myself were there. NDC was represented at a very higher level. MPP too, and there are smaller political parties. In fact, Macmillan was part of that committee as well. I mean, do you have an update on where that is?
Yes, I think it's stalled a bit, but for what I discussed with Kojo and the Corruption Watch, they are trying to reactivate some of these things, and in fact, all branches of issues that they think can fuel corruption. So it's going to feed into the Corruption Watch project, I believe, of which your organization is part of. Yeah. So it's going to be reactivated, and they have some questions in this year's questionnaire that we are giving to the long-term observers and to observe. So it will be reactivated, and we will push it further. There will be strategic partnership and also meetings with institutions such as the OSP's office and other offices that we think we can share documents, evidence with for policy uptake and also for actions. So I think it's going to be reactivated, and some of you who are already on the committee will be invited.
I mean, Mary, so he's mentioned the OSP. We know that the police got involved with the Kingsley Nyako case also. The OSP who is interested there. If I say to you, Mary, that I can bet you that 6 months to a year down the line, nothing would have happened, although we saw the video with our naked eyes last week, would you doubt me?
Certainly, I would not doubt you, because we are talking from experience. We have seen when it is the smaller boys or girls, we see the swiftness of the action, and we see also the court processes take time, and the lawyers would say the wheels of justice grind slowly. You remember the MCE nominee for the Bekwai.
Exactly.
He is still in court, and the OSP gives updates on that case as well. I'm not too sure how that is going to pan out, but at least that has been taken to court. And I believe that the impunity with which this professor behaved, that should be another example of us seeing him being taken to court, because there is evidence. This is very succinct, clear, plain sight. There was an envelope. Whatever that envelope contained should be made known.
No, he's
And
admitted. He's admitted that it was money. He was giving it because
exactly. So now the OSP who is investigating should then be telling us that this is money, and the intention behind trying to give money to an electoral officer during an active electioneering process. This is when people are voting. He would then have to explain that. And as it happened to the MCE nominee for the Bekwai, I believe that should also happen to this MP. There is no way we should allow such flagrant abuses of power and also impunity to continue to thrive in Ghana. If we want our democracy to progress, then such behaviors which are so... In fact, this is a professor and a teacher who has taught in the university before, who should know better than he has acted. And so for this, I believe the issue to deal with him should be taken even more further than it happened to the MCE nominee for the Bekwai. But then also, if you remember, there were instances where the OSP has spoken to the fact that people are usually not ready to come and support in the investigations. If you remember, during the primaries, people would come out and say, if you don't bring money, we will not vote. But then it doesn't constitute the crux of the matter. You don't have enough information to go by. So some of these, they bring them and we are let down in a way because people are not able to follow up, and that is sad. So for me, I believe that we shouldn't allow this to go at all. And let me say that I cannot say I have full confidence that this would be going any way that is contrary to what has happened in the past with others. But this is a clear case that we need to show that if we want to fight corruption, these are some of the examples. And we are told that nobody is pulling any strings from behind. So if nobody is pulling any strings from behind, then this is a very fine case to show that nobody is pulling any strings from behind.
Mr. Jonah, so as we begin to wrap up, you've suggested that it is a partnership between the civil society organizations and the political parties that can move the needle. I mean, the suggestion is that that will leave the matter in the hands of individuals who only have moral suasion, and that what you really need is, one, change the law and ensure that the agencies that enforce them are enforcing them, and you put pressure when they don't, right? I don't know if that is a position that you probably support.
No, I do support. Law enforcement should continue. What I am saying is that so far, you have not been very, very effective. And so I agree with a lot of the things that have been said there. In fact, the CDD project on campaign financing and party financing, you are part of it. I have participated in it fully. But there's a slight difference between what we are talking about, the buying and selling of votes, and campaign or party financing. There's a relationship. Both of them, if we are able to control them, will improve our democracy. But there's a slight relationship. The buying and selling of votes and the campaign financing slightly different. But I'm not saying we should stop law enforcement completely. I am saying that let us work on the supply side. As those who give out the money, they are fewer, we can work on them, and to the extent that some of the people who receive the money are also party members, we can work on them. So I am not saying that let us do this to the exclusion of law enforcement and so on and so forth. That's not the point I am making. If this is how you understood me, wrong.
Okay. And in addition to that, though, considering that we have so many cases that we haven't seen in the conclusion to, what would you want to see, though, at the level of law enforcement, at the level of political will, etc.?
The cases that they are working on, they should bring it to a successful conclusion as soon as possible. Let us know that people who were caught in the act are punished.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Fuseni, that is, many will say, easier said than done, right? Because we've seen that the agencies either don't seem interested or the courts itself don't attach too much, currency and seriousness to the cases when they are before them. And so nothing gets done. And so the impunity breeds. You have an elections approaching, and it is very obvious that this is going to happen again. Even tomorrow when the voter registration exercise starts, EC is complaining already today that they're expecting people to be busing minors to the polling station, haven't induced them to go and register to vote.
Yes, so with the greatest respect to Mr. Kosi Jonah, there is a direct relationship between campaign financing and vote buying. Now, in our particular case, because we don't have a ceiling, a cap on how much a political party can raise and how much it can spend, much of the money goes into vote buying.
Yeah.
And so you are able to deal with campaign financing. I mean, how is a political party, how a candidate raises his money, then you must be able to deal with vote buying. And so we must take the issues together, campaign financing and vote buying. We must take them together. There are already laws that deal with vote buying treated. In fact, even in those days of Okurba, they were treated. It found its way into the political parties law. Recently, the Act 29, as amended, also deals decisively. And the sanctions under 1034 are so punitive and deterrent. I mean, if somebody who corrupts the process during public elections, that person goes to jail for between 5 years, at most 10 years. And if convicted, that is, and that fellow will not be qualified, eligible to hold public office. If this is not deterrent, I don't know what can be deterrent. Now, if a person is convicted for influencing a public officer in the performance of his duties, that is, any public officer in the performance of his duties, including during elections, that fellow goes to jail between 10 and 25 years. Yes, so there are laws. The enforcement of those laws and the fact that we seem to tolerate the activity of vote buying and turn a blind eye to what is happening. We all pretend not to see. But when we pretend, we suffer our democracy. Because the monies that are being distributed around are public resources. I say public resources because those monies do not find their way to the GRA, that is Ghana Revenue Authority, for the purposes of tax payments. So those monies are monies that are funneled to the political parties to use in campaigning. Yeah. And this is detrimental to the development of the country. I mean, can you imagine the amount of money that entered as enough, or that entered Ejisu? What that money could have done.
Yeah, what's and just a very quick question to everybody: what's your level of confidence that anything will change?
Anything will change because
what's your level of confidence?
I'm so confident that things will change.
You confident?
Yes, because we can't allow this to continue.
Okay. and Mary, what's your level of confidence that anything will change?
In the current state of affairs, I don't see much. As Honorable has indicated, if you look at our political party act, there are a lot of the regimes he talked about stated clearly in there, but then we still have this. So until such a time that as a people we decide that we would go the way that it doesn't reflect extreme, in fact, sometimes it's crazy, extreme partisanship, we will not be making any impact. But then we have hope that we would get there.
Okay.
And we have hope that the people of Ghana, who are increasingly becoming...
We'll get there in our lifetimes? In your and my lifetime?
Oh, yes, we would see some reduction in these levels, but not elimination.
Okay.
In our lifetime, we certainly would see it.
Okay, Mary, thank you.
Because if you remember countries like the Tunisians and others, sometimes there are issues that come up, and then we let the political class know that The people cannot be taken for granted all of the times.
Okay. I'm grateful, Mary. Thank you very much. Mr. Brampa also, and Kwesi Jonah, and Mr. Fusini as always. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Ken, welcome to Ghana.
Thank you, man.
Congratulations on your show. How is the feeling coming back after the whole tour?
Amazing. Proud to represent my people to the world and, just do what I love. It's an amazing feeling.
What were the highlights for you for the tour?
The whole trip was a beautiful one. I don't think there was one highlight because from city to city, it was such a shutdown. Everything sold out. Just seeing people, just embrace our culture through my music and just representing Ghana just meant the world to me. So that was the highlight.
How was the reception for you in the Asian continent? How did they receive your music?
I think you can tell by the videos, it was crazy. More even mind-blowing because obviously I'd never been there before. It's my first time, so just having all that love and people just coming out, just going crazy for me and the music is a blessing.
Okay, so you went to 3 places, Jakarta, Bali, and Singapore. Where did you get the most reception from?
Everything was sold out. I think the biggest show was in Bali. I was almost like between 4,000 to 5,000 people. So I think that was sick. And but the rest, the energy, I think everybody matched up to the energy. It was just a beautiful trip.
What inspired the Asian trip? What inspired you to
Just love and fans, and I always want to travel with my music. I always want to make sure that our music crosses the borders, not just back home. If you followed very recently, I've been doing a lot of African shows as well, just headlining festivals and concerts in the rest of Africa, not just Europe. And this time we added Asia because the love from there has been crazy. So it was only right that we went. And
since Bali was one of your biggest places, should they expect a second coming?
Oh, there's more coming. There's more. There's so much more. So many dates that just all scattered. Obviously, my album is about to drop next, and I have to go to Canada in 2 days because I'm going back on tour. But there are more dates across Asia. I think I'm about to do Australia, Japan, and definitely back to Bali and Jakarta and the rest as well. So.
The numbers from your show shows that Ghana is able to project our music. So what should we do to be able to, for our local artists, for them to be able to bridge the gap so that they'll be able to get that reception that you got when you went on tour?
Listen, I've never had like a formula to it. I've just really loved my music that I make and I push it, and I'm a big dreamer. I feel like everything is possible. Like, why not? If other people can do it, why not me? And obviously I feel like my calling is a greater calling than just making music and sitting on it. The world needs to hear it. I am more of an ambassador to the rest of the world for my people. So I see the bigger picture, So I hope everybody sees it like that. Dream big, because really, the only limit is yourself,
What is the significance of the tour to you as an artist?
Just live is always very important to be right there in front of your audience and actually give them a whole experience. it's something you can forgo, you know.
So one year after the Terminator release, what do you have to say about it?
Thank you guys. Very blessed.
VGMA is coming up. TGMA, sorry. What should we expect? TGMA.
Big love. I'm very happy for the nominations. You guys vote. Make we smash them. Vote. Let's smash.
What category are you seeking to win? No matter what.
Everything. Mama say everything. Everything.
Thank you very much. So you're the manager. I'm sure you should be proud of the the reception King Promise got. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been waiting for, to take Ghana music and African music to another level. And I'm so proud of King Promise. Like I'm so proud of him right now. Yeah.
So TGMA is coming up, and he's been nominated for the Artist of the Year. What should we expect?
Nobody there if I win him. If I win him, I don't know what I want to talk. If somebody win, I don't know. 5-star.
Just yesterday, I think I chanced on something that Strongman said, and it really touched my heart. Now, I think 3 days ago, I was on my way to a Cowboys engagement. Then a story popped up on social media where Strongman mentioned, I think it was on TV3, when Strongman mentioned that, he just met Fela Makafui. And that there were certain statements or certain things he said in a rap song against her. And seeing her and how they were vibing, he felt like, the words were unpalatable, they were unpleasant, and that he regrets some of the things he said. Now, you are saying you don't regret the beef. Yeah. Do you regret certain statements you made in there?
Yes, please, I do. With some of the words that I said, I do. But I don't regret the whole banter. Whatever happened for my own good and for the opponent as well. But I believe that in the heat of the moment, we don't have enough time to reason through the lyrics before we put it out, because people are waiting for you, and it's back to back to back to back. So sometimes you need to.
What are some of the things you regret?
Some of the insults, yeah, in the rap songs, yeah.
Were you insulting people?
Some were way over the bar. Like,
really?
Yeah. But sometimes when people hit you and then
I
don't want to. If it's not good, we don't repeat it. You just let go.
What did you say? What does I want this? Tracks and dogs I want this.
See, my mom is even calling because it's 9 o'clock. Oh, see. Oh, Friday.
Mommy, Frau. Mommy, but your farmer Mankasefa. Oh, have you picked up?
Yeah, I picked.
Hello.
Hello.
Mama.
Hello.
Mama, it's to say.
Yami Adon.
Ederadiasi. Mama, but your friend me and the Dusty.
Okay.
But your crop now best me.
Okay.
What on the phone now, make a cry. No, also friend no. Now from me.
I maintain and can I maybe said no hotel.
I don't know, baby. I will friend with us at the hotel. Hey. Oh, no, so by now they can come now when you knew, or so by now.
When you cry, any day, maybe I was some friend, my friend now. No, my friend, my bag again, no, nothing, who saw me who you're not in some what.
Oh, no, they say, no, so by now, how you?
Beware. Oh, yes, beware.
And say, oh, baby, I met you.
Debbie.
Mona, penana.
Me baby, oh, yes, studio.
Mona says, I'm ready also.
But my country is so baby, I ban on you now, man.
So.
No, find me now, I'm chromie too.
Ota young.
You did that. Debbie, when
you did that. She said, what, the baby, I chair me or say, Bakubia Banakum.
Sir.
I don't on find Mitchell.
I need be afraid of the number
Hey, mama.
Ample.
Hey, mama. Mama, na nyum no dia pa na wo mpe ho.
Ne nyum dia nyene.
De wa boni nyina.
Ni penning na. Ba queen anu die kra dia ya me de papa broken heart.
Ti don't I know.
Ane, hey.
Hey. Mommy, I pass on support to obey you.
I am a depa, not dear. Ah, break me heart to pet.
Hey, mommy, I say, walk as a so or do be.
Ah, man, Chamawale.
Oh, Obia, walk, man.
Ah, so be banso, come na so ampe.
Hey!
Ababa behami.
Come na so ampe.
So abehami.
Oh, na ma said ya na wa upe.
Me. Say, be honest, you mean any ninche, I come and go on.
And then she also to talk. Mommy.
Hey, when you my wife.
Ma, you're radio so. Who are live on Hits FM?
We are proud.
I have a new EP out.
Yeah, I have a new EP out.
How many songs?
4 songs.
4 songs. What's the title?
The Rejected Stone.
Hey, why that title?
Yeah, because of my story, how it did. I feel like they rejected me.
Oh.
You know?
But anyway, we didn't reject you as Ghanaians. So.
Yeah, sometimes I have a reason for saying that.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys feel like you didn't reject me, but to me, I feel like you rejected me. Imagine you are taking your kid to somewhere and you get to the middle of the sea. You left your kid there. Say, make you go because he has done something wrong or something. He might died in the
in the sea.
I struggled, then I was able to move out. When I go, like when I come out, I'll see you who are the person I'm going with. I'll see you to be like a bad person because you didn't think about me in the first place. I was a kid, so I think there are certain things that if I've done something wrong, like it's talking, AY, you see. But it happens, say, all the people I was working with, everybody, the media, some of them, you know, I know when I was booming everywhere, people could test me, AY, interview, then I go rush, go. All of a sudden, nobody, they call you again. So I felt like everybody has rejected me.
Don't you think it was maybe because you were not putting out music like the way they were expecting? Or maybe there was no money, but your team could not tell you? Don't you think, have you considered all those things?
There are so many things, I think, which was combined in all these things. But I think me growing up, and I noticed the mistakes.
Okay.
And I'm here to, learn from it. So that whatever has happened, I just wanted to go then, focus on the rest of the things.
Was it that you two could not sort out to find your differences, but rather for you to go elsewhere to let us know about it? What was it?
It wasn't really some misunderstanding. I think he had something he wanted to do for himself. And he think if I'm in the scene, it would distract. So,
okay.
No, it wasn't. And me, I don't have anything against him. This thing, it be work. We didn't understand each other. So, I think I was supposed to just move on then, But me making people understand is whereby it's not. I don't think I'm the first one facing this challenge.
Of course.
And people have been facing it. So if I don't talk about it, the people coming, they will be also facing the same challenges. So I have to put it out there, make people learn from it. So that is why I'm saying it.
Did you guys sign a contract, or this was just the brother kind
We
of
signed
thing?
a contract, but I didn't read. I was happy.
So you signed a contract out of excitement, and so you didn't realize some of the things or the clauses in there that could affect you.
Yeah.
So it was after you left that you saw that, so in the clauses maybe it said that if you do this and do that, that means you don't have this and all that.
And if even if I said that, the songs wasn't supposed to be taken down because it's futuristic investment.
So you don't have access to the songs, and the songs have also been taken down.
Yes.
So we can't even have those songs, apart from maybe we those who have it
already.
Yeah. Have you contacted him? Have you spoken to him?
Before he put everything down, he blocked me, so I didn't get any contact with him. So I just move on.
Can't this be sorted out? Don't you have people who are close to him that can speak?
I think so.
Or you just want to let things go?
For now, it's not really in mind say I will go sort them out. Yeah, I just want to put my focus on what I'm doing right now.
But doesn't it bother you? Because this was somebody you could have called family. This is somebody you probably started something beautiful with. So now to move on and know that that person, you're not on good terms with that person because of one or two things, how do you feel?
To me, in my heart, I know maybe I did something wrong. He realized maybe I'm doing something that he doesn't like. Or I also notice he's doing something I don't like. It doesn't mean I have nothing like something against him. So I'm just focusing on what I want to do
right now.
Yeah.
You also said you made only $100.
Yeah, I remember.
Only $100.
Yeah.
Ever since you started working with him, music wise and stage
I was talking
and
about show.
Okay.
Because it was Corona era, people weren't booking me for shows. After the Corona, everybody forgets me, so there wasn't shows and stuff. So yeah.
So before the Corona is what you earned, the $100 you earned.
After the Corona, some one or two, promoters linked me for show, but I recall only $100 I earned. Yeah, that one superstar like me, I go the beg. Nice.
Hello beautiful people, welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira. I am already excited because I'm come to share a new set of information with you. In today's episode we are looking at herbal teas. Of course they are not your usual teas, but they are beverages made from steeping the flowers, roots, bark, or even leaves of plants in hot water and taking. So today I just want to take you through some quick herbal teas because they have a lot of nutritional benefits for the body. The first tea we are looking at is lemongrass tea. So I have my lemongrass here. I have washed it and I have cut them into pieces like this. So I'm going to crush them in my mortar using my pestle so that the aromatic flavors and the oils can be released. After that, I'll put it in hot water and I'll steep it for 10 minutes so that all the nutrients will be seeped into the cup of tea. Lemongrass tea has a lot of benefits when you take it because it helps with, digestive issues. If you have any manner of bloating in your tummy or indigestion or anything that's got to do with digestion, it helps a lot with it because it contains vitamin C. So from time to time, in between your meals, you can also take lemongrass tea, and you are sure that aside from all the nutrients you are getting from your main meal, this one is there to also support, to give you other essential minerals. Peppermint contains a certain substance called menthol, so it gives it this aromatic flavor, and we are going to use it for the tea. So I'm going to still crush it in my mortar to release the essential oils, and I'll steep it in water, and then I'll tell you what peppermint tea does for the body. So when you are plucking, be sure to pluck the healthy leaves, and when you are done plucking, one thing you can do to the stem is that you can propagate it. You can put it in the soil and it will surely germinate and bear new set of leaves. Better still, you can keep it in water and it will surely also germinate. So now let's set to crushing it. I'm pouring my hot water on it to steep it. I can already smell the aroma. I'm so much in love with my peppermint tea already. Now we are going to steep it for 10 minutes. So these are male pawpaw flowers, and in my previous episode I told you that you can use it for tea. So I'm going to steep it in hot water and then I'll tell you the benefit after we are done. It's now time for garlic ginger tea. Do you love garlic and do you like ginger? Well, you can combine these two for tea, or you can separate them depending on your preference and your taste. I am going to combine the two because they have a lot of benefit for the body when you take them. Please do not peel them because the back of the ginger also contains nutrients. So just make sure you have washed them clean and then you crush them. Likewise the garlic. So I'll just crush them in my mortar to release the essential oils, like I always say, and the flavor, and I'll steep it in hot water. You can separate them or you can do them together. Ginger is a kind of tea that is consumed globally because of its health benefits. And, you know, for pregnant women, when they experience morning sickness, that is when they feel like vomiting, you know, you can just crush ginger into warm water and drink, and it is good for you and it is also good for your baby as well. It also helps with indigestion. So if you have indigestion after eating, maybe you know there are times that you can go and party, eat all the food, chew all the meat, and then in the morning you wake up, you feel that you are tired, you know, you have bloated tummy, you have indigestion. Just crush some ginger into hot water, steep it for a while and take the tea, and you are sure that it's going to soothe your indigestion problems. Lemon tea is what I'm going to do now. It is so simple to do. It's just lemon and warm water. So the lemon is a bit hard. I'm going to knead it in between my hand and the table so I can get more juice from it. If you don't have the manual squeezer, you can just squeeze it into the glass and then add your warm water to drink. But make sure that you don't consume the seed. Ideally, just half will do, because if you are new to taking this tea, I wouldn't recommend that you take one full lemon. Just use half so that as time goes on, you listen to how your body reacts when you take the tea, and then you can increase it to one full lemon. When you have cold or flu, one thing that you can also take is the lemon tea. You can add a teaspoonful of honey, or depending on how you like it to sweeten it, you can also add ginger, crushed ginger, and add it to your lemon tea. It helps a lot with indigestion. You know, when you take this tea, it really will do you a lot of good. It's time to add my warm water. Ideally, you should take this tea immediately you are done. Don't steep it, don't keep it down for even 1 minute or two. Just consume it fresh. And please do not add milk to lemon tea. One thing about lemon is that although it is acidic, when it enters your body, it becomes alkaline. So you can take it early in the morning when you wake up
on an empty stomach. In fact, you can take lemon water every morning and you'll be amazed at what it will do to your body. Cheers. Well, this is all time will allow us for. If you want to know more on herbal teas and how I prepare them, please go on my YouTube page for an extended version of this episode. Until we meet again, it's bye-bye from Home Tips with Mira, and stay positive.
See that lagoon over there? Yeah. When the people do that plastic things and rubbish, they used to dump it over there. And also when they dump it over there, it will move straight to the sea. And as you can see the sea over there, the sea is, I don't know how God created that sea. It don't like dirt. So no matter how dirt you put inside, it will drop it back for you.
The rich communities, their prime areas at the top, they are punishing choco. Those that commit that suicide or commit that mess, they are the same people that insult the people of Choco.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless and credible.
Citizens should stop attacking, press men and women and attacking press houses. It happened in Ada and happened in other locations. I think that this is something that shouldn't be going on. The press should be allowed to do their work without intimidation, without fear, without any favor. And anytime we think they've crossed a certain line, let's draw their attention to it and get them to do what is right. And so I would say that Press Freedom Day It's something that we should always remember our pressmen, because they bring us the news, unadulterated news. They bring us what myself and majority of citizens probably would never have been aware of if the press is probably is prevented from doing their work.
Our society has created a culture of fear and shame of mental health illness. And so many people are uncomfortable to seek treatment.
Hello, I'm Stella Ebiabedu. I'm the head of sales for Landmark Furniture. Landmark Furniture has been in existence for 2 years now. And then in Landmark Furniture, we are into sofas and then beds. We use red treated woods. We start production from scratch to finish. We use top-notch materials like the foam and then the fabric for our production. Everything you see here, they were all made here. We have beautiful Turkish designs, and then they were all produced locally here in Ghana. We have like 7 designs, and they are all 8-seaters. But then we do customization. So let's say you want a 7-seater or you want a 5-seater. You choose a design, and then it will be made for you. We have sofa set Stella, we have sofa set Sun Stella, we have sofa set Sunshine, we have sofa set Rita, we have sofa set Wings, and then we have sofa set Chesterfield, Yasmina, and then our latest design is sofa set Lotus. The designs and the names are based on the armrests. We have different armrests, and then that comes with the names actually. Aside our beautiful designs, our fabrics also makes us stand out. We have a lot of fabrics and colors you won't see in the open market. We have a lot of different textures as well. As you can see, we have a lot, and they are very beautiful. Very beautiful, and then the designs in them, the patterns in them are not that common for you to see in markets. Yeah. So when you come, you can choose your design, you choose your preferred color, then it will be made for you. You can decide to mix 2 colors or more, and then it will be made for you. You can decide to tell us that, okay, use fabric A for the 2-seater, fabric B for the 3-seater, mix A and B for the singles, give us D for the pillows. It's all allowed. Like, we do what you want us to do for you. With this one, it has some different background with some gold in it. Yes. But looking at this, ones, they are not like that. This is not like that as well. This was the one I was actually sitting in. This is the fabric, the chair I was sitting in. Yeah. With these ones, we mostly call them velvet. Yes, they have 2 phases, and they are very smooth. When you dress them, it comes out very beautiful. Yes. So we don't do leather because of our weather conditions. They easily break or cracks. But with fabrics, it's still the same. Whether we have a hot or cold temperature, you still get your sofa. That's why we don't do leather. As what you are seeing now, it should also tell you that this is far better than the leather. Well, we get clients who walk in and say we prefer leather, we will do it for you, but that is not what we do. We did it because we want you to get what you want. Yes. Our fabric texture is very, very good. It's not light. That's why you won't see it in an open market. There are some of the fabrics that is very light. When you're even pulling to finish your sofa, it could tear. But these ones, they are very heavy. So these ones are preferred. They are very good than the other ones. We do export. Everything you're seeing here, we produce and then we export them out of the country because of the quality. Things you see here are of the same quality or even higher than the things we import, like the Turkish goods we import here in Ghana. Secondly, let's say a university graduate. What I have here, Corner Lara, is cheap for any university graduate or anyone who's starting life. Can get this in your single room, your hall and chamber, your studio. It's affordable. Also, a large family, we can customize for you. We can come to your space, check out your interiors, and give you something to fit your space. Those moving out to new locations, new rooms, those old ones, they are outmoded. Come to Landmark. We'll give you a new design, Turkish, very good quality, top notch. You have a lot of fabrics and colors to choose from, and then it will suit your space. With the CEOs and then the executive members, we have ones that will fit your standard. And that is why I asked you to come in, and then you will be happy afterwards. Apart from individuals, we target hotels and other institutions. We can get you one for your lobby, your hotel rooms. We are into bed as well, so we can furnish your room from bed to sofa, your reception, other government institutions that need sofas for their reception. We are good to go. Because of the materials we use, our products will last long, and then you pay less for it as well. So we have a lot of reasons why you should buy from Landmark Furniture. Number one, top quality designs, which are not common, but then when someone walks into your space and see it, the person will totally conclude that these sofas were from Turkey or from any other country, not in Ghana, but they were produced right here in Landmark Furniture. Secondly, we have a lot of colors and fabrics to choose from. So you've moved into a new location, you've painted the place, you come around, we can get a color that will fit your space, that will match the colors in your room as well. Thirdly, we have after sales service. You see, when you buy from the roadside, it ends there. When you import it, it ends there. But here in Landmark Furniture, when you buy it and then it gets damaged, you can bring it 1,000 times for it to be fixed for you for free. Thirdly, we are very affordable. Our prices here are very moderate. You can compare to other furniture shops. The prices will be higher, but the quality will never be the same. Lastly, we do reupholstery. You can bring your old sofa, choose a fabric that suits you, and then we will do it for you just like the way it was. And this is the reason why I entreat all of you to walk in here in Landmark Furniture to purchase your sofas. So what makes Landmark Furniture stand out is with our skilled laborers, they are Ghanaians, educated. Aside we using quality materials, they are very educated to the extent that they give you free consultation. They come to your space and then gives you ideas of what will fit your space, not to make your space bulky. Because it's produced here in Ghana, our workers are from Ghana, the money still remains in the country. And this is why I entreat you to buy made in Ghana goods right from here at Landmark Furniture. Secondly, our target market is for all. High, average, middle, we give you something nice. Average, you get something classy. High, you get something classy. Just name it. We have a lot of accessories that will match your sofas to your specification as well. With a large family size, this is Lara Granda. This is like 11 to 12 seater, and this is perfect for people who are a lot, like a large family size in your house. This as well is called sofa set Reta. This is 8-seater. This is 8-seater sofa set Reta. And what we have here is sofa set Stella. This is also 8-seater as well. Well, it depends on the sizes of the person who will sit on the chair. But to us, this is an 8-seater. This is Sun Stella. This is also an 8-seater. This can be made in your preferred colors. From the corner Granda to Reta to Stella to Sun Stella, it can be made in your preferred colors. And then the sizes. You can tell us to extend this 3-seater to a 4 or 5-seater. It will be done for you. This is a 2-seater of Sunshine, sofa set Sunshine. And these are 3-seaters of sofa set Lara. This can be extended to your preferred size, 4 or 5-seater if you want. This is sofa set Chesterfield. This is a 9-seater, a 7-seater, sorry. This can also be extended to your preferred seater. With your preferred color, you can also add accessories to it if you want it to be done for you. For now, we do a pre-order that will take between 12 to 15 working days. When you order, you make 80% down payment. So let's say you want this. This is, let's say, 5K. You make an 80% of 5K. Between 12 to 15 working days, it will be ready for pickup. When you're picking up, you pay the remaining 20%. Then you pick up. But between that 12 and 15 days, if you want to see how far we've gone to with your products, you can come around. We can also share pictures for you to confirm that that is exactly what you ordered with the design and then the fabric color you choose. You can equally walk in, choose a nice design that fits your space, make payment and then send it away. We also do after sales service. Your kids, we know kids are now, so your kids might spoil something, maybe the arm or anything, you can bring in as many times as it happens and then it will be fixed for you for free. And we're actually running promo on our new designs. So one new design is sofa sets Lotus. The price ranges between 10 to 12, but now we are giving a 50% promo on that design and any other new designs that will come after. So you can walk in and then make yourself comfortable. You are even allowed to have a feel of the seats. And then we have our seats, we have different types. You are allowed to choose your preferred seats. Someone will tell you, I want spring. Another will tell you, I want it more firm. Another will tell you, I want it very soft. You are allowed to choose your seating. Landmark Furniture is situated on Espintes Road, close to Bachuna Total Filling Station. We are on IG as Landmark Furniture Ghana and Facebook as Landmark Furniture Ghana. You can contact us through calls and WhatsApp 025 70 44 324, 025 70 44 324 or 0500 33 0005, 0500 33 0005. We had a lot of clients coming from the Habitat Fair. Some listen to my radio interview at the fair, and then they came in. So it was very good. And we are coming again this year. We'll be coming every year to bring you new products, less expensive, very quality, and very beautiful. So I entreat all of you to come to this year's Habitat Fair, because Landmark Furniture is going to bring 3 different designs which are very beautiful and less expensive. 50% promo on that as well. And even after the Habitat Fair, when you walk into our showroom, you still get that 50% promo on that same beautiful designs we brought to the exhibition. You can walk in, choose your preferred design, your color, your accessories, and then your size. It will be made for you to fit your space. I'll be looking forward to see you all at the upcoming Habitat Fair, and also walk in here to make purchase from us. Thanks for coming. Bye-bye.
I am Dr. Sabi Ohene. I'm a psychiatrist of the University of Ghana Medical School. Suicide is the act of deliberately killing oneself. And unfortunately, it is a worldwide problem which we all have to deal with. The WHO estimates that close to 800,000 people commit suicide every year. And although it can occur in virtually all age groups who are old enough to take decisions by themselves, it is the peak, the largest cause of death globally in the age group 15 to 29 years. It is the single largest cause of death in men below 50 years. In Ghana, the suicide rate is not known exactly, but reported cases are more than 370 currently in a year. We must understand that this is probably a gross underestimation for various reasons. Suicide is considered a taboo in most Ghanaian cultures, and therefore families are very reluctant to talk about it or to accept that family members have died of suicide. There are various risk factors for suicide, including depression. When somebody is suffering from clinical depression, especially when they are feeling hopeless and they are talking of wanting to die, a few things that we also need to bear in mind that apart from these disorders, there are various psychosocial issues that may drive people to suicide. Sometimes poverty, where the person is struggling to make ends meet and nothing seems to work, or even when they face reverses in relationships, some people may actually attempt suicide or successfully commit suicide because of a relationship gone bad. What are some of the things that one can do to prevent suicide? It's really difficult unless you are aware of what the problem is. But when people start talking of wanting to take their lives, we should always take them seriously. Sometimes they say they were only joking, but anybody who talks of suicide perhaps needs to be assessed. In Ghana, many people, for cultural and religious reasons, do not like to talk openly about suicidal ideas that they have. They may simply say they are having bad thoughts, but unless they are encouraged to, they would not open up to talk about suicidal ideation. So whenever you hear anybody, especially when they appear depressed, talk about having bad thoughts, try to find out what these thoughts are. And if they express any ideas of wanting to die or wanting to take their lives, it's important that we simply don't tell them to forget it, as some are wont to do, but instead to encourage them to quickly see a doctor. Suicide is a real problem, a clear and present danger that we must all be aware of.
We are here in the office of the Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister, Kweku Amprechum Sapon. Now, the issue has to do more with the recent increment in passport fees and the reaction that came along with it. There's also been reaction from Parliament, the NDC minority. They may declare the position they've taken on this matter and what they intend doing when Parliament is back in session. But the Minister is here with me here to walk us through the process leading up to the proposal to have the fees increased. And he's going to tell us more about this. Honorable, you're welcome to Joy News.
Thank you very much, Elton, for this opportunity.
And interestingly, I'm just next door to your constituency of Mampon in Ashanti region. I can virtually walk from my hometown to Mampon, my hometown of Insuta.
Yes, 3 miles away.
Yeah, just 3 miles away.
In 45 minutes walking, you'll be there.
Right.
Yes.
So it's good to have you on Joy News.
Thank you.
So you took the decision to review the fees for passports. What went into deciding on this increment?
Okay. The decision was actually, thank you for the opportunity to present the case about and around the upward review of the passport fees, and there were others which are consular charges.
Right.
The ministry, led by the Honorable Minister Shirley Ajuyoko-Botwe, took the decision that the time was ripe for an upward review of certain fees and charges that the ministry wants to charge as passport fees and consular fees specifically. We should also have the view that the time has come for us to take the bull by the horn and to charge a sustainable and a realistic price commensurate with how much it costs to produce a passport. It costs 400 Ghana cedis to produce one passport.
For the 32 page?
For the 32 page. And we all this while have been selling it, let me put it that way, for 100 Ghana cedis.
Meaning it was highly subsidized?
Highly subsidized. No serious business person would do that. You go and buy something for 400 Ghana cedis and come and sell it for 100 Ghana cedis. Doesn't make sense. This has been on the drawing board for a very long time. And many ministers have come to pass, and they have shied away, taking the bull by the horn, taking the tough and hard decision to make sure that we pay the realistic price, the market price for the acquisition of passport, and also to do comparables with what happens within the West African sub-region. For starters, Ghana's passport is the lowest in the whole West Africa region. The second lowest, strangely, is Liberia.
This was before the increment?
Yes, Liberia. And even the increment will still remain the lowest. even with the increment, will still remain the lowest. Because Liberia was charging $40, and currently theirs is under review. Our 500 is coming around the $40 region, right? Now, the supplier of Liberian passport is the same supplier of Ghana passport. So we in Liberia go to the same market to buy the same passport. And then they sell theirs for 40 and we are selling ours for $7 or $8. It doesn't make sense. But like I said, over 10 years we've stayed with it, everybody has shied away from it. And we've come to a point where we are more or less being strangulated. Funds or monies that are supposed to use at the main ministry here is being used to subsidize passports.
But why was it so that you would spend 400 Ghana cedis to procure a passport and then sell it to the holder at 100 Ghana cedis?
It's like the noise that is currently
to make it so available to everybody.
Well, the noise that currently is being made, we are selling
we'll come
it.
To that.
We were moving to 500, and there is a bit of noise from some quarters where it is expected. I mean, as for that, there is no way. Even if we decide to reduce the price, there will be some people who will not. Yes, reaction, positive or negative. But we had to do it because we thought we got into a place where it was not sustainable for the ministry to move money from running the main ministry to continue subsidizing passports. It wasn't sustainable. We were having serious challenges at the main ministry. We were even thinking of cutting back on the services that we were providing at the main ministry here in order to be able to subsidize passports.
Meaning the budgetary allocation that Parliament approved for the ministry, part of it went into subsidizing passports for the holder.
That is what is happening. And the problem too is that because we are paying this 100 Ghana, it has been impossible for us to invest in the acquisition, the production and acquisition of passports. So passport office will lack a lot of equipment. Now we've got digitalization. So there's a whole range of equipment, whatever that needs to be done. Computers we can't buy, the capturing machines we can't buy, the printers we can't buy, we can't afford. To the extent that, Elton, as we speak right now, if you go and make an application for passport and you want a booking for your biometrics, you will get it in December.
Because we're here to clear the backlog.
Because we don't have the machine. We don't have the capturing machines to be able to capture. So you go in today, you get December. And I can tell you, if you go in next week, it might be
next year.
It might be next year.
We'll come back to deal whether the increment will help address the backlog. But the 500 Ghana cedis that you are charging presently for the 32 booklet, is it full cost recovery?
It is full cost recovery. The 400 will make us possible to pay for the full cost of it. At least the 100, you need some little profit to be able to use that to reinvest. 400 is covering everything.
Right.
Now you need a little bit of excess to be able to buy certain things, to reinvest it, to improve things to do, right, in the acquisition process. And moreover, in 6 months' time, we'll be introducing what we call chip-embedded passport, which is a requirement of the International Civil Aviation Authority, ICAO, based in Canada. ICAO has asked all countries to make sure that they migrate onto the chip-embedded passport.
Meaning the passport I'm holding now
is what we call biometric. It's a biometric
so
passport.
The biometric might have to undergo some kind of upgrade.
Well, it's going to upgrade. A new one will be introduced in 6 months' time.
You're going to phase out the biometric
We will
passport.
phase that one, but it is not going to be immediate. When we bring in the chip embedded, both passport can be used for a period of about a year or even more, right? So still you have the biometric. You can use it until maybe a year or a year and a half or 2 years' time. We are yet to decide on that. When you will decide
when you want to move to the
chip embedded. Now we are priced this thing in such a way that when we introduce the chip embedded, there will be no need to do an increase. It will all stay the same. At least that 100 extra okay, will be able to take care of the extra cost of introducing the chip embedded. The chip embedded costs more.
Right.
But even if we introduce it, we will still be able to charge the same 500 Ghana and to be able to break even and to be able to operate without any or too much challenges or difficulties.
So if I get you, what this new increment, the 500 Ghana cedi, for example, satisfies you completely?
It does, completely. And at least it brings us nearer to what is happening within the sub-region. Right? The figures, for example, Benin is charging $50
for a passport.
For a passport.
That's like 600 Ghana cedis.
Burkina charges $80, which is about $960. That's 60 Ghana cedis.
Right.
Cameroon charges $180. That is about 2,160. Ivory Coast, our next door neighbor, charges $123, which is roughly about 1,500 thereabout. The Gambia charges $50 for a passport. Guinea charges $57. Guinea-Bissau charges $65. Mali $91. Nigeria $54. Sierra Leone $100. Togo $50. Liberia $40 lowest. Ghana $7 or $8.
But now it has moved to almost $40.
Now we are getting there. So we are getting closer to even the Liberia with the second lowest. And the Liberia one is currently under review. Liberia is looking to review. So while the lowest is looking to review its passport upwards, we are now doing the catch-up. Right? And the catch-up, there's a bit of a backlog. But I know Ghanaians at the end of the day will see reason and wisdom in what we are trying to do. Because the bottom line is we want to increase or improve service delivery. At the moment, we are not comfortable or happy with the level of service that we are providing. Yes, we have to be very honest about it.
We'll deal with that, but even as you make us understand that even with the new increment, we are still paying the lowest in the sub-region.
Yes.
The minority, the ranking member on the Foreign Affairs Committee, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, says, I mean, looking at the prevailing economic conditions in the country, 500 Ghana cedis appears to him to be on the higher side, even though he does admit that there's a need for an increment. And then when you met the select committee, the recommendation that came forth was that you should stagger it such that the increment should be on a gradual basis. What is your reaction to this?
Well, Sammy is professionally good at playing to the gallery. He likes playing to the gallery. Why? The last 1 year, I have engaged Sammy about 4 or 5 times on this very matter. I've done extensive engagement before this thing came out. I've engaged Sammy. I have engaged the NDC previous leadership, that is Haruna Drusu. I met Haruna Drusu about 2 or 3 times on this matter. I shared with him all the information.
So the discussions didn't start today?
No. It's been going over a year. The same thing apart with Sammy. The same, I've shared that with him. The current crop of leadership of the NDC, I have had engagements with them that look, this is where we are. And they've all said it is not sustainable. The figures we have, but brother, no way. This upward review is very, very necessary. We can't continue to stay at where we are. Yes, it is true that we did mention it to the Foreign Affairs Committee, that at a certain point, we will be introducing or we will be asking for an upward review. We will go through the processes. But it is not the Foreign Affairs Committee's responsibility in this particular matter.
Yeah, because this was
fees and charges. It is not Foreign Affairs Committee. So when Honorable Okudzeto goes on and on and on and on, it is not true.
That's the recommendation was that you
it is not. It is not true.
There was no such recommendation
because it is not coming before the Foreign Affairs Committee.
This was an ally that went through the 21 days maturation period.
No. You see, I'll tell you the process, Elton. When we mooted the idea, it has been on the drawing board, like I said, for the past 10 years. Just that ministers and politicians haven't had the balls to actually introduce it. Until my minister decided that the time was up. We are being strangulated, and we need to do something about it. Otherwise, we might have to shut passport office. Now, we have to make, the law requires that when you want to make changes on your fees and charges, you prepare your memorandum and then you take it to the Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance has a unit that will do all its necessary due diligence to make sure that what you are asking for actually is appropriate. Then from there, a joint presentation is then made to Parliament. Then the Speaker will decide which committee. And normally, when it's fees and charges, it is the subsidiary legislation. The subsidiary legislation, as presently constituted, is chaired by Dr. Dominic Ayeni.
A member on the NDC side.
A member on the NDC side and the MP for Boko East. So he went to the committee. The committee invited our officers to come and make our case, bring the background documents, whatever. They can also get people, researchers, consultants to go in and investigate and see if what we have brought is appropriate and justified, or what they have to do. Either reduce it, whatever. So that happened. At that committee level, it was an unanimous decision, not one dissenting voice.
When it came to the increment?
When it came to, yes, the discussion on the increment or the review, the whole subsidiary legislation committee of, I think it's 10 MPP, 10 NDC or somewhere, the whole committee unanimously approved it. Agreed. It wasn't the decision of the chair. Neither was it only the minority or the majority that decided. The whole membership in attendance on that day agreed that yes, they have to approve it and recommend it to Parliament for approval. So they agreed and they recommended it and brought it to the floor of Parliament for a debate. When the report came for Parliament for a debate, at the end of the debate, the whole parliamentary session in attendance that day, unanimously, not one dissenting voice, agreed that these fees and charges be implemented. So he went through LI, legislative instrument, and delayed for 21 days, and eventually, together with other fees and charges that were in the working, were approved. So we had no other option, because if we don't implement it, we can be sanctioned. So we decided that 1st April, yesterday, will be the implementing date. So that is the process that we went through.
That is gone through.
So people sitting somewhere saying, I did this, I did that, and I'm going to go to Parliament, and it is hoofing and puffing.
But again,
if he wants to come, I'll meet him on the floor of Parliament.
So Honorable, beyond the legalities that nobody is faulting you for, his other concern is that this is going to put extra hardship on the Ghanaian, and for that reason, he will make formal approach for the minister and yourself to appear before the committee with a view to review what has become law now. Is this something that you are willing to consider?
Well, if he wants us to come to the committee, we will respect the committee. We will appear before the committee. We will repeat or rehash the reasons behind the request and the approval given by Parliament of the passport fees. That one, yes. But as to whether this little threat, whatever, it is not going to happen. Take it from me.
You are not going to review it.
It will not happen. These figures, with the support of majority of Ghanaians, it has come to stay. There's nothing he can do about it. He can make his noise out there. That's why nobody challenges him. If he wants to bring it to the committee, to Parliament, we will meet him on the floor of Parliament. We will discuss it, we will debate it, and at the end of the day, I can bet my last cedi, he will fall flat on his face.
How does this address the backlog at the passport office?
Right. The reason why we are introducing this, like I said, principally is the fact that we need to invest and improve service delivery. With us With it being possible for us to start charging these new fees, we will not need the subsidy. We will rather have money to be able to invest, to buy the equipment, the machinery, the printers, and whatever other stuff that we need to be able to give the the excellent service that have been our agenda to do. With the cash revenue flow, it will become possible for us to approach the suppliers of these equipment and materials and whatever that we need in our work. So once we get more computers, once we get more laminating machines, once we get more capturing machines, we'll be able to capture more biometrics. And therefore, this 6 months, 7 months, or 8 months appointment days will be reduced and eventually be in a very containable situation. At the moment, it's out of control. Out. Because we don't have the capturing machines.
We don't even have the machine.
We do have some, but it's not enough.
The capacity is very low.
Capacity is very low, and that is what is causing this uncontrollable dates that is happening. Now, if we have money, or if the money starts coming in the next month or two, when the revenue flow is increasing, our cash flow is good, we have a plan in place. When we approach, like I said, the suppliers, this is our money. Now you see we have money coming in. Give us the machine right now. We are not going to wait till we accumulate, but we say give us the machines so that we can start improving the service, and then with the revenue flow we'll be able to meet our financial obligations to you. But same applies to when we get to the passport printers. Because right now, passport printing book is taking about 8-10 months to about a year.
Yes, exactly. And
then when things starts getting out of control, as it is going, deteriorating, and we don't arrest it, it is going to take about 2 years for somebody to get their passport. Because the capturing of the biometrics alone takes you about 8 months. Then when it comes to the printing itself, because we have challenges with the printer, right? Because at the moment with digitalization, passport applications in a day is about 5,000. Minimum 5,000.
5,000 you're printing a day?
5,000. No.
5,000 applications.
Applications coming in.
Across the country?
Across. We are able to print maximum, after stretching ourselves, 3,000.
Out of the 5,000.
So every day,
there's a backlog of 2,000.
2,000. A week, 10,000. So 1 month, 40,000. As we speak, we have 70,000 there.
70,000
sitting there backlog. Because we don't have the printer.
And even as you are charging the new fees, if you want to look at the timeliness of it, it's going to take us months, if not years, to clear the entire backlog.
We have a plan, like I said.
What's the plan?
With the revenue flow, okay, what we are looking at doing in the next couple of days, we intend starting, is we were going to have 2 teams for both the capturing and the printing. So the first team will do the normal working hours, okay, do the capturing. Then the second team will come in and then start to work to reduce the backlog that is sitting there, okay? And we are also starting a phone call process, okay, call center, that will be calling people who, even though have been given some distant dates, when we call you and ask you, is it possible for you to come on such and such a date for your capturing, and you are able to, then we ask you to come, and then we will do your capture. Through that, we will be bringing down the backlog of the capturing. Now, the same principle we are going to apply with the passport, or the printing. The first squad will come and do the normal printing during the normal working hours. And then the second squad will come in and then do the second batch. We're dealing with the backlog of cases that are there. Right. Now, that is using the current system.
The current system.
Now, we will all then be in a position also to buy new printers. And when we bring in the new printers, it means we'll be able to speed up clearing the backlog of printers, because our current printers will be there, right? We have some small printers. If I take you there and you see it, you will say, Ghana party. printers where the CC hand you are using it to be print. Yes, that is what we have. But when we are able to, because we comfortable that we have money coming in, it will be easier to approach the supplier or the manufacturers.
But you should also be mindful of procurement, bottlenecks that you may face in terms of getting these printers in time to clear the backlog.
Well, all I'm saying is eventually you will get it.
Right.
Okay. As for the timeline, whether you have money now in abundance, you will never go and you will pick it off the shelf. It is not off the shelf. You place the order, and then they will manufacture it for you. That is, so the timeline, fine. We play, if, for example, now we know that the cash flow is coming, Ghanaians have accepted it, the 500 is coming in, at least we'll be in a comfortable position to make an order. And when you make the order, you know you are not just paying it there and then. The manufacturer is going to tell you it's going to take maybe 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months to manufacture. So you know you have about 2 or 3 months to pull together your resources to go and settle. And with the stream of income by way of the payments, right, you will then be able to marshal your resources and be able to pay the supplier when it's delivery time. So we are quite comfortable that if we are able to sustain what we have introduced, it will make it possible for us to buy the equipment and with what we have put in place, improve the service delivery to Ghanaians. And moreover, you see, we believe that the number of passport acquisition is likely to go down. Reason being that until the introduction of digitalization and Ghana card, passport in most cases was the main form of ID card for Ghanaians. Now with the Ghana card coming on stream and the Ghana card now becoming the #1 ID card in everything that you do, there will be no real and serious need for the ordinary Ghanaian to run to go for a passport. You will need it when you are having to travel outside Ghana. But see, my
understanding is that even for most countries, the Ghana card is accepted as
it is accepted when you are traveling from there to Ghana, right? But when you are traveling from Ghana to those countries outside West Africa, you must have a passport because you are going to need a visa, and the visa will have to be in a passport. You can't have visa on the Ghana card. We haven't gotten there yet. Even those in the advanced economies, the EU countries, they have ID cards. The America has the ID card. Canada has ID card. You cannot use that to travel because yes.
Right. So even as you deal with the backlog and the backlog that has existed for so many months, if not years, it has provided opportunity for some other individuals to exploit the system to their own advantage, to the extent that people are paying more than the 500, which Honorable Okoyeto
500 is
too high. People are paying 2,000, 3,000 just to acquire a passport. Yes. So the desire is there.
It is there.
The unfortunate thing has always been that the service is not there for you to access.
That's very true.
In terms of this Goro addition into the acquisition of passport, how are you dealing with it?
Okay. When we get to the position of being able to improve service delivery properly, when we have the equipment, for example, the capturing, because there are bottlenecks, difficulties, and challenges along the way in getting dates for your capturing, right? The long hands of the devil have entered in there between outsiders and insiders, right? Goro boys outside and they are inside accomplices.
And these are employees of the passport office.
Yeah, employees of the passport offices. They condone and connive and are able to manipulate things because of this shortage and because there is a market for it, right? Where there is no market, Goro will not happen. There is a market. People are getting 8 months appointments. The person wants this thing in a month. So what will the person do? Okay, a market is therefore created because of the inefficiency and as a result of the underinvestment and the lack of equipment. So Goro boys grow. Okay. Now, where we are able to have the bookings per what I have just described, and you apply and the booking gives you 2 weeks or whatever. Well, why do you go to a Goro boy for the Goro boy to charge you? 2, if we have printers and we are being able to print booklets, the passport, within the stipulated 21 days, why would you need a Goro person to come in and charge you 1,500, 2,000, and currently 3,000? Why? What for? You don't need it. But if it's going to take you 1 year to get your booklet, you will be looking for ways and means. And the Goro person will also find ways and means, right, in association with his son of the devil inside the passport office, and then do business. So when we do succeed with the increase in fees and are able to buy the equipment and the materials and the whatevers, we will be able to contain the situation. We will be able to reduce the activity of Goro boys. Eliminating it completely will be difficult. Is difficult. I have to be a realist. Will be difficult because when you have human beings, there's always the devil out there to tempt us,
trying to manipulate the system.
Yes.
But for your staff, for people who work under you and those on secondment who work at the passport office, what is your strategy working to deal with these individuals who have taken advantage of the laxity in the system to exploit it to their own advantage? The last time the minister went there, she threatened to transfer some people who had been there for more than the stipulated time.
Not threatened, we did. Those who had been there for more than
6 months.
6 months. Later on, she was a bit magnanimous and then extended it to 1 year. They were all transferred, right? The protocol arrangement, the passport office is not only membered by staff from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In fact, our staff are in the list. All the security agencies have their staff or representatives or whatever there. The protocol arrangement originally was that they will be there for 6 months. And after 6 months, we do changes. Unfortunately, we did not keep to the protocol. And we believe that it also contributed to the Goro business and the Goro activities all over. Because everybody who gets in there sees the passport office as a cash cow.
Right.
And therefore, we were trying to use the devil hands to do all kinds of stuff over there. So when the minister went last August, we moved. And when we did the moving, the Goro activity actually came down. The price actually came down, no 2 ways. At least I can vouch for what happened at our party, at our headquarters, at Ridge, right? It came down. We intend to continue with it come next August. There will be
do another transfer.
No, we will do. Now we say we are going to enforce the protocol. And we have also done a staff rationalization over there to make sure that the right number of staff needed are the ones who will be there or be assigned or seconded by the various security agencies.
But when you say the right number, what is that?
Because sometimes what happens is certain numbers are flooded in there.
So you have more number of people working there.
It has been the case, more than necessary, right? You will want
Everybody wants to go to the passport
You
office.
want to do some time and motion to make sure that the people that you need, if it is 5, it is 5, not 7. And the 7 are hovering, 2 extra are hovering around there, and they're doing the in and out, whilst others are working. So they will go out and get the business and bring it in, and then they share it. There are all kinds of ways and means that they do the thing there. So we have done our homework. We've come to terms with certain things that we need to do. We're doing the staff rationalization. Come August, we are implementing it to the full, making sure that the fire service are required to bring two. That's it.
Not more than a required
Not more than 2, because when you come, there won't be space for you. We don't have space for you, and you won't get access. We don't need you. We'll send you back, and you can't force your way in there. It is Foreign Affairs that has allowed it, that protocol. Nobody can impose it. Right. There is no book or legal or administrative structure or whatever, or management structure that says that you have to be there.
Right.
It is for convenience that we think that passport office is a security zone. So if it's a security zone, let's bring on board the other security agencies to help in the work that we do there and to enhance the securityness of that particular office. So we are looking at all that, and it's all part of the package to try and improve service delivery over there. So we are on course, and we are hoping that Ghanaians will be understanding of what we have rolled out. And it's not a punitive thing that we want to do. It's just that we, excuse me for want of a better word, Ghanaians are having to pay for years of inaction, not increasing, successive, whatever. So I am begging that politics should be taken out of this. And those who want to play politics, it is not going to be helpful. The situation is sometimes, we find ourselves in some of these situations because our politics is so toxic, right? And so adversarial that anything coming from party A, party B will say, I will oppose it. It's just like this passport fees, I'm telling you. The consultation and engagement I have done in the last 1 year is unprecedented. And the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs who is making the noise that he's making, in a way, I am not too surprised that he's making that noise. It is a stock in trade. That everything that is coming out, he will want to have a say. He will want to oppose it or say something, and as he tells me, I have to energize my base. I have to energize my base. So for the purposes of energizing his base, he has to be opposite or say something contrary or be seen to be. It is not progressive.
Just a quick question for those who are living abroad, Ghanaians who are living abroad, are they also paying the same or?
For each country abroad, each country has got its own fees.
Okay.
Yeah, so it is country specific, and we take into consideration the country's level of development. Some countries are high income countries.
So, for example,
some
UK,
are medium.
UK and the UK, how much are they paying?
UK, well, over the top of my head, honestly, I wouldn't want to give figures, but if I refer to my big document down there, I'll be able to tell you. We have every country the fees and charges for passport and consular services. We have all of them in there, and that is what we follow. Like I said, we have high income countries, medium income, and then low income countries. So you don't expect a low income country
to pay for
be paying for the same thing as a high income country. No, that is not the case. We've tried to be fair and equitable in the fees and charges that we've rolled out.
Well, thank you very much for the explanation. And today is day one of the implementation of the new.
Day two.
Day two.
Today is the first working day. Yes.
And I'm guessing that there's not been any negative reaction to this, and everything's going.
I guess the way it started yesterday, Elton. Let me be fair. Yesterday was a heavy day for me. In fact, for about a period of about 6 hours.
You were just explaining.
I was sitting at one place with explanation, with phone calls from left, right, and center, even from my own party members and my party leadership. It wasn't easy. My minister was also being bombarded left, right, and center. We were there. Now today, with a lot of work, the explanation, the background information, the talking points that we put out, the justification, I can see that it is sinking in. Even on social media, the information that when people see the comparables, that in the whole West Africa region, Liberia 40, and they are reviewing it upwards, and we are 7. What have we done wrong? And when the supplier is the same supplier, Ghana.
Okay. Let's end it here. The Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and Member of Parliament for Mampon, Honorable Amprechum Sapon Kweku Amprechum Sapon. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Alton.
Hello and welcome to Business Live. Coming up, GOIL moves to clarify recent significant hikes in prices of products sold at service stations as it is now offering more options for consumers. Banking consultant Dr. Richmond Etiahene rules out news of French bank Société Générale's exit would impact customer deposits.
I can assure you, with Bank of Ghana proactive strategy on this deposit safety, I don't think anybody will lose deposit. The customers shouldn't panic at all.
Monetary Fund expresses confidence of a June board meeting to approve disbursement of $360 million to Ghana following significant progress made on external debt restructuring deal.
The time it took for a country like Chad to get approval by the board of a program and then the first review, that time got shorter for Zambia and has gotten shorter for Ghana. So it's moving in the right direction.
We will be analyzing this. You'd want to stay. I am Emma Davis. Let's settle for the details. GOIL has moved to clarify recent hikes in the prices of products sold at its service stations. The market leader claims this is due to the rising cost of premium products that it offers to customers. There is more in the following report.
GOIL, which controls more than 40% of the petroleum sales market, in the past had one of the lowest prices at the pumps. This because GOIL uses market dominance to force other players to review their prices in cases where they had gone ahead to increase prices. However, over the past 2 months, that has changed. GOIL in most instances is the first to increase prices of petroleum products at the pumps. It also became one of the few oil companies to have one of the highest prices at the pumps anytime there are reviews in the pricing window for the petroleum product. GOIL claims this raw 95 is a premium product and has very low octane levels. That is why it's been forced to hike prices in recent times. It, however, claims in a circular that it has released a more regular product for petrol and diesel. It should be priced like the normal products on the market.
Meanwhile, more oil marketing companies are expected to adjust prices at the pumps from today. It's coming after mixed reviews at the pumps last week, led by market leader GOIL.
The expected adjustment is mainly driven by the spike in prices of finished petroleum products on the international market and the cedi's depreciation. This means that most of these bulk oil distributors now need more Ghana cedis to bring in the same quantity of petroleum products. However, someone has to take care of this cost. That is why those that have already adjusted their prices have passed on this cost to consumers. But the dynamics have been a little bit different this time round. Instead of the increase across all the petroleum products, petrol has gone up and is selling at 15 Ghana cedis, 22 pesos, based on the quotes by the market leader GOIL. That of diesel has gone down and is selling at 14 Ghana cedis, 65 pesos. But in the case of Star, one of the fastest growing oil marketing firms, diesel has been kept unchanged at 13 Ghana cedis, 97 pesos, whilst petrol has gone down and is selling at 13 Ghana cedis, 99 pesos. But for many, the concern here is that could this latest round of increase now embolden the unionized transport operators to push government for an increase in fares? What about the impact on inflation going forward and the cost of doing business in the country?
Away from fuel prices, banking consultant Dr. Richmond Etiahene has ruled out that news of French bank Société Générale exiting African markets, including Ghana, would impact customer deposits. According to him, the Bank of Ghana has put in place stringent measures to protect depositors' funds Therefore, any attempt by the bank to move out of their market will not affect the funds of their customers. He spoke on Marketplace.
What are we doing about remittances? Our remittances is nothing to rot home about. So the city is running. Currently, if the remittances have been captured very well, I am sure the city will not have been run like the way it's running. Unfortunately, when people are triggering a diaspora bond, we are trying to deregulate the remittances and give it to certain institutions to benefit from the foreign exchange. And we must be very, very serious what the currency is doing to the economy. And we must get back and say, what do we want to do to ourselves? Even in Nigeria, of our economy, is talking about remittances from overseas, which is about 20 billion, and ours is 5.2 billion, according to World Bank 23 data. We are talking about, we are more receiving only 2.1. The rest, nobody knows where it goes. And all these things are impacting on the currency depreciation. For the customer deposit, I think from what Bank of Ghana have done, they will be very secure. They will be very, very secure. I can assure you, with Bank of Ghana proactive strategy on this deposit safety, I don't think anybody will lose deposit. The customers shouldn't panic at all. And if you remember, in George's analysis, they said Lazar has been appointed to find a buyer. Any buyer that comes in would have nothing to do with the customer deposit. The deposit will be left intact. Because for that one, I trust the central bank so much that they will have regulations and system to protect customer deposit. So it shouldn't send a panic. I don't think this is the need for panic. For customers should always stay calm. Because with Bank of Ghana on the side, no money will be lost.
An economics lecturer at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Professor Grace Asante Nkansa, is requesting that governments and the judiciary work effectively to improve the financial development of the country. Professor Asante Nkansa observes financial structural adjustment programs and other measures are yet to have the requisite impact in the financial sector for economic growth. Her request is in line with a study she conducted on the impact of financial development on economic growth in sub-Saharan Africa.
If you're looking at financial development, we've traveled far. The financial system is not bad, but we have problems with some of the legal system. Let's say I'm a business person, and then you visit me. Maybe I do business with you. Maybe I sell goods to you on credit, and you have to pay back. You default. How well is the legal system helping me to get my money from you? Or maybe I form partnership or other thing, business with some people, and maybe it goes bad. How well is the legal system trying to resolve some of these things so that people will be encouraged to go into partnership and other things? When we go into partnership, it turns out to be different thing. But the partnership helps us to bring together a lot of funds to grow our businesses. And then let's look at issues like President Kufuor's time. We brought the fast track called something for business people. Where is it? Where has it ended? It was good. Because let's say I'm a foreigner and I'm coming in. I know that definitely even if I give goods to some people on credit or maybe go into some of these things, or even a bank gives money to somebody and the person defaults, big money, and then the company defaults. How are we able to recoup some of these monies for the banks? All these things are little things that are not helping us. It's not helping us for the financial development to work well, to give us the growth that we are looking at. And let's look at government. How disciplined is our government? Look at the fiscal deficit that we have. So it doesn't make the business world trust us. The bank, some time ago, the bank said they were charging higher interest because of the inflation, and the inflation is coming as a result of some of these things. So if government will be disciplined, so that we reduce some of our deficits, it will go a long way to help the business world to grow and for the financial sector to be able to support the business world, for the economy to grow.
The International Monetary Fund has revealed that it is confident of having its board meeting in June to approve and disburse some $360 million to Ghana. It follows significant progress made by Ghana on finalizing an agreement with bilateral creditors on the restructuring of more than $5 billion in debt. Catherine Patilo is Deputy Director at the African Department of IMF and has been speaking on a yet-to-air PM Express Business Edition this Thursday at 9 p.m.
So, debt restructuring is always difficult, right? It's most difficult for the country itself going through it. Also, difficult for the creditors who take losses, and it takes time. So the common framework has been then a new process to bring official creditors together to agree on a debt restructuring for an individual country. Has it gone as smoothly as we would have liked, as fast as we would have liked? Definitely no. But I think actually we would not have made the progress that we have without it. And we are seeing improvements in the process. So the time it took for a country like Chad to get from initial agreement with the IMF to approval by the board of a program and then the first review, that time got shorter for Zambia and has gotten shorter for Ghana. So it's moving in the right direction of trying to ensure the process moves more efficiently and speedily. There's also a new global debt sovereign roundtable that the IMF and the World Bank and India's part of their G20 process introduced. And we think that can help also because it's a place where the representatives of the debtor countries, creditors, both the official, the bondholders, the IMF, World Bank, other people can come around and talk more about some of the general issues in a debt restructuring that influence the process. What does comparability of treatment mean? How should information be shared on debt sustainability between the parties? So if you have this kind of improvement in understanding on some of the key parameters, then this can help with future debt restructurings.
And you think that this whole engagement would help fast track the situation, because you're launching this thing in Ghana, and there are several criticisms that has come from even other African countries as well, that we said that this was the way to go, but it hasn't moved as fast as we all wanted.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, look at the cases of Zambia where they have reached, the agreement with their official creditors, and then also recently with their Eurobond holders. And in Ghana, in January, an agreement also in principle with the official creditors. And Ghana having successfully completed largely its domestic debt restructuring. So I think, again, is it perfect? No. Is it moving in the right direction? That's what we keep pushing for.
Is it too late for any recommendations to be done to fast track the process?
We're always looking for ways to improve the processes. So that's why this Global Debt Sovereign Roundtable, I think, is important. More suggestions that are coming out of that.
And can Ghana take advantage of this roundtable thing that is the final?
Well, I think Ghana's process is on a very good path right now. And as you know, the Ghana team was here recently and reached staff-level agreement with the authorities on the program, and the next step will be then for them to reach agreement with their creditors, and that would allow us to move forward with completing the board by end June.
There's a need to analyze this further, so let's go on Zoom and engage economist Dr. Edu Osu-Sarkodie. Doc, thank you very much for your time. What do you make of this assurance coming from the IMF when it comes to disbursing the next tranche of cash for Ghana?
Well, it is a good news for the country. Remember that the debt restructuring was a prerequisite for us to secure an IMF program because our debt level was unsustainable, and that we needed to start with a domestic debt exchange, which was about 80% complete. And then government has shifted its attention to the external debt exchange. I must say that we all know that the agreement was reached between the Paris Club and the government of Ghana in principle. So they agreed in principle to restructure the debt for us at the beginning of the year. So we all knew that the assurance was there, which the IMF wanted. The IMF just wanted an assurance, and that assurance was given to us. Where we are currently is about the different treatments. Remember that in the Paris Club, there are different countries that we have contracted loans from, and each loan has different, identity, different principal, different interest, different maturity period, different coverage, different reasons for contracting the loans. And so at this point, we want to treat the debt differently with different countries. I think that's what's delaying, because it will take some time, and the IMF is waiting for a memorandum of understanding between Ghana and the different external creditors at a bilateral level. And so it is good news that the IMF has decided to proceed with the board meeting with the hope that by that time, which is June ending, we have reached some concrete agreement with the bilateral, or the Paris Club, which is the first external debt treatment that we are going to have, which is good news because it will give us some debt relief. Government will free funds to prioritize some essential commodities in the country in terms of its financing. And then the IMF tranche will also be released. World Bank will also release some funding for us. Today, we see that our city is depreciating, so we need the inflow of funds to shore up the value of the city. It is good news, and I hope that things go on well as we all envisage by the end of June.
So you're quite optimistic things will be ready in June too?
Yes, I am optimistic. Like I said, the agreement has already been reached in principle. We are waiting for the different debt treatments, and I'm sure negotiations will go on well, smoothly. The IMF is also making sure that the Ghanaian economy does not sink, because Ghana is the star of Africa. Everybody is looking out to us. If our economy sinks, a lot will happen. And if you look at the posture of the IMF, they are intentional or they are deliberate about our recovery. So they will make sure that the Ghanaian economy recovers. We are on the path of recovery, as all the indicators have shown. And I'm positive that by June, we'll get the debt exchange from the bilateral level, and then the third tranche should be released to us to stabilize further our economy.
Okay, what then would you say could be the impact of this development on the broader economy?
Well, I think the first thing is the announcement. If you recall, when Ghana secured, even a staff level agreement before the board approval, the speculative demand around our currency reduced. So I envisage that the speculative demand will reduce. In other words, people would not, think negative or project negatively about the cedi further falling. And so that will help us. Just by the announcement will help us. And I'm sure the financial market reacts quickly to some of these pronouncements or announcements by the fund. It will also send a signal to foreign investors that Ghana is on course to restructure its debt and recover its economy, and therefore it is prudent for them to come here and do business with us. We need the investment in the country, so we are sure that investors will listen to this. They will hear these pronouncements, these announcements. They will come to the country to do business with us, and I'm sure the government of Ghana will also put in more efforts to make sure that the gains are consolidated and so that we don't return to the old days of high inflation. Everybody, all stakeholders will come on board. I'm sure media and academia will all make sure that the economy gets back on track, and then at the end of the day, it will benefit all of us. All we are all looking for is for the economy to recover, grow, and create jobs. Until we get there, I always say that we have not fully recovered. So we are on the path of recovery, and I will call on investors, both domestic and external, to do business with the Republic of Ghana. And we are only hoping that when things get better, the gate will be open for the Republic of Ghana to raise sovereign bonds on international commercial banks. It is one of the reasons for the cedi depreciation that we have experienced recently. Since January 2022, Ghana government has not been able to raise any bonds on the Eurobond market. And over the years, successive governments have shot up the value of the cedi by borrowing externally. And so if you're unable to borrow externally, your cedi will depreciate. If the debt is low, it is advisable to borrow. I mean, the economic principles suggest, but already our debt is so high. So that shouldn't be a priority, shouldn't be our first option. The first option is to stabilize, get to sustainable levels of our debt, and then stabilize our economy, and then make sure that we generate revenues internally to grow our economy. That, I'm sure, is the first point of action. And then later on, if our debt levels are reduced, then we can go to the commercial market to borrow some amount of money to supplement what we have been able to raise domestically.
Doc, you talked about the stability of the cedi. I would like to know, in your opinion, has the IMF brought about the needed transformation and impact on the economy?
Yeah, obviously, significant, progress has been made. Our cedi before the program was depreciating around 40%. Thereabout. It also pushed inflation to about 54%. And we have seen some relative stability of the currency, except that, things, as the IMF member or person said, that things have not gone faster, the way we wanted it. Because debt exchange is a difficult thing to do, especially at the external level. And so the currency is reacting to some of these policies or these measures or these instruments. So yes, the cedi has been relatively stable, but you and I know that it is currently depreciating, and this is not the best we can get. So the IMF program has been beneficial to us. Everybody is seeing the figures, but we haven't gotten there yet. What we want is for us to have the full funding from the IMF. I think out of about 3 billion, we have received 1.2. So more than half are still yet to be received. And so we would not reap the full benefit of the IMF program when the money itself is given to us in tranches and the program is being, aligned to last for like 3 years. So in my view, I think that we'll reap the full benefit of the program at the end of the program, which is around 2026, when all the 3 billion has been exhausted, and then we have gotten the support, we have gotten all the reforms that we are looking for. The debt levels have come to sustainable levels. I think the government is projecting about 55% of GDP. The debt service burden should fall below 30% of revenue. When we get to this level, then we can confidently say that the program has fully finished on the program. But for now, we are enjoying it bit by bit, progressively. Right. And I'm not sure that anybody will say that we have achieved all that we want to achieve.
Thank you very much, Dr. Idowusu Sarkodie, for your time on Business Live. He is an economist. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more. Welcome. Event organizers are bemoaning high taxes, indicating it is affecting cost of operations. According to the Chief Executive Officer of Cast Vote Ghana, Robert Nyadu, the current cedi depreciation is killing businesses and hence could compel them to lay off workers. He spoke at the unveiling of Cast Vote's new project dubbed Tomorrow is Today.
We, the entrepreneurs in the event organizing space, I wouldn't say we've been neglected, but we also feel the pressure of sometimes some taxes on certain things that we do can even be waived off to make way for us to invest more into the event organizing space. Yes, so we are just. I think it's about time. Both parties need to set. I'm yet to see one though, but I think it's about time both parties need to set and agree on certain things so that we can actually make the event organizing space more interesting in Ghana. The project's name is Tomorrow's Today, and it's a project that we have targeted senior high school, senior high schools in Ghana, and we are hoping that the kind of impact we are looking out for is putting more digitalization at the secondary level. We've realized most tertiary levels are already into the digitalization of their voting processes and other things that they've been doing on campus.
That's how we end today's edition of Business Live. I am Emma Davis. Have a good evening.
Did you know that some videos circulating on social media falsely claiming to be from JoyNews and advertising some drugs are fakes? These fake videos advertise unapproved medicines using deep fakes of our presenters to endorse these medicines. Here's one example.
If blood pressure exceeds 120/80, internal organs are affected and a stroke occurs. A famous doctor has developed a drug that prevents high blood pressure.
You can learn to spot these fake videos. Here's how. The first sign. Notice how the lips of the anchor do not exactly match the words being spoken. Also, pay attention to the JoyNews logo in the bottom left corner. With a real JoyNews logo, the globe rotates. If you spot a static logo, it is an indication the video you're watching is fake. Doctored videos often have slight inconsistencies. It could be in the audio quality, visual glitches, or even lighting. Listen to this audio carefully.
Johnson Haynes will talk about a drug from the USA.
You will notice that this is computer generated and lacks the natural pauses and rhythms of a human voice. You will notice something irregular at the edge of the head and the background. It is because the image has most likely been superimposed on that background. Another indication that this video is fake. Finally, always check who is posting the video. In this instance, the post is from a group calling itself Citizens for a Healthy Nation. When you click on the link, it tells you they are into advertising and marketing based in South Africa. This should tell you it is not from JoyNews. In another instance, the post is by an individual who describes himself as Paisano. But again, the page is labeled as advertising and marketing with a number that is reported to originate from the Dominican Republic and an 809 area code that has been associated with scams in the past. This is another indication the video is fake and not from JoyNews. Now that is how you spot the fake. So if something feels off, it probably is. Trust your instincts and double check before sharing or acting on any information. Or better still, you can report to the police or the FDA or come to our offices at JoyNews to verify any advertisement.
Short-lived celebrations in Gaza after Hamas accepts the ceasefire proposal, but Israel rejects the deal and says it will go ahead with a full-scale military operation in Rafah. Hello, I'm Marlene Saeed. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. We're getting reports that the Israeli military is now attacking the Rafah land crossing and military vehicles are on the move. Tonight's attacks follow a warning early on Monday for Palestinians sheltering in Rafah to leave the eastern part of the city. Tens of thousands of Palestinians are on the move. Demonstrations have broken out across Israel, calling for the government to accept the ceasefire deal and bring home captives being held in Gaza.
Palestine will live forever. From the sea into the...
And more protests on U.S. campuses in support of Palestinians. Calls grow louder for universities to cut financial ties with Israel. Hello and welcome. We begin with a focus on the southern city of Rafah after the Israeli War Cabinet voted unanimously to continue its operation there. Tonight, we're getting reports that the Israeli military is shelling buildings at the Rafah land crossing, and military vehicles are gathering around 200 meters from the border. Now, there have also been heavy strikes in eastern Rafah for the past several hours. Earlier on Monday, the Israeli army ordered Palestinians there to flee, threatening an assault with what it called extreme force. Now, while attacks on Rafah resume, Israel's prime minister has said that a delegation will go to Cairo for talks, but that the proposal by Hamas is far from Israel's requirements. In Tel Aviv and West Jerusalem, Israelis took to the streets demanding the government agree to a deal to bring captives home. Meanwhile, in Gaza, there were brief celebrations across the Strip over the prospect of a potential end to the relentless fighting. Hamas says the ball is now in Israel's court. Hashem Al-Halbar begins our coverage.
They've been waiting for months for an end to the war in Gaza. And this is the moment they learned Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire proposal. But the celebrations didn't last long. Israeli warplanes struck areas in eastern Rafah. The war cabinet convened and unanimously decided to go ahead with the Rafah military operation.
We want peace and love, freedom and justice. We want to live in our land in peace and security. God willing, the wish will come true and we return to Gaza City.
People of Gaza have gone through 7 months of devastation, of genocide. Thousands have been killed, children, women. It's time for a break. It's time for an end to all this madness. They have suffered enough.
It was an evening of many dramatic developments. The leader of Hamas Political Bureau, Ismail Haniyeh, said his group has accepted a ceasefire deal that includes 3 phases of 42 days each. The deal proposed by the key mediators Qatar and Egypt will also pave the way to an exchange of Israeli captives and Palestinian prisoners, the complete withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza, as well as allowing displaced Palestinians to return to the northern part of the Strip. The Israeli government said the proposal was far from its requirements. Celebrating what they thought was an end to the war, they may have to wait for any indication that 7 months of suffering, death and destruction may finally come to an end. Hashem Al-Halbar, Al Jazeera.
The Israeli Prime Minister's office has released a statement saying that large gaps remain in the ceasefire process, and crucially, the War Cabinet has voted unanimously to continue the operation in Rafah. Demonstrators took to the streets in a number of Israeli cities demanding the government accept the deal. And a reminder to our viewers, Israel has shut down Al Jazeera's operations there, so we're reporting from outside Israel. Mohammed Jamjoon is in the Jordanian capital with more on the Israeli reaction.
With Israel's war cabinet having decided that on the one hand Israel will continue the operation in Rafah, but on the other hand Israel will send a delegation to Cairo, it really speaks to the complicated political terrain currently in Israel, and it really showcases the kind of political pressure that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is under. On the one hand, he is continuing to be under pressure from the far right-wing members of his coalition, like Itamar Ben-Gvir, the national security minister, who placed a statement on X on Monday in which he said that Israel needed to go into Rafah, and that's very much in line with the kinds of statements we've heard from Ben Gvir of late, continuing to demand that and on many occasions having threatened to walk away from the government if Netanyahu were not to do that. On the other hand, Netanyahu also under pressure from the opposition, and the opposition leader Yair Lapid also put out a statement on Monday in which he said that Israel needed to go ahead and send a delegation to Cairo to try to ensure that negotiations continued and that a ceasefire could be reached so that Israeli captives being held in Gaza could return home to their loved ones. Now, that's one political reality for Netanyahu, but he's also facing pressure from demonstrators who continue to come out on the streets. And on Monday night, you had thousands of demonstrators who came out in Tel Aviv demanding that the government go ahead and enter into a ceasefire. We saw many videos of those demonstrators out there chanting, saying the time was now, that the government needed to go ahead and enter into this deal to bring those captives back home to their relatives. We also saw videos purporting to show confrontations with police, and some videos purporting to show police beating back some of those demonstrators and dragging some of them away. Again, really going to show how much pressure Netanyahu is facing from so many different segments of Israeli society. Pressure from the government, pressure from demonstrators out in the streets as well. Also on Monday, there was a meeting in Washington, D.C. between Jordan's King Abdullah and U.S. President Joe Biden. And the readout of that meeting from Jordan's royal court said that Jordan's King Abdullah II warned during a meeting with U.S. President Joe Biden that an Israeli attack on Rafah threatens to lead to a new massacre. So a lot of concerns here in Jordan right now about what more of an incursion into Rafah would mean going forward. Mohammed Jamjoom, Al Jazeera, Amman.
And just a reminder again, Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet has banned Al Jazeera from the country, which is why we are reporting from outside Israel. Now, the White House National Security Council spokesman confirmed the U.S. is reviewing Hamas's response and said that reaching a deal is the best possible outcome.
We're currently reviewing that response, and we're discussing it with our partners in the region. Director Burns, as you know, is there, and he's working this in real time on the ground. I won't be able to comment any further on this until we know where things stand. I hope you can understand that. I know everybody's curious about what's in this response, what the Israeli reaction to it is. I'm just not going to get ahead of the process. We want to get these hostages out. We want to get a ceasefire in place for 6 weeks. We want to increase humanitarian assistance. And the last thing that I want to do is say anything at this podium that's going to put that process at risk. Regardless, as we've said before, we still believe that reaching an agreement is the absolute best outcome, not only for the hostages, but for the Palestinian people. And we're not going to stop working to that outcome.
Let's go live to Rosalind Jordan. She's in Washington, D.C. for us. Rosalind, what does the White House mean when it says it's reviewing the proposal?
Well, essentially what it means is it's making certain that what Hamas is agreeing to is what has been under discussion in recent days and weeks, and also making certain that the Israelis are going to go along with the Hamas agreement. Now, this is a largely speculation by analysts here in Washington, but it is the situation that the U.S. is very concerned that any public discussion of the negotiations, the back and forth, could imperil or possibly torch these negotiations. The U.S. in recent days has been suggesting that it feels real progress was being made toward achieving at least a temporary 6-week-long ceasefire, and it doesn't want to do anything that could possibly imperil the achievement of at least the temporary ceasefire, if not the entire package, which Hamas has been describing all day on Monday.
OK, thank you for that. Rosalind Jordan there for us in Washington, D.C. Now, in the last few hours, Israeli tanks have begun firing artillery shells at buildings at the Rafah land border crossing. Now, this is a key entry point for aid coming in from Egypt. Airstrikes have also been targeting surrounding neighborhoods over the last few days. Let's go to Anthony Lowenstein. He's an independent journalist and author of the Palestine Laboratory, which is a book on Israel's arms and surveillance industry. He joins us now from Sydney. Good to see you again, Anthony. So this is a very recent development. This has been happening in the last few hours, that Israel has started shelling the Rafah land crossing between Egypt and Gaza. What do you make of this?
It shows that, once again, there are no red lines. You know, after the last months when we've consistently heard from President Biden, many in the EU, even in the Arab world, that there's a red line. Israel cannot go into Rafah. That red line does not exist. And what we're seeing, I think, here is really Netanyahu's so-called strategy, which is that he realizes within the Israeli public he's deeply unpopular. His stated aims on October the 7th, none of them have been achieved, namely so-called total victory over Hamas, destroying Hamas or getting all the hostages back. None of that has happened. And he therefore feels that continuing the war, a so-called forever war, is essential. And it's important just to note that Rafah, of course, as you rightly say, is not just a key crossing point for aid, but also for people. That the only way Palestinians can get out of Rafah, the ones who are able to leave, is there. And if that border shuts, then the roughly 1.5 million Palestinians who are trapped in Rafah have nowhere to go.
I mean, we're hearing from Israeli media reports that Israeli forces are planning to capture this border crossing in the next few hours. Talk us through the significance of this border crossing. How significant would it be if that did indeed happen? I mean, this is where the majority of aid, for example, comes in.
And the fact is, as virtually every aid organisation is saying for months, that there is a literal famine going on in the northern part of Gaza and many other parts of Gaza. And a key entry point for the aid that is getting in, which is still far, far too little, is Rafah. So if that shuts, what that essentially shows, which has been clear for months, starvation is the point. I think for a lot of people in the international community, the idea that a state that we see as democratic, when I say we, I mean much in the Western elites see as democratic, Israel, would deliberately starve a Palestinian population is seen as so outrageous. Sure, Russia or China would do that. Israel would never do that. But in fact, that's what they're doing right now. So if Rafah is shut down or reduced in terms of the ability to get aid in, already there is massive malnutrition, starvation, children are dying, there's an access to water problem. There's huge amounts of pollution within the water that many people are drinking. Many diseases are exploding in Rafah and elsewhere. And even in the areas, by the way, that Israel has claimed as so-called safe zones, and there are no safe zones in Gaza, are being bombed. And yet again, we see that the US and, frankly, much international community, which basically means the US, will not put a brake on Israel, which they could.
Do you think that this is it? This is effectively that much-touted Rafah operation that we've all been sort of dreading. Is this starting now?
Look, it may be, but I think what Israel will find, even if they go into Rafah with lots of troops and they try to destroy more tunnels or try to get some more Hamas leaders, what they'll find in other parts of Gaza, as the US found in Iraq or Afghanistan after years of occupation, you cannot actually successfully occupy a territory without insane amounts of troops, millions of troops, which Israel does not have. So even if Israel's in Rafah, what we're already seeing in other parts of Gaza, the north and elsewhere, is Hamas forces still operating, still existing, still fighting. That will continue. It is impossible to finally militarily destroy Hamas. You can degrade them, to be sure. But the idea that somehow you can destroy that, and it's important to note that there are some Gazans who undeniably despise Hamas because of what's happened in the last 6 months, along with Israel, of course. But Hamas's popularity in the West Bank is growing. Other parts of the Arab and Muslim world, Hamas support is increasing. You cannot destroy the idea of what Hamas is, for better or worse. And the dreaded Rafah incursion or invasion really shows, as I said before, that there's been no serious international pressure on Israel. None. Weapons are still flowing from the US and Germany particularly. And it's pretty shameful to me that all the outrage, faux outrage that we read in the international press, regurgitated from US officials and European officials and even Arab officials, means nothing on the ground where Israel is seemingly about to go into Rafah and cause carnage.
Indeed. Okay, good to speak to you. Anthony Lowenstein, independent journalist and author of the Palestine Laboratory. Thank you. Well, many of the people leaving eastern Rafah under threats of an Israeli attack are heading towards Khan Yunis and Deir al-Balah. Now, those two cities, though, have been almost completely destroyed. Hind al-Qudari reports from Khan Yunis on what those people are now facing.
I'm currently standing on Bani Suhaila's roundabout in Khan Yunis, and as you see, hundreds of Palestinians are currently evacuating from Rafah after the Israeli forces ordered them to evacuate earlier today. People were ordered by the Israeli forces to evacuate to Khan Yunis, the Mawasi area, and also to Deir al-Balah and central Gaza. But as you see behind me, Khan Yunis is completely destroyed. Palestinians have been telling us that they have been displaced multiple times. They are bored of being displaced from one place to another. And they also do not trust the Israeli forces and the Israeli army because they have been telling them since the first day that Rafah was a safe area. But as you see behind me, all of these people are evacuating from Rafah. People are desperate. There's a panic state. Anger, despair, and frustration, rage, and also fear that there is no place safe in the Gaza Strip. All of these people have no idea where they're going because it's Deir al-Balah and the central area is also packed. We're talking about UN facilities, hospitals, schools. Even empty agricultural lands are now tents, and hundreds of thousands of people settled there. Displaced multiple times from place to another, from central to the south, Palestinians are left in despair and fear, not knowing where to go, where no place in the Gaza Strip is safe. This is Hind al-Qudari, Al Jazeera, Khan Yunis, Gaza, Palestine.
Now to the U.S., where officials at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology are threatening Palestinian solidarity protesters with suspension. The Boston area campus has seen several days of rival demonstrations between supporters of Palestine and Israel. Students want the school to cut financial ties with Israel. Speak now to Teresa Bow. She is at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology campus. What's happening where you are?
Well, it's been a tense day here at this campus, mostly because students had set up an encampment where I'm standing right now 15 days ago. This encampment was later on surrounded with a fence by the police, and students took that fence down and retook this part of the campus after being told that they were going to be evicted by the police. The students here, again, are demanding an end to the war on Gaza. They're demanding divestment, which is an end to the use of university funding and being invested in companies that students they are profiting from the war. They're also singing around where I am right now, hands off Rafah, among many other things. Joining me now live is Darsh Grael. He's one of the students here. He is studying material science. Tell us a little bit about what's been going on today. What's the objective of this encampment?
Yeah, absolutely. The obvious objective of this encampment is to stand with the people in Gaza and also to ask MIT to divest from the IDF. It takes money from the IDF to do research on drone swarms. We don't want that happening anymore. And basically, they were going to take down the encampment today, but as you can see around you, police haven't been able to do much. We actually took down the fence they put up, and there's been so much support from the community today. It was beautiful to see. When they threatened suspension and arrest and eviction from the encampment, there was only 30 of us in the encampment at the time. It was early in the day. And now we see so many people came in really quickly to help support us.
You've been threatened with suspension, expulsion, arrest. Will you continue doing this? Will you continue to be in this encampment?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been threatened with all of that, but I think what's going on now is bigger than any type of graduation or arrests that may happen. There are 5,000 undergrads or university students in Gaza that have been killed. That's the same as the MIT undergrad population. There are so many children that can't go to school in Gaza because their schools got bombed and flattened. And if we're suspended, we're standing in solidarity with them. I don't think anyone in the world deserves to go to school as long as they can.
Thank you very much. So this is the situation on the ground. You can see the tents right behind me. Students are getting ready to spend the night here, many of them. Many fear that the police could show up once again, but still they say that they will continue, that they will remain here, demanding an end to the war on Gaza, exerting pressure on the US government, on the Israeli government for a ceasefire and to end the war. Back to you.
Teresa Bow, there for us at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology campus. Chinese President Xi Jinping is on his first trip to Europe in 5 years. His tour began in the French capital. He met with President Emmanuel Macron and marks 60 years of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Now, trade disputes and the war in Ukraine also dominated his first day. Melissa Chan reports.
The French know how to greet visitors with fanfare and stateliness, and can also couch the most delicate messages in polite, diplomatic language, as Macron did with Xi.
L'Union européenne est aujourd'hui.
The European Union is today the most open continent and market in the world. Our trade, economic, and technological policy is not dictated by anyone. We want it to be sovereign, that is to say, independent.
To which the Chinese leader responded with equal politeness.
We support building a balanced, effective and sustainable European security framework.
The two leaders met on Monday afternoon and evening, but not before a morning meeting that included the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. The order of those meetings sending a clear signal to China that France is just one member of a greater European Union and that divide and conquer tactics might not work here. That stands in stark contrast to Germany's solo foray just 3 weeks ago when Chancellor Olaf Scholz visited China. A trip, critics say, that prioritized German automakers over just about everything, from EU policy to human rights. The European Union is particularly troubled by China's material support of Russia's war in Ukraine. Beijing is providing the components that allow Moscow to make its weapons. Scholz made little fuss over that reality. Macron has praised Beijing's pledge not to provide weapons to Russia, but said little publicly about indirect Chinese efforts. It's not just politics. Trade is also an issue. France has led the charge against the sales of Chinese electric vehicles in Europe, citing unfair subsidies that allow Chinese automakers to flood the market with cheap cars. China has retaliated with the threat of a reciprocal measure against the import of French cognac. As the day ended, Macron thanked Xi for what he called his, quote, open attitude on the cognac issue, a sign perhaps of flexibility behind closed doors. Macron is sending a very different signal to Xi compared to his trip to Beijing last year. But the French president has a reputation for surprises, and he's going to have to walk a fine line between pragmatic engagement and tough talk on specific topics over 2 days of meetings. Melissa Chan, Al Jazeera, Paris.
Vote counting is underway in Chad after a presidential election aimed at ending 3 years of military rule under the interim President Mahamat Déby Itno. He seized power after his father, who spent 3 decades in power, was killed, with voters now deciding whether to extend his family's rule. Ahmed Idris reports from the capital, N'Djamena.
This is a process voters, candidates, and international observers are watching. The counting and collation of votes that will determine who becomes Chad's president for the next 5 years. Officials say the voting process was largely successful. But an incident in Mundu, Chad's second largest city, where a man was shot dead, raises concern. For first-time voters like Gerard Perenga, this election provided an opportunity to put Chad on the right track.
I voted for someone who I hope can change our mentality and fix our education. That's what I want to see done.
But the day ends in frustration for some.
The people responsible for organizing this have failed to do their job. This is total chaos.
Many who couldn't find their names have either failed to register or pick up new cards. The election is a climax of a 3-year transition period led by incumbent President Muhammad Idris Deby, who took power when his father was killed on the battlefield.
I have fulfilled before God and my people the promise to organize an election within a specific time frame and return the country to democracy, the same way we promised to organize and deliver a national dialogue and referendum.
His main challenger and Prime Minister, Success Masra, also voted.
As you can see, this is peaceful kind of election going on, and the other good news is that internet connection is available, which is really very new, which means that we are making progress.
This election was bitterly fought. There was violence in the run-up to the vote. Voter expectations are very high, from security to roads, education and healthcare. Whoever wins this election will have to address these challenges in addition to healing a country divided since the military took power 3 years ago.
An anxious nation now awaits the outcome. A winner needs more than 50% of the vote to avoid a runoff, which would take place 2 weeks from now. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera, Jamina.
Okay, that's it from me, Marlene. Side weather is next, then it's Inside Story. Do stay with us.
Now, a big pall of cloud, this one here, which is marching across the Sea of Japan, is still there enough to give a rather wet and dismal day to much of Honshu and Hokkaido. Behind it, the backwash will give showery stuff, I think, to much of the Korean peninsula. But China's looking good. Sunshine out, temperatures not extreme, unless you're in the south. Now, the temperatures aren't extreme here, but the weather is extreme. These are still thunderstorms. Now, bear in mind, we've had extensive flooding in Guangdong, Guangxi. It's still likely to be there and to be topped up by these thunderstorms that just will not go away and probably will merge into the seasonal rains very soon. They're going a little offshore during Wednesday. Hong Kong a bit dry, but Taiwan could see some pretty wet stuff, and there's still fairly wet weather which stretches back into northern Vietnam as well. In fact, right the way down through Thailand and towards Malaysia, this is now looking wet, sundry rather than just hot and dry, which has been the case recently. Indonesia is still at risk from some flash flooding in Sumatra, not so much in Java, and then a long way eastwards towards West Papua. There are some pretty big thunderstorms and have been recently in Dhaka and then the eastern side of India. This keeps the temperatures down because most of the rest, of course, are suffering from the pre-monsoon heat, which temperatures, though not shown here, have been in the high 40s.
History is forgotten at our peril. Yet in Spain, state-imposed amnesia was enshrined in law, diminishing the plight of countless victims of Franco's 36-year dictatorship. But a group of survivors has launched an international lawsuit, hoping to bring those accountable to justice and force the country to acknowledge its fascist past. The silence of others. Witness on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera banned in Israel. The government's move condemned by the network as a criminal act against international and humanitarian law. Al Jazeera has shown the realities of what is happening in Gaza. But what's behind this ban and how effective will it be? This is Inside Story. Hello, welcome to the program. I'm Tom McRae. Israel's cabinet has voted to shut down Al Jazeera, a move the network says breaks international and humanitarian law. The channel accuses Israel of attempting to conceal its actions in Gaza. Now, media and human rights groups and even Israel's staunch ally Germany have condemned the decision. Described by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as the hate channel and by ministers in his far-right government as a mouthpiece for Hamas, the network says such false slurs endanger its journalists and that it will take every measure to protect them. Al Jazeera staff have repeatedly come under Israeli attacks during this war. It's been a pattern for years. Our veteran correspondent, Shireen Abu Akleh, was shot dead while reporting in the occupied West Bank 2 years ago. And Al Jazeera bureaus have been bombed by Israel in the past too. So why has Netanyahu decided to act at this particular time? And what damage will this do to reporting of the war and to Israel itself? We'll put these questions to our guests in just a moment. But first, this report from Katia Lopez-Horian.
Al Jazeera's workspace in Israel is now closed. Its reports banned from the airwaves. Israeli police raided the network's premises in occupied East Jerusalem on Sunday, confiscating equipment and removing the channel from cable and satellite providers.
The government has now unanimously approved the closure of the incitement mouthpiece of Hamas in Israel, Al Jazeera channel. Anyone who incites against the state of Israel, anyone who harms the security of Israel and the soldiers and fighters of the army will no longer broadcast from Israel. Their equipment will be confiscated.
The emergency measure will last for 45 days with the possibility of an extension. Al Jazeera, as well as the Foreign Press Association, have strongly condemned the Israeli move.
The safety of our journalists is very important. We will continue to abide by the law, and I think in the coming days we will try to pursue all legal paths to counter this.
The timing is raising questions. Al Jazeera, a Qatar-based broadcaster, has been reporting from Gaza throughout the war. The move to shut it down now comes as Israel plans to attack the southern city of Rafah, and during the latest ceasefire negotiations, mediated in part by Qatar.
Qatar is one of those who is pulling and pushing for a settlement, for a deal, and Netanyahu is doing in the last 2 or 3 days anything possible to sabotage a deal, and this might be connected.
For years, ties between Al Jazeera and the Israeli government have been tense. Many of its journalists have been killed during Israel's war on Gaza. In 2022, its senior correspondent, Shireen Abu Akleh, was shot in the head by an Israeli sniper while reporting from the occupied West Bank. No charges followed.
It's clear that they want to prevent from any others to know what is happening in this war in Gaza, inside Israel, in the West Bank.
Telling us that the situation...
For now, the ban will not affect Al Jazeera's operations in the occupied West Bank or the Gaza Strip, which are not lawfully considered part of Israeli territory. Katia Lopez-Horian, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Al Jazeera has documented more than 50 attacks against its journalists since the start of the war. In October, several family members of its Gaza bureau chief, Wael al-Dadu, were targeted. An Israeli airstrike killed his wife, 15-year-old son, 7-year-old daughter and 1-year-old grandson. That same month, an Israeli strike killed 19 family members of an Al Jazeera broadcast engineer. Mohammed Abu Kusan's family was sheltering in the Jabalia refugee camp. And in December, Al Jazeera correspondent Anas al-Sharif lost his father in an Israeli strike that targeted his family's house in Jabalia. And also in December, a drone strike killed Al Jazeera cameraman Sama Abu Daka while injuring bureau chief Wael al-Dadu. Then in January, al-Dadu's eldest son Hamza, who also worked for Al Jazeera, was killed when his car was hit in an Israeli drone strike. Well, let's bring in our guests now. In Johannesburg, we have Ronnie Kasrils, a leading anti-apartheid activist and a former South African intelligence minister. In Manila is Maria Ressa, co-founder of the leading Philippine-based news platform, Rappler. She was awarded the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize for her work in safeguarding freedom of expression. And in Paris, we have Jonathan Dagger, a journalist heading the Middle East desk at Reporters Without Borders. Thank you all very much for being here on Al Jazeera. We really do appreciate your time. First of all, Maria, if I can begin with you. As I mentioned there, you were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for a career of fighting for media freedom. I know you've got unique and very personal insights into this issue. How would you describe the ban on Al Jazeera by Israel?
I think you've seen the international condemnation. This is a massive blow to free speech and to freedom of the press. We've lived through some of this in the Philippines. And again, I can compare it to shutting down the television airwaves of the top television broadcaster in the Philippines, ABS-CBN. These are things a draconian government does.
Jonathan, Al Jazeera basically shut down for allegedly being a threat to Israel's national security. How is the reporting a threat?
Well, reporting is not a threat. That's exactly the problem. The threat is the army, the Israeli army, that has killed more than 100 journalists in Gaza, including, as you just mentioned, several Al Jazeera reporters and their family members. That is the threat. And today, what we're seeing, this shameful, this big blow, as to take back the words of Maria Ressa, this big blow to the media ecosystem. This is just the manifestation and legal form under a veneer, behind the veneer of the democratic procedure of the violent censorship that we've been seeing the Israeli army imposing on Gaza since October 7, whether by killing journalists, destroying media infrastructure, media offices, killing journalists' family members, forcibly displacing them, the media blockade. And today we have this law to complete this work that's being done in Gaza by censoring one of the biggest media outlets that are still covering the war.
Is it Reporters Without Borders' opinion or evidence that you believe that Israel has deliberately targeted journalists, which include Al Jazeera journalists in Gaza?
It's definitely there's definitely enough evidence to speak of targeting journalists in Gaza, particularly, for example, in the case of Hamza al-Dahdouh, who is the Al Jazeera journalist and who is the son of Wael al-Dahdouh. It was the Israeli army itself that the next day, in a statement that they issued, they said that they targeted the car in which Hamza and two other journalists were present. And that strike killed two journalists. Of course, the statement by the Israeli forces did not acknowledge they were journalists, but there was an acknowledgement that they did hit the car that was, according to them, transporting, I'm quoting, terrorists. Now, there was zero evidence to back up the Israeli claim that they were not journalists. And of course, there was plenty of evidence to back up the claim that they are journalists, and they are on the list of RSF. There's also Samer Abu Daqqa, who was hit by a targeted drone strike that also injured Wael al-Dahdouh. And Samer Abu Daqqa was not killed on the spot. This is very important. Samer bled out on the street for more than 5 hours. While help could not arrive because of the Israeli strikes around the area where he was, even though they knew there was a journalist bleeding to death there. RSF was one of the entities that had called for the bombing to stop so that help could arrive. And these are just some examples of a widespread targeting of the press corps, of this strategy, Israeli strategy, to impose a media blackout in Gaza.
Just on the blackout, Ronnie, the Foreign Press Association said Israel now joins a dubious club of authoritarian governments to ban the station. What does this do to Israel's standing when it comes to freedom of the press now?
Well, I mean, democracy in Israel has long been a joke. It's a criminal regime from inception, based on terror, on massacres, on displacement, ethnic cleansing, lies. And I think anyone who really believes in the truth and seeks the truth and looks at the facts has seen this. It is one of the most intolerable, intolerant, vicious regimes in existence. And in relation to joining the club, of course, they've long been there. They've been great friends of apartheid South Africa. And in what is happening in the gagging of the media, and in fact, the deliberate execution of journalists, which has been referred to, it takes one back to the worst period of apartheid South Africa, when they killed journalists and scholars like Ruth First, when they banned various newspapers and journals. But if I may, I think that there's no coincidence in the fact that this banning takes place at the time of this incursion into Rafah. Now, of course, it's correct, as has been pointed out, that Al Jazeera can operate outside of Israel in the occupied territories, West Bank and Gaza. But I see this as the need by that Zionist government to close down real insight into what's going to take place now, the genocide now in Gaza, because it's going to be extremely difficult for your journalists to be able to operate, and they will be the kind of targets that they have been all along. So this is extremely sinister, and one has to condemn it and do everything possible to open up as far as is possible the crime, the genocide that Israel is now taking one step further in its shoddy career as an oppressive apartheid state.
Maria, we'll get on to the impact that this ban is going to have on Al Jazeera's journalism. But first of all, Ronnie touched on it a little bit there. Why now? I mean, presumably Netanyahu could have shut Al Jazeera down at any stage since the beginning of this war. Why do you think it is now? And do you think it is a coincidence that it is happening as they call for the evacuation of Rafah?
There is no coincidence in all of this, right? And I think part of the problem is that we wish it could be coincidence. Look, this comes on the heels just days after the World Press Freedom Day celebrations. How do you celebrate our world today, right? After World Press Freedom Day happened in Santiago, Chile. And what we saw then is that from 2023, from a year earlier, there's a 44% increase in deaths of journalists. And all of that, but partly the majority of it in Gaza. You asked earlier, is Israel deliberately targeting journalists? And as a journalist, we will always say, this is what one side says, this is what the other. But Al Jazeera certainly knows for sure. I should ask you, is Israel deliberately targeting journalists? You have lived experience, being the journalist under attack, under an authoritarian government. You must speak it. You must build a coalition around it because it's a battle of facts. But beyond that, this is what stunned the student protesters, right? It's the killing of civilians by RSF's numbers. I think it is 34,000, more than 34,500 right now. And it continues. And with the move into Rafah and without journalists there, what happens next, right?
Exactly. Jonathan, Al Jazeera has been described by Israel as a hate channel and a mouthpiece for Hamas. How endangered are Al Jazeera journalists now?
Well, this decision and these kinds of baseless accusations, they put the team of Al Jazeera at risk when they're working. Evidently, these are accusations that pose a real threat to the journalists of Al Jazeera. And today we're worried about their safety and their well-being, given, of course, the continuing crimes against journalists that are continuing in Gaza. I might add also in the south of Lebanon, where Al Jazeera journalists were also targeted in a strike that killed Reuters reporter Aysam Abdullah, and an RSF investigation on that crime showed that the Israelis had struck twice the location where the journalists were working, and journalists were clearly identifiable. So this is one small example of a very elaborate independent investigation that proved there was intentional targeting. And of course, there were later investigations that also came to the same conclusion, notably by Reuters, by AFP, by Human Rights Watch, by Amnesty International, and by the United Nations. 5 investigations that all showed that Israel intentionally targeted a group of international journalists, including 2 journalists from Al Jazeera, seriously injuring them. And today, 7 months later, there is still impunity. Naturally, this goes back before October 7. There were the strikes, as you mentioned, on the Al Jazeera offices and the war on Gaza in 2021. And there was the killing of Shireen Abu Akleh almost 2 years ago in a few days on May 11th. And this obstinacy, this relentless attack by the Israeli authorities against Al Jazeera is just has always been endangering them. And today, I think it's stepped up a notch, and we're really worried about the fate of Al Jazeera journalists and their ability to continue working.
Ronnie, you said earlier that democracy in Israel is a joke. Can you just, I guess, give us an idea of how you think that they believe that limiting the flow of information that Al Jazeera puts out there is actually going to help the government in any way at this point in time?
Well, of course, it's the question of lying, of deceit, of deception, which is behind the crimes, the murders, the assassination and the genocide. So they have to do as much as they can to conceal the facts. This is what murderers do. This is what criminals do. They operate in the dark. And when you shut down the journalists and the reportage, when you shut this down, you cover up. And that's why I think it's absolutely chillingly clear that what they're attempting to do is to cover up what really is looking like a horrendous butchery, which has been taking place and is being pushed to a new level now. And at the same time, within Israel itself, I know, of course, it's been mentioned that something like over 90, 95 or even more % of people simply lap up the hasbara, the propaganda from the Israeli media. But at the same time, they know, the rulers know, that when you open up a little chink of what you are doing, it has the ability to get people thinking. And they fear that. They fear even the few % who might ask the questions. So it's part of this elaborate deception and crime that has taken place from Israel's inception 76 years ago. We need to see it in that light. I think it's patently clear, patent, because we've seen what has happened. We've seen, especially through Al Jazeera, far greater than any of the other mainstream channels. It's only very recently that from the BBC and the CNN, they've begun to give a little bit of the insight of the butchery and the genocide that Al Jazeera has been showing people. And this is clearly what the Netanyahu government and what the Israeli Defense Force fear. So we need to see it in that way.
Well, one point of difference that Al Jazeera, I guess, has had is that we have had extensive coverage from on the ground in Gaza, which many other news organisations simply haven't been able to do. Maria, I mean, on that point, is this ban actually going to succeed? Because even if Al Jazeera wasn't in Gaza showing the reality of what is happening every single day, there's still a huge flow of information out into the wider world through social media.
This is problematic in some ways, right? Especially with generative AI and the kind of information operations that are coming from so many different countries. Look, the challenge today really, and this is something I said in Chile for World Press Freedom Day, it is whether our international rules-based order still works. And the challenge is justice. That is core to our humanity. Too many are getting away with impunity, and that can go from countries to companies. And that is dividing us in ways that are literally destroying us. To rely on social media alone, while there are real gems there, eyewitnesses, but you can't tell with the kinds of incentive structures, the design of social media, which rewards, which distributes lies much faster and further, and especially if you lace it with fear, anger, and hate. So this is part of the reason you do need journalists on the ground. And by eliminating that, propaganda, information warfare then takes over, and it becomes far harder to get to the facts.
Jonathan, just on that point, Al Jazeera is not the only media organisation that could be potentially banned in Israel. Do you think that this could lead to a ban on other organisations, including within Israel? And if so, who do you think could potentially be next?
well, even if there isn't a ban on other organizations, the ban of Al Jazeera in itself constitutes a threat and a very clear message to all journalists, not just in Israel or in Palestine or in that region, but everywhere in the world. And this is something that we repeat because when journalists are killed in Gaza, when media outlets are banned, when the media infrastructure is destroyed, when this kind of media blackout is imposed, evidently this is a crime against journalists, against those who are close to them, against the Palestinians. But it's also very important to underline how much of a crime this is against the public, against our publics everywhere in the world, be it in Paris or Manila or in Palestine or anywhere in the world. Today, there is an attack on the public's right to know, the public's right to have information that is free, independent, and pluralistic. This means that is diverse in sources and in ideologies and in editorial lines. And today, we're witnessing an attack on that. The ban on Al Jazeera is an attack on our right to have information from Al Jazeera, to know what is happening in Gaza in this crucial time, from one of the places in the world that are having some of the biggest repercussions today around the world. What's happening in Gaza is influencing democracies around the world. Democracies are based on public opinion, and public opinion is largely shaped by news. So this is very dangerous for everyone and for democracies everywhere in the world.
Yeah. Ronnie, this isn't the first time that Netanyahu has attacked media. In 2016, he delivered vilification of Israeli media as being part of a plot to bring down his then government. He clearly has form when it comes to this. How worried should Israeli and media organisations be with this ban?
Well, I think the previous speaker has pointed that out. You can start with the biggest threat, and I say that in quotes, to your system. And it doesn't stop there. It opens the gates. And you move to anybody, including human individuals, as well as institutions and organizations and journals. And you move against them progressively. In that sense. And of course, bear in mind that we have this very extreme, quite frankly, racist, fascist government. And I'm not saying that makes those who oppose Netanyahu in that group angels. They're certainly not. They're supporting this war, and they support the idea of a settler state. But anybody, including those who protest against Netanyahu in power, those brave journalists, Gideon Levy and others, who write scathing critiques, it moves to them. It happened in South Africa. They started with the communists.
On that point, Ronnie, I just want to say that, we saw Israel not just attack journalists, but also entire countries. When South Africa took its case of genocide to the International Court of Justice, they were heavily attacked by Netanyahu and his government, weren't they?
Well, we all agents of Hamas. There's no other resistance group or movement in Palestine, is there? It's only Hamas. It's the way South Africa played on communism and other such countries, from the Philippines and everywhere else, Latin America and so on. So you find the bogey, and Al Jazeera is the bogey, and South Africa is the bogey in relation to the ICJ, etc. Well, we're proud of what we've done, and we stand for the truth, like Al Jazeera does, and other good people, because you set the standard. And I said earlier that it began to affect the likes of CNN and the BBC, because with the public outcry against the genocide committed by Israel, clearly those news networks began to feel that they couldn't lay back as they had from the start. So they began to interview people. Perhaps they didn't have the journalists on the ground in Gaza or the West Bank that you have, but they didn't bother to even interview the doctors from the UK, from the US, from Norway, who had been in and out of Gaza. They ignored them until very recently. So, of course, it spreads. And this is what the government in Israel and all who support Israel stand by. And they'll call us supporters of Hamas, agents of Iran, communist terrorists, of course, is the word. But that's wearing thin, because they do this over and over and over again. And the public, we see this with the kids in the colleges in the USA, they wake up, they don't buy it. And that's the doubt that's sown. This is the big error that the dictators always make.
Yeah. Maria, I just want to finish with you very briefly. A lot of this clearly is about how Israel is seen on the world stage and controlling the narrative. Many analysts have described this ban as a sign of weakness and desperation. What do you think happens next from here?
I mean, there's so many different scenarios, but what is clear in most of the major ones is violence continues, right? Look, what we learned in the Philippines is that democracy dies not all in one chunk, but it is death by 1,000 cuts. And I am taking the words of Osama bin Laden, right? Not Taylor Swift, but Osama bin Laden, when he said, you will, it's piece by piece, 1,000 cuts until you're bleeding to death. And, you know, giving up press freedom, this was something we refused to do in the Philippines because you don't want to voluntarily give up your rights. This is unprecedented globally. And as I said earlier, it is a test for the world. Does an international rules-based order still exist? And will democracy survive?
And that is a big question. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate your time and insight into all of this. Ronnie, Maria and Jonathan, thanks for being with us on Inside Story. Well, thank you as well for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. For me, Tom McRae, and the entire team here in Doha, bye for now.
There's a deliberate omission of Palestinian humanity in Western media, and it needs to be questioned.
This is not the time for journalists to turn away.
Examining the effect that news coverage can have on democracies everywhere, here at The Listening Post.
Your wealth zakat, a duty and a growth yielding fruits. Pay your zakat to contribute to improving the lives of thousands in need. Our projects accept zakat, and we strive to ensure it reaches its deserving recipients. Visit the Qatar Red Crescent app. And remember, zakat purifies wealth and increases sustenance. Qatar Red Crescent.
After a 10-year journey, in which it has become the most important translation award from and into the Arabic language worldwide, Sheikh Hamad Award for Translation and International Understanding announces the opening of the nomination period for the year 2024, starting March 1st till May 31st. Nominations are made on the award official website, www.hta.qa/en.
Warning system allows the government to close
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
I'm Marlene Saeed in Doha. Your top stories on Al Jazeera. Israeli tanks are firing artillery shells at buildings at the Rafah land crossing. It is the key entry point for aid coming in from Egypt. Airstrikes have also been targeting surrounding neighborhoods in the city, where more than 1.5 million Palestinians have been sheltering. Well, it comes just hours after Israel's war cabinet voted unanimously to push ahead with its assault on Rafah, despite Hamas saying it has agreed to a ceasefire deal. Palestinians have been fleeing eastern parts of the city after Israel warned of a full-on military offensive. Palestinians in Gaza had welcomed the announcement by Hamas that it had agreed to a ceasefire deal with celebrations on the street. Just hours later, Israel said the deal did not meet its requirements. Well, the deputy head of Hamas in Gaza, Khalil al-Hayya, has said the group received assurances from mediators about the potential deal.
Mediators told us that the US president is clearly committed to ensuring the implementation of the agreement. The ball is now in the court of the Israeli occupation. We informed the mediators that we agree completely with the proposal. The mediators now should put pressure on the Israeli side to agree as well, as soon as possible. But if the occupation wants to continue the war, the onus is on the mediators and the international community. But we did what we were supposed to do, and we're patient. We will own our land, and I think we did everything for our people. And in this stage of the negotiations, we achieved all the goals we talked about on the first day. A full ceasefire, the full withdrawal of the Israeli troops, the return of the displaced with no conditions, and the aid for our people, and a deal for the exchange of prisoners. We will continue until the end to free our captives from the occupation's jails.
The White House National Security Council spokesman confirmed the U.S. is reviewing the Hamas response and said that reaching a deal is the best possible outcome.
We're currently reviewing that response, and we're discussing it with our partners in the region. Director Burns, as you know, is there, and he's working this in real time on the ground. I won't be able to comment any further on this until we know where things stand. I hope you can understand that. I know everybody's curious about what's in this response, what the Israeli reaction to it is. I'm just not going to get ahead of the process. We want to get these hostages out. We want to get a ceasefire in place for 6 weeks. We want to increase humanitarian assistance. And the last thing that I want to do is say anything at this podium that's going to put that process at risk. Regardless, as we've said before, we still believe that reaching an agreement is the absolute best outcome, not only for the hostages, but for the Palestinian people. And we're not going to stop working to that outcome.
Well, protests have been held around Israel demanding that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accept the ceasefire deal and bring home captives being held in Gaza. In the U.S., officials at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology are threatening Palestinian solidarity protesters with suspension. The Boston area campus has seen several days of rival demonstrations between supporters of Palestine and Israel. Students want the school to cut financial ties with Israel. Trade disputes and the war in Ukraine have dominated Chinese President Xi Jinping's first full day of his first trip to Europe in 5 years. Xi told the French President Emmanuel Macron that Beijing is working to facilitate peace talks with Russia over the war in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Russia says it's preparing for military exercises involving its battlefield nuclear weapons because of what it calls Western provocations and threats. The Defense Ministry says the exercise will be used to increase the readiness of non-strategic nuclear forces to carry out combat missions. Streets in the Brazilian city of Porto Alegre have been turned into rivers by flooding on a scale that has not been seen in Brazil before. So far, at least 83 people have been killed. Around 130,000 have been forced to leave their homes in the southern state of Rio Grande do Sul. Those are your headlines. Stay with us. Witness is next.
Yo tenía 6 años cuando fueron a por mi madre. Gente del pueblo, por todo de blanco. La encontraron al día siguiente, a orilla de la carretera. No los pudieron meter en el cementerio. El pueblo no los dejó. Aquí se queda.
Al ataque.
Pasado mañana, ya no hay aquí.
Ya no está.
de la fosa. En la fosa. Mira, ahí, en ese zarzal, a esos zarzales tiraron la ropa y la dejaron desnuda. Lo injusta que es la vida. No la vida. Los humanos somos injustos.
La llamamos la Guerra Civil Española, pero comenzó con un golpe militar. Ese es Franco, junto a Hitler. Franco fue el dictador de España durante casi 40 años.
Españoles, Franco ha muerto.
Al fin los asesinos se van pudriendo, pero en cambio los nuestros se van creciendo. Y va creciendo el grito de la amnistía. Pronto nos pasearemos por la Gran Vía.
La izquierda luchó por una amnistía para liberar a los presos políticos. Y pensaron que lo habían conseguido. Pero la nueva ley también concedió la amnistía a todos los crímenes de la dictadura. Se le vino a llamar el Pacto del Olvido.
Es simplemente un olvido. Una amnistía de todos para todos. Un olvido de todos para todos. Una ley puede establecer el olvido. Pero ese olvido ha de bajar a toda la sociedad. Hemos de procurar que esta concepción del olvido se vaya generalizando, porque es la única manera de que podamos darnos la mano sin rencor.
Los que crecimos después de Franco no sabemos lo que ocurrió realmente. Los colegios nunca nos lo enseñaron. Nuestros padres no nos lo contaron. Y nosotros no podemos contarle a nuestros hijos porque no lo sabemos.
Ese es el portal y esa es la casa.
Aquí vive Antonio González Pacheco, alias Billy el Niño. Esa es la persona que a mí me torturó en 3 ocasiones cuando tenía algo más de 20 años. Yo estoy obligado a convivir a escasos metros de donde vivo con la misma persona que me torturó. es ese. Billy el niño. Yo creo que disfrutaba produciendo terror. Tenemos mucha información sobre él. Por ejemplo, corrió el 33º Maratón de Madrid y el de Nueva York. Es un personaje intocable, pero creo que hemos encontrado una forma de llevarlo ante la justicia.
Muy buenas.
No me digas que somos los últimos. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa? Torturadores hay 148 tenemos. Este es el famoso Billy el niño. Hemos seleccionado 7 que además después tiene puestos de importancia.
Bueno, la idea de imputar ahora a un ministro es muy fuerte, ¿no? Ahora, este es el momento de ir contra Billy el niño, donde es incontestable y donde nadie va a poder salir en su defensa. Un poco de musiquita suave, ¿no? Está bien. Si una persona es asesinada, parece claro que la justicia debe perseguir al criminal, debe reparar a la víctima. Sin embargo, cuando se trata de estos crímenes de genocidio y de crímenes contra la humanidad, no está tan claro. Más bien, se empiezan a encontrar y a buscar argumentos para tratar de decir que pasó mucho tiempo, de que mejor olvidar, de que hay que pasar la página, etc. ¿Cómo es posible que se pueda hacer justicia en relación con este tipo de crímenes cometidos desde el Estado, a través de la implicación de los distintos tribunales del mundo? Es la idea de la justicia universal. Es decir, que los crímenes contra la humanidad deben ser perseguidos en todo tiempo y todo lugar por distintos tribunales del mundo. El gran ejemplo es lo que ocurrió en Chile con Pinochet.
El que fuera dictador continúa a estas horas bajo vigilancia después de que le fuera comunicado su arresto en virtud de una petición de un juez español, Baltasar Garzón.
Yo que era abogado de esa causa, nosotros mismos podíamos creer de que este Pinochet hubiera sido detenido.
Deja claro y lanza al mundo un mensaje muy claro, que estos criminales no pueden quedar impunes, que sus crímenes son imprescriptibles, que no hay fronteras para perseguirlos.
Garzón is accused of breaking a 1977 amnesty by investigating the deaths or disappearances of more than 100,000 civilians in the Franco dictatorship.
Se aprovecha el procesamiento del juez Garzón para decir que no pueden ser investigados de ninguna manera los crímenes cometidos durante la dictadura franquista. Y entonces decidimos interponer la querella en Argentina. Que va a crecer no nos cabe absolutamente ninguna duda. Desde que se anunció públicamente esto, que fueron hace 4 días aproximadamente, es innumerable la cantidad de comunicaciones telefónicas, comunicaciones por correo electrónico que nos han llegado de familiares, de víctimas del franquismo.
La ley de amnistía que tiene España ha hecho que no puedan los jueces españoles ni la justicia española investigar. Pero los delitos que son de lesa humanidad no prescriben y no hay amnistía que los pueda o tapar o no querer investigar.
Buenos días. Usted no sabe lo que es hablar con gente con 80 años que te dice es que yo quiero hablar con el juez porque me puedo morir. Hay muchísima gente pidiéndonos la posibilidad de participar en videoconferencias.
Es mucho lo que hay para leer y lo que necesitamos son testigos, ¿no? Necesitamos testigos.
En esta causa hay varios protagonistas, pero el tiempo es uno de ellos. Los que no desean juzgar están especulando un poco con que el tiempo se vaya llevando a las víctimas.
Hola. Cuando fueron a por mi madre, la metieron en la escuela, a la cárcel, que era la cárcel para mujeres. Allí la cortaron el pelo al cero. Ella no había hecho nada. Eran secadores. Decían que era de rojo. La pasearon por todo el pueblo con tambor y gaitilla para que saliera todo el mundo. Íbamos detrás, todos los muchachos del pueblo, pero no me dejaban arrimarme a ella. Aquella noche mataron 27 hombres y 3 mujeres. La Lucia, la María y mi madre, Faustina López González. Y entonces mi padre dijo, procura si puedes un día sacar los restos y me los trae. Pero he estado siempre sola.
Bueno, pero la gente que quiere saber...
Hijo, se pelean entre ellos. Unos quieren, otros no quieren. Yo no pido venganza.
Nada.
Pido
El derecho de enterrarlo normalmente.
Sí. Para meterla con su marido. Nada más. No pido otra cosa.
Lo importante es que digan, España en esa época hubo crímenes de lesa humanidad. Y cuando se diga eso, el Estado va a tener la obligación de dar los restos, de entregar cuando se diga eso.
Cuando yo me muera.
No muy lejos de María, se yergue uno de los pocos monumentos a las víctimas de Franco. Unas horas después de su inauguración, tras décadas de democracia, alguien disparó contra las estatuas. El escultor estimó que los disparos habían completado su obra.
El espíritu de concordia y la unidad nacido en la transición española. Que eso no se hace removiendo tumbas, ni removiendo huesos, ni tirándose la cabeza. Se hace trabajando todos los días seriamente, pensando en el futuro del país.
¿Le parece de sentido común que en 2016 miles de españoles no sepan todavía dónde están enterrados sus abuelos?
No tengo claro que sea cierto eso que usted me dice, ni que pueda hacer nada el gobierno por arreglarlo.
Hombre, cierto sí que es, señor Rajoy.
Sí, hay mucha gente que evidentemente no lo sabe, claro. Lo que me parece más de sentido común es que intentemos que cosas de esas no se vuelvan a repetir en el futuro y no estando dándole vueltas de manera continuada al pasado.
Son tiempos para profundizar
en una España de brazos abiertos y manos tendidas, donde nadie agite viejos rencores o abra heridas cerradas.
Yo cuando estuve aquí debía tener 24. Me condenaron por asociación ilícita y propaganda ilegal. Mi historia de oposición a la dictadura franquista empieza en el año 68. Con la constitución de un sindicato democrático de estudiantes. No hay libertad de prensa, no existe derecho de reunión. Un representante de ese sindicato, Enrique Ruano, es asesinado por la policía. Le dan 2 tiros en la cabeza y lo tiran por la ventana diciendo que se ha suicidado. Eso es un impacto tremendo. Yo ahí decidí que no había otra cosa que hacer en esta vida que acabar con aquella dictadura.
Este momento es un momento histórico porque van a declarar ante la jueza y por consiguiente por primera vez ante un tribunal de justicia aquellas personas que se han presentado como querellantes.
No creo que hayamos dado un paso tan importante como el que vamos a dar ahora, nunca.
Hace una hora no empezó.
No. Con lo susceptibles que estamos, cualquier cosita nos hace empezar a
pensar. Sí, dime. Sí. Hasta ahora. Parece que ha llamado el embajador a la jueza con la historia de que si se hacían las videoconferencias significaba romper las relaciones con España. Y entonces se han cancelado las videoconferencias. Lo que pones es suspensión por presiones del gobierno español de las videoconferencias.
Es un intento de paralizar esta causa que el gobierno siente, que crece cada vez más, que es cada vez más imparable. Hay intereses muy poderosos que quieren impedir que estos hechos se investiguen.
Lo más importante, en mi opinión, para recordar a Franco es que no se equivocó nunca. Franco preserva a la civilización occidental y cristiana de la tiranía comunista.
El olvido comenzó bastante antes de la amnistía. El mundo eligió olvidar, abrazando a Franco en su lucha contra el comunismo.
Respecto a la sucesión a la jefatura del Estado, todo ha quedado atado y bien atado, con mi designación como sucesor a título de rey del príncipe don Juan Carlos de Borbón.
Recibo de su excelencia al jefe del Estado y generalísimo Franco la legitimidad política surgida el 18 de julio de 1936.
Tras la muerte de Franco, muchos de los policías, jueces y políticos del régimen simplemente continuaron.
Yo creo que ese olvido más bien se refería ad intra, o sea, al interior de los políticos. O sea, querían que el pueblo español no supiera que todos esos políticos habían sido anteriormente defensores del régimen de Francisco Franco. Entonces, el olvido a ellos les interesaba porque hablar de Franco era hablar de su pasado.
El resultado de la votación es el siguiente: 296 afirmativos, 2 negativos. Señores, ha quedado aprobada la ley de amnistía.
Escribía todo, los manda más como yo lo llamo. El rey, el hijo, presidente, al alcalde de aquí. Hola, señor juez del Tribunal Supremo de Madrid. Mi padre, desde que le mataron a su mujer, la única respuesta que recibía: tú la llevarás al cementerio cuando las ranas críen pelo. Así que no andes molestando, no vayamos a hacer contigo lo que hicimos con ella. Les envío un saludo de esta mujer que sigue esperando que las ranas críen pelo. María Martín.
Days that ended more than 60 young lives. In May 2021, the powerful testimony of Palestinian families in Gaza as they remember their children killed during the Israeli bombing 3 years ago. 11 Days in May on Al Jazeera.
The latest news as it breaks.
Criminals are fighting for access to the river. It leads towards this country's major ports, and that's where drugs are trafficked out of the country.
With in-depth reports.
Ukraine's struggling to find men to fight. In some sections of the front line, Russian forces outnumber it 7-1.
From the heart of the story.
This is the overflow channel of a dam. All of the water in it flowing into the Tana River, which has already burst its banks.
2 Arab writers from different countries, but with much in common. Mu'in Bseso, a Palestinian resistance poet, jailed for his left-wing views.
His poetry was the weapon he used to fight the whole world.
And Constantin Zureq, a Syrian professor who plotted behind the scenes.
There wasn't a secret movement in Lebanon, Syria, Palestine and Iraq that Constantin was not behind.
Rebel writers, Palestine and Syria on Al Jazeera.
I'm Marlene Saeed in Doha. Your top stories on Al Jazeera. Israeli tanks are firing artillery shells at buildings at the Rafah land crossing. It is the key entry point for aid coming in from Egypt. Airstrikes have also been targeting surrounding neighborhoods in the city where more than 1.5 million Palestinians have been sheltering. It comes just hours after Israel's war cabinet voted unanimously to push ahead with its assault on Rafah, despite Hamas saying it has agreed to a ceasefire deal. Palestinians have been fleeing eastern parts of the city after Israel warned of a full-on military offensive. Palestinians in Gaza had welcomed the announcement by Hamas that it had agreed to a ceasefire deal, with celebrations in the street. Just hours later, Israel said the deal did not meet its requirements. Protests have been held around Israel demanding that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accept the ceasefire deal and bring home captives being held in Gaza. The White House National Security Council spokesman confirmed the U.S. is reviewing Hamas's response.
We're currently reviewing that response, and we're discussing it with our partners in the region. Director Burns, as you know, is there, and he's working this in real time on the ground. I won't be able to comment any further on this until we know where things stand. I hope you can understand that. I know everybody's curious about what's in this response, what the Israeli reaction to it is. I'm just not going to get ahead of the process. We want to get these hostages out. We want to get a ceasefire in place for 6 weeks. We want to increase humanitarian assistance. And the last thing that I want to do is say anything at this podium that's going to put that process at risk. Regardless, as we've said before, we still believe that reaching an agreement is the absolute best outcome, not only for the hostages, but for the Palestinian people. And we're not going to stop working to that outcome.
In the United States, officials at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology are threatening Palestinian solidarity protesters with suspension. The school has seen several days of rival demonstrations between supporters of Palestine and Israel. Trade disputes and the war in Ukraine have dominated Chinese President Xi Jinping's first full day of his first trip to Europe. He told French President Emmanuel Macron that Beijing is working to facilitate peace talks with Russia over the war in Ukraine. Those are your headlines.
Me pierdo, ¿es por aquí arriba?
Sí, pero vamos por aquí.
Vale, mejor, mejor. Este es el pueblo donde ocurrió todo lo de la historia de mi abuela. Soy María Ángeles Martín, hija de María Martín, nieta de Faustina López, mi abuela, asesinada en Pedro Bernardo.
Nos apedreaban los chavales por los caminos. Es que usted vaya por una calle y tenga que ir mirando a ver por dónde se escapa, porque me encontraba alguno. Y me hacían así con el dedo. No teníamos que haber dejado ni simiente.
Como viera que se acercaba la Guardia Civil, mi madre se echaba, se meaba encima. Para ella no era que hubieran cambiado en democracia. Porque era la misma institución, las mismas personas, el mismo alcalde.
Yo es que hay a veces que yo no soy muy partidario de cambiar el nombre de las calles. Sí. Porque no deja de ser historia, sea buena o mala, es historia de un país.
¿Tú te encuentras en Alemania con algún tío de estos del Hitler? No te encuentras con ninguna calle. Eso fue una historia mala, una cosa que no se puede repetir.
La cultura de un país y la historia de un país se basa en lo bueno y en lo malo, ¿no? Y lo malo también hay que recordarlo, ¿no?
Pero para que no pase. Para que
no vuelva a repetirse.
Para que no vuelva a repetirse, pero no para rememorarlo.
No puedo con ello. Yo no puedo con... O sea, quiero decir que me parece que eso es algo que se tenía que haber hecho hace un montón de años.
Yo vivo en la calle General Yagüe. El general Yagüe es uno de los generales sublevados con Franco, que es conocido como el carnicero de Badajoz, porque hizo 4.000 y pico prisioneros en la plaza de toros de Badajoz, a los que terminó fusilando. Yo todos los días me levanto viviendo en la calle dedicada a ese tipo de criminal de guerra. yo tengo la sensación de que estamos atascados. Nosotros tenemos que hacer que la querella vuelva a estar viva.
Presentamos la querella hace 3 años. No podemos consentir de que esto se siga dilatando más. Lo fundamental de una querella de esta naturaleza es el movimiento social. Y por tanto tenemos que desarrollar la imaginación para ver de qué modo a través del movimiento social se presiona para que esto avance. No hay pueblo en España donde no haya víctimas del franquismo, ¿no?
Mi nombre es María de las Mercedes Bueno. Nací en un pueblo de la provincia de Cádiz, en el campo de Gibraltar, en la línea. Yo estaba embarazada con 18 años. En aquella época, ser madre soltera también era un estigma terrorífico, ¿eh? Esto fue un 24 de diciembre, víspera de Nochebuena. Mi ginecólogo me dice, te voy a dormir para que no te dé nada a la cabeza. Al día siguiente me dijeron que el bebé estaba muerto y me dicen que se encarga de todo el hospital. 28 años después me meto en internet y empiezan a salir un montón de casos de niños robados en el hospital municipal de la línea con este doctor. Y me di cuenta de que había miles de bebés robados en España, en todo el país. Descubrí que toda esta barbarie comenzó allá por 1940 con el franquismo.
Siempre había habido rumores. Este es el doctor Vallejo Nájera. Estudió la eugenesia de la Alemania nazi y se convirtió en jefe de psiquiatría militar de Franco. Afirmaba que los izquierdosos portaban un gen rojo y se propuso purgar ese gen, separando a los hijos de los vencidos de sus padres. Miles de niños y niñas fueron entregados a familias adeptas al régimen. Con el tiempo, se cree que esta práctica evolucionó, pero la justificación pasó de ser política a ser moral. Ahora el blanco eran madres solteras y familias pobres con demasiados niños.
Ustedes saben que en Argentina se calcula que aproximadamente hay 500 niños apropiados por la dictadura militar. En España, en cambio, los contamos por decenas y quizás centenares de miles los niños apropiados.
Porque cuando hay un sistema que se produce durante 40 años, es imposible parar la maquinaria en el año 75. Eso siguió y siguió, y esas prácticas siguieron. Queremos a nuestros hijos vivos o muertos.
Servidicto orden de detención para 4 torturadores.
Eso es histórico.
Una jueza argentina que investiga los crímenes del franquismo ha pedido a España y también a la Interpol la detención de 4 miembros de las fuerzas de seguridad para poder interrogarles por un presunto delito de torturas.
¿A quién imputan? A Pele. ¡Bien! ¡Hostia!
Hemos dado un paso bastante trascendental, sin duda, ¿no?
¿Dónde estamos? En el New York Times, hijo. ¡Oh! A ver, a ver, a ver, a ver.
con destino Buenos Aires.
Me llamo Ascensión Mendieta Ibarra y estoy en la querella por ver si podemos sacar a mi padre.
Es un placer tenerlos aquí conmigo. Si alguno quiere decir algo, los escucho.
Mi padre falleció el día 16 de noviembre del 39, cuando nosotros murió y dejó 7 hijos, todos pequeños. Queríamos saber si se podía hacer justicia para poder sacar de una fosa común.
Yo quiero que entiendan que investigar delitos en otros países para nosotros es difícil. Si más no hago es porque a veces tenemos una serie de inconvenientes. Para mí esta es la causa más importante que tengo en el juzgado. Voy a hacer lo que tengo que hacer.
Adelante.
Señora, ¿qué tal? Padre, tome asiento ahí, por favor.
Mi familia fue exiliada, así como más de medio millón de españoles.
Mi abuelo fue destinado al campo de concentración de Campos Sancos, que está en el pueblo de La Guardia.
Eta 77 arte egon nintzen Francoren hainbat kartzelatan.
Y de Balbina. A mi padre lo desaparecieron, lo tiraron a un pozo.
La desaparición y el robo de mi hermano mellizo, Francisco, fue de mismo
porque nos quitaron la casa familiar.
¿Qué ha pasado?
No sé.
Hola, ahí va. Nada, pues vengo a darte una noticia, parece.
¿Qué tal estás?
Hola. La jueza ha pedido a la justicia española que exhume a tu padre.
Que saquen.
Sí.
Ay, madre mía, qué alegría. Ay, ya si me muero me llevo un hueso de mi padre. Ay, madre.
Me alegro mucho.
Ay. O sea, lo van a sacar.
Ella ha pedido a la justicia española que haga lo que tiene que hacer.
Ya no te has dicho.
Nada.
Hay tanto tiempo que no tengo. Ya me voy a morir a gusto. Porque ya sé que ya le voy a ver, aunque sea en un hueso o en ceniza o lo que quiera que sea.
En esta zona del cementerio, cada lápida cubre una fosa común. Se cree que hay más de 200 personas, incluyendo el padre de Ascensión. Todavía pueden verse contra la tapia los disparos de bala. Durante 40 años, esta parte del cementerio estuvo cerrada. Los familiares tiraban flores por encima de la tapia y lloraban contra ella. Justo en la entrada del mismo cementerio, un monumento honra a los numerosos defensores de Franco que murieron durante la guerra. Franco está enterrado en el monumento más grande, el Valle de los Caídos. España está llena de fosas comunes, en las cunetas, en cementerios, en medio del campo. En el año 2000 empezaron a formarse organizaciones de memoria histórica financiadas por las propias víctimas. Desde entonces, sin orden judicial alguna, se han recuperado los restos de 8.000 hombres y mujeres. Pero más de 100.000 aún esperan.
Estamos aquí para lo del ADN primero.
Para ver si soy hija de mi padre.
Eso es. Y tu padre es tu padre y tú su hija. Porque hay mucha más gente enterrada con él.
Le voy a pedir que abra la boca
Abro.
Y le voy a frotar, en la mejilla por dentro. No, no hace falta.
Vale.
Bueno, pues. Ya está.
Joder, gracias.
La jueza argentina ha venido a España.
Y las gracias. Y las gracias por todo lo que está haciendo. Ha sido porque no tenemos...
Yo he escuchado 167 declaraciones. Nos transmite un poco de emoción, pero tenemos que ser fríos y objetivos.
Estos días, el capítulo más negro de nuestra historia está siendo examinado por la ONU.
Esto incluye las recomendaciones concernientes a privar de efectos la ley de amnistía del 1977, porque las víctimas, con razón, no olvidan.
Mañana es Billy el Niño, el que tendrá que comparecer en la Audiencia Nacional para su vista de extradición. Está reclamado por un delito de torturas que habría cometido sobre 13 personas entre los años 1968 y 75.
Es la compañera de Chato.
No le he contado nunca nada a esto, a la justicia. Porque da pudor, da corte. Me esposaron las manos a la espalda, empezaron a golpearme la cabeza, agarrada por el pelo contra el borde de la mesa. A lo que más miedo tenía era a cantar. La fórmula para resistirlo era, yo pensaba, en una escena, ahí estaba, en la misma mesa, los mismos sicarios golpeándome, pero alrededor, sentados, estaban mis amigos, mi padre, la gente que más quería, y no los podía defraudar. Esa era la forma de intentar aguantar. Pero se te iban borrando la gente cuando ya descubrías que estabas desnudo, que te habían colgado, te estaban pegando en los glúteos, en las plantas de los pies, en los genitales. Yo recuerdo que pensé, no vas a volver a en tu vida. Y tenía 22 años y acababa de estrenarme. Yo no era una persona, probablemente ni un animal, era una cosa que estaba allí. Que estaba allí con 22 años, con mucho miedo y decidido a aguantar ya por rabia. Os lo digo de verdad, ni por mis convicciones políticas, por rabia, porque yo era un ser humano.
La Audiencia Nacional tampoco va a extraditar a Argentina al exinspector de policía conocido como Billy el Niño. Los jueces sostienen que los delitos de torturas cometidos presuntamente en el franquismo han prescrito y no son de lesa humanidad.
Derogación, ley de amnistía, justicia universal desde América Latina.
Los delitos de lesa humanidad nunca, jamás prescriben. Nosotros y centenares de miles de víctimas nos han negado el derecho a la justicia.
se ha ido sin haber visto cumplido todo eso por lo que luchó. Que ella ahora estuviera ahí acompañando a los restos de su madre.
Señores, una notición. La Servini ha ordenado la detención para declaraciones indagatorias o lo que sea esto, de 20 imputados. Está Martín Villa y está Utrera Molina. Es Martín Villa.
La jueza Servini ha ordenado la detención de 20 ministros, un médico acusado de robar bebés, jueces, abogados y un vicepresidente, Martín Villa.
Tiene que permitir la justicia española tomarles la declaración. Si nos autorizan, venimos.
El médico que me trató está imputado gracias a la querella argentina. Es un pasito más para saber la verdad. Estamos pidiendo justicia y verdad. Es lo único que nos queda ya.
Señor del Tribunal Supremo de Madrid.
Me ha costado mucho implicarme porque lo más cómodo es que tú sigas con tu vida y no meterte en estos líos.
Todo mi dolor les envío un saludo de esta mujer que sigue esperando que las ranas críen pelo.
Mi madre no se hubiera imaginado nunca que yo me hubiera implicado tanto. Estaría muy orgullosa.
Yo creo que si los jueces españoles escucharan lo que yo escuché, abrirían las causas acá más. Yo creo que a la larga van a lograr que acá se investigue.
Muchos casos de justicia universal nunca llegan a juicio, pero pueden desencadenar cambios dentro del país investigado. A pesar de la resistencia, varios gobiernos regionales y autonómicos han aprobado leyes para reconocer a las víctimas, exhumar fosas comunes e investigar casos de bebés robados. Puede que por fin estemos preparados para recordar.
El debate sobre la guerra o sobre la violencia de las dictaduras jamás debería permanecer en el ámbito de lo privado, debería estar siempre en el seno de las instituciones democráticas y, por tanto, considero hoy un gran día, además, de maduración democrática, que podamos traerlo aquí. Las calles que vamos a pasar a retirar van a ser la Plaza de Arriba España, Chamartín, lema franquista por excelencia, la Plaza del Caudillo, en Fuencarral el Pardo, la Avenida Arco de la Victoria, calle General Llagüe, Tetuán.
Esta es la mía, esta es la mía.
Pasamos ahora a hacer la votación. El Grupo Municipal Ciudadanos.
A favor.
Partido Socialista.
A favor.
Partido Popular. Es la propuesta
Contra.
social. En contra. Bien, Grupo Municipal Obra Madrid.
A favor.
Pues ha quedado aprobada esta propuesta. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Ha llegado la hora.
Ha llegado la hora.
Mira, mamá.
donde pone 19.
Pobre niño, padre querida. Tú lo dices bajo tierra, padre mío. Mamá, si tú querías venir a verle, ya le has visto. Sí, ya está. Sí, ya. Quería, que estoy bien.
Perdida la paz, perdida la causa, perdido los sueños, perdida la patria, perdidos de todos, perdidos de España, en tierra de nadie, en campos de rabia.
It is still cold enough for snow over the Rockies. Therefore, that cold air runs off onto the plains, meets up with the warmth and humid stuff that's come up from the Gulf, and you tend to generate big thunderstorms as a result. And there they are, running through the Midwest, the upper Midwest. They could be pretty sparky ones, I have to say. And there's still snow coming out in, for example, Montana, Wyoming, and all the way down towards Colorado. But where it has been extremely wet in Texas, you'll be pleased to know the showers are dying out. This is the forecast for Tuesday and Wednesday. There might still be some pretty pokey ones running further north through Kansas and Missouri, even Tennessee and Kentucky, but not so much in Texas. Still pretty wet, though, in good part of the Caribbean, the Leeward Isles, and then right across the Greater Antilles to Cuba, including Jamaica, and some of those showers will hit the coast of Nicaragua. Mexico, though, is looking fine. Quite hot in places. Monterrey's about 38 degrees. Colombia and Ecuador look particularly wet, and French Guiana has seen some pretty big downpours recently. This is seasonal rain. To the south of that, much of Brazil is looking dry now, including Porto Alegre, still flooded but dry over the top. The big thunderstorms there are still around, now over Uruguay, slow moving and still heavy.
On Counting the Cost, protesters in the US demand universities divest from Israel. How do schools make their money? Washington wants Russia to pay for rebuilding Ukraine. Moscow threatens to retaliate. Plus, what's the future for TikTok in the American market? Counting the Costs on Al Jazeera.
We don't simply focus on the politics of the conflict. It's the consequence of war, the human suffering that we report on.
It is one of the most serious bouts of violence in recent years.
We brave bullets and bombs because we give voice to those demanding freedom, the rule of law, and we always include the views from all sides.
At least 14 Palestinians are killed in southern Gaza as Israel says it will go ahead with a full-scale military operation in Rafah. I'm Marlene Saeed. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha, also coming up. Short-lived celebrations in Gaza after Hamas accepts a ceasefire proposal, but Israel rejects the deal. Demonstrations have broken out across Israel, calling for the government to accept the ceasefire deal and bring home captives being held in Gaza. And voting is underway in India's most populous state. We look at how the caste system has defined politics in Uttar Pradesh. We begin in southern Gaza, where Israeli tanks are shelling buildings at the Rafah land crossing. Military vehicles are gathering around 200 meters from the border, which is the crucial entry point for aid trucks. The attacks at the crossing and in eastern Rafah come after the Israeli War Cabinet voted unanimously to continue its operation in the city, where more than 1.5 million Palestinians have been sheltering. The attacks have left at least 14 people dead. Palestinians in the area say they have never seen a bombardment of this scale.
Intense bombardment. Very, very intense bombardment. Airstrikes, rockets, artillery shelling, tank shelling, drones, all firing at us. Never in my life, I am 69 years old, have I ever seen bombardment like this, and I have witnessed several wars. I have never seen a war like this one, and I really wanted to leave, to evacuate, but I couldn't. The reason was that I found this injured young man. We rescued him, but the whole area is completely and utterly destroyed.
Well, these latest attacks come after Hamas said it had agreed to a ceasefire deal. There were brief celebrations across the Gaza Strip over the prospect of a potential end to the relentless fighting. Hamas says the ball is now in Israel's court. Israel says it will send a delegation to Cairo for talks, but that the deal does not meet its requirements. Hashim Al-Bara begins our coverage.
They've been waiting for months for an end to the war in Gaza. And this is the moment they learned Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire proposal. But the celebrations didn't last long. Israeli warplanes struck areas in eastern Rafah. The war cabinet convened and unanimously decided to go ahead with the Rafah military operation.
We want peace and love, freedom and justice. We want to live in our land in peace and security. God willing, the wish will come true and we return to Gaza City.
People of Gaza have gone through 7 months of devastation, of genocide. Thousands have been killed, children, women. It's time for a break. It's time for an end to all this madness. They have suffered enough.
It was an evening of many dramatic developments. The leader of Hamas political bureau, Ismail Haniyeh, said his group has accepted a ceasefire deal that includes 3 phases of 42 days each. The deal proposed by the key mediators Qatar and Egypt will also pave the way to an exchange of Israeli captives and Palestinian prisoners, the complete withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza, as well as allowing displaced Palestinians to return to the northern part of the Strip. The Israeli government said the proposal was far from its requirements.
We examine every response seriously, and we exploit all opportunities in the negotiations to bring back the captives, because this is a primary mission for us. In parallel, we continue our operations in Gaza, and we will continue doing so.
Israel said it was sending a delegation to Cairo to negotiate an agreement that answers its key demands. Previous negotiation efforts stalled in the past few months over growing differences between Hamas and Israel on the terms of the deal. As the impasse deepened, Qatar warned it may reassess its role as a mediator. The Gulf nation played a crucial role in putting together the only ceasefire agreement between Hamas and Israel last November, but the deal was short-lived. For those who took to the streets celebrating what they thought was an end to the war, they may have to wait for any indication that 7 months of suffering, death and destruction may finally come to an end. Hashim Al-Bara, Al Jazeera.
Well, the deputy head of Hamas in Gaza, Khalil al-Hayya, has said the group received assurances from mediators about the potential deal.
Mediators told us that the US president is clearly committed to ensuring the implementation of the agreement. The ball is now in the court of the Israeli occupation. We informed the mediators that we agree completely with the proposal. The mediators now should put pressure on the Israeli side to agree as well, as soon as possible. But if the occupation wants to continue the war, the onus is on the mediators and the international community. But we did what we were supposed to do, and we're patient. We will own our land, and I think we did everything for our people. And in this stage of the negotiations, we achieved all the goals we talked about on the first day. A full ceasefire, the full withdrawal of the Israeli troops, the return of the displaced with no conditions, and the aid for our people, and a deal for the exchange of prisoners. We will continue until the end to free our captives from the occupation's jails.
Well, the announcement of the potential deal came just hours after Israel ordered at least 100,000 Palestinians to leave Rafah. Many of those who now find themselves displaced yet again are heading towards Khan Yunis and Deir al-Balah. Those two cities have already been almost completely destroyed. Hind al-Qudari reports from Khan Yunis on what those people are now facing.
I'm currently standing on Bani Suhaila's roundabout in Khan Yunis, and as you see, hundreds of Palestinians are currently evacuating from Rafah after the Israeli forces ordered them to evacuate earlier today. People were ordered by the Israeli forces to evacuate to Khan Yunis, the Mawasi area, and also to Deir al-Balah and central Gaza. But as you see behind me, Khan Yunis is completely destroyed. Palestinians have been telling us that they have been displaced multiple times. They are bored of being displaced from one place to another. And they also do not trust the Israeli forces and the Israeli army because they have been telling them since the first day that Rafah was a safe area. But as you see behind me, all of these people are evacuating from Rafah. People are desperate. There's a panic state, anger, despair, and frustration, rage, and also fear that there is no place safe in the Gaza Strip. All of these people have no idea where they're going because it's Deir al-Balah and the central area is also packed. We're talking about UN facilities, hospitals, schools, even empty agricultural lands are now tents, and hundreds of thousands of people settled there. Displaced multiple times from place to another, from central to the south, Palestinians are left in despair and fear, not knowing where to go, where no place in the Gaza Strip is safe. This is Hind al-Qudari, Al Jazeera, Khan Yunis, Gaza, Palestine.
Well, protests have been held around Israel demanding that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accept the ceasefire deal and bring home captives being held in Gaza. Alon Liel is the former Director General of Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He says Netanyahu is under far more pressure to keep his political opponents happy than to appease his international allies.
The right wing are his natural allies. And Gantz and Eisenkot are still his rivals. So he will lose his natural allies and he will have to depend on his rivals, on his ideological rivals. So it's a long-term decision because if he accepts a deal, it might be the end of his political career. And if he doesn't accept the deal, we will have a series of international decisions against us in international courts, in the UN, by different governments, sanctions, recognition of Palestine. So it's really, I see it as an historic decision from Netanyahu. Last time he had to take such a decision was 5 years ago when he opted for the Emirates instead of annexing the West Bank. So you don't have these kind of decisions often. And it's only him deciding, nobody else. The pressures from Gantz and Eisenkot and from Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, but he will take the decision on his own. That there is a strong element of fear in the Israeli public that if we do not do Rafah, not only that we lost the war, we kept Hamas that attacked us on the 7th of October. So again, it's not the overall picture. I think what's going on after the deal is important. after the deal, if we have a deal, we have the world with us. And if we go to Rafah, we lose the world. This is the dilemma that Netanyahu is facing.
Well, since starting its war, Israel has forced Palestinians to leave the north from Gaza City to Deir al-Balah in the center, to Khan Yunis in the south, and then onwards to Rafah. Well, now the Israeli military has ordered all residents and displaced people to leave the eastern neighborhoods of Rafah. It says that they must move to the Al-Mawasi area, which is near the coastline. And hopes that Palestinians had of being able to flee via the Rafah or Karam Abu Salam crossings now seem gone as well, with the Israeli forces shelling them. Now, those attacks also mean it'll be even harder for life-saving aid to enter the Strip. We're joined now by Adam Clements. He's a former diplomat and former Pentagon official. He joins us now from Washington, D.C. Many thanks for joining the program. I want to start with this ceasefire deal that Hamas agreed to a few hours back that Israel then rejected. For days, we were told the ball was in Hamas's court to accept a deal put together by the key mediators, Qatar, Egypt, and the U.S., with Israel's input. Today, Hamas accepted the deal, but the Israelis say this deal doesn't meet Israel's basic demands. What do you think is going on here?
First, thank you very much for having me. You're right, there is some confusion and some mixed messages on all sides. And so I really think it's too early to tell. It's quite possible that the Israeli government is also trying to not give some clear signals to give it some type of room to maneuver, that it can still put pressure politically, publicly, and then also militarily on Hamas. And so hopefully we'll find out some more details in the next 24 to 48 hours.
I mean, the U.S. appeared to be caught off guard by all this, which seems odd, given that the CIA Director William Byrd has been in the region and has been part of brokering the deal.
It's possible. We don't know what all is going on behind closed doors. There are a lot of information that's been confidential that hopefully, honestly, wouldn't go public, because that could damage some of the negotiations. But I'm not sure. I read and saw some of the public statements from John Kirby at the White House, and I think it appears that officials, at least right now, U.S. officials, are hopeful that some deal can be struck. Very definitely the President, the U.S. Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State had all signaled very strongly in the past week, at least, of their firm support for some type of deal. I think that's politically helpful for the Biden administration, and then also from a defense standpoint, national security standpoint, and many other factors as well, given the humanitarian the dire humanitarian situation in the country. And then even from an Israeli standpoint, from a security standpoint, operationally, it's still hard to see right now what the Israeli military would need to do, or what else it needs to be able to evacuate hundreds of thousands of more people in order to safeguard more innocent people before they undertake more military operations.
Right.
And hopefully that's not going to take place.
Apologies for interrupting. It does seem hard it is hard to be optimistic about any sort of deal when tonight we learn that Israel has begun targeting the Rafah crossing, which is where the majority of aid is coming through. What do you think the strategy is of targeting the crossing?
Of course, we don't know what intelligence that Israel may have. It's difficult to say, of course, not just the Rafah crossing, but other crossings have been places where Hamas or other groups have tried to smuggle materials. At the same time, this is the only one of the few functional crossings that we know of. The reports say of where you get humanitarian aid into the Strip. There are some others that have been in the news that are trying to be developed. So it's tough to say, but very definitely, as you've seen in the past 24 to 48 hours, still some exchange of fire between Hamas militants in Rafah, killing a few Israeli soldiers, and then Israel responding. So once again, as you stated, unfortunately, some innocent civilians probably caught in the middle in this case.
What will President Biden do if Prime Minister Netanyahu does go full force into Rafah, which it appears is happening now, without making sure citizens are protected?
Of course, it's difficult to say, but I think that the administration would reinforce some of its strong language of the past week, where 3 top officials, the President, Secretary of Defense, and State, have signaled their opposition. I think that would still continue to take place. I know there's also been some news of the United States withholding some of its military support. It's difficult to see the details of what all that is. A lot of other people have suggested whether monetarily the U.S. could do, given the amount of military support or financial support the U.S. government provides. It's tough to see that happening, given in the Congress of how difficult it was for legislation to pass to support Ukraine, Taiwan, and also Israel. And so from the executive branch, from the administration, of what else it can do, it'll be interesting to see. It's tough to see what else from maybe a security cooperation standpoint, from an intelligence exchange standpoint, from a military-to-military standpoint, what else could occur. And so we'll wait and see, and that's why we're cautiously optimistic that there can be some type of breakthrough to give some type of political space to all sides.
Adam Clements, former diplomat and former Pentagon official, speaking to us there from Washington. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera.
Palestine will live forever.
More protests on U.S. campuses against the war in Gaza. Calls grow louder for universities to cut financial ties with Israel.
Hard-hitting interviews.
Has the IRC suffered casualties?
We have not suffered fatalities, thank goodness. We did have injuries from a missile strike on a guest house.
Thought-provoking answers.
So to who did you say no double standards?
To all of us.
Anyone in particular?
I say it to all.
Facing realities.
Government seems here to have whittled down democracy. Is this troubling for you?
It's very, very painful. Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
The Amazon, home to indigenous people and diverse ecosystems, is being destroyed by relentless drilling for oil.
They're living in direct contact with petroleum through air, water, and soil.
In Ecuador, communities are fighting the corporate giants in a battle for survival and to save the lungs of the world. Al Jazeera's new series, Dying Earth, The Final Breath.
Examining the impact of today's headlines. Setting the agenda for tomorrow's discussions. International filmmakers and world-class journalists bring programs to inform and inspire you on Al Jazeera.
Watching Al Jazeera. Reminder of our top stories this hour. Israeli tanks are firing artillery shells at buildings at the Rafah land border crossing. It is the key entry point for aid coming in from Egypt. Airstrikes have also been targeting surrounding neighborhoods. Israel's war cabinet has voted unanimously to push ahead with its assault on Rafah, despite Hamas saying it has agreed to a ceasefire deal. Palestinians have been fleeing eastern parts of the city after Israel warned of a full-on military offensive. Columbia University has cancelled its main graduation ceremony after weeks of protests in solidarity with Palestinians. The university says it will hold smaller college functions instead. Dozens of student demonstrators have been arrested at U.S. campuses over the weekend after asking their schools to divest from Israel. Meanwhile, officials at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology are threatening Palestinian solidarity protesters with suspension. The Boston area campus has seen several days of rival demonstrations between supporters of Palestine and Israel. Teresa Bow reports from the campus.
We're here at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where you can see students from this university. They're protesting here. They have set up an encampment that is right on the other side of that tent, and they've been told that that encampment is going to be removed. You can see the students here, they're demanding a ceasefire in Gaza, they're demanding an end to divestment, which is the investment of the university funds in companies, for example, that these students say are profiting from the ongoing war. But this is just an example of what's been going on in many universities across the country. On the other side, you can see there's another group of students with United States flags and Israeli flags. They're also carrying pictures of those who have been taken captive by Hamas in Gaza. What's going on here is just an example of what's happening across the country. It's not clear yet whether the police is going to move into the camp to remove the tents, but students here are saying that no matter what happens, they will continue to take to their campuses, they will continue to take to the streets to demand an end to the war in Gaza. Teresa Bo, Al Jazeera, Boston.
Well, students at Oxford and Cambridge universities in the United Kingdom have set up their own encampments.
This goes! Divest! We will not stop, we will not rest! This goes!
Organisers say they're in solidarity with Palestinians and they intend to keep the camps open for an unknown number of days. Al Jazeera's Rory Challen spoke to students at Oxford University.
The student protesters are beginning their first test this afternoon, not from the police, which are non-existent at the moment, not from the university authorities, but from the rain. So the brollies have been up and people have been sheltering under the gazebos. Everyone here knows that if the American protests are any precedent, things could be getting much tougher for them over the next few days. Now, this camp sprang up overnight and the protesters want to use it to push their core demands on Oxford University. And those demands are that the university discloses exactly where all of its money is being invested and that that money is not invested in arms companies or any entity that is listed on the Israel boycott, divest and sanction list. Now, this camp is small. It's about 25 tents and maybe not more than 100 protesters, but it's not unique. There's another one in Cambridge, and of course there's that movement in the United States, which the students here say they're taking great inspiration from.
The U.S. movement set off a global chain of reaction, and we're so excited to be a part of that and thankful to the U.S. encampments for what they began. We've had a lot of support from them in terms of logistics, general comradeship, giving us tips and tricks. But really, the UK movement has also learned a lot from them in terms of how our goals are so similar. Although the US and the UK have different contexts, the UK government is similarly complicit in Israeli war crimes, and so too are our institutions of higher education.
For the moment, things are very calm, but that's largely probably because this is a public holiday. And when the university staff come back from their long weekend, they are going to have to decide, as are the protesters here, how much confrontation they want. Rory Challen, Al Jazeera in Oxford.
The third phase of India's general election is taking place in 11 states, including the home state of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Nearly 1 billion people are eligible to cast ballots during the 6 weeks of voting. The first 2 phases of voting have been marred by allegations of bias and low voter turnout. The Indian government has failed to give visas to Al Jazeera's correspondents to cover the story, so we've been forced to report from outside the country. Kulsum Sharif has more.
Not far from the famous Taj Mahal in the northern Indian state of Uttar Pradesh, there's a thriving footwear industry in the city of Agra. It employs millions of people like Om Prakash, who earns about $70 to $90 a month. He belongs to a community that falls at the bottom of the caste hierarchy. For centuries, the Dalits, who were once known as untouchables, have endured social isolation and forced to work as cleaners, manual scavengers and cobblers. So as part of a decades-old effort to improve their lives, the government has reserved jobs and education seats for them. But Om Prakash says under the governing BJP, opportunities have declined.
Since BJP has come to power, the employment opportunities in the reserve category has gone down. They keep saying they will eradicate poverty, but it seems they will eradicate the poor.
The community that includes the Dalits forms a crucial voting bloc, accounting for 20% of the state's population. and they often vote on the basis of caste, hoping their leaders will address their needs.
The public wants a leader who is connected to the masses and works for the benefit of the people. Give me the name of any BSP leader who is helping the people. It's the same with the Congress and the Samajwadi Party. We see them only during the election season.
The BJP has governed the politically crucial state since 2017. Under its rule, there's been a rise in crimes against Dalits, according to India's National Crime Records Bureau. The opposition alliance accuses the BJP of dividing Indians along religious and ethnic lines. The Congress says if it's elected, it will ensure a nationwide caste-based census to implement corrective action. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi has rejected the idea.
Because the identity of the caste remains a very, very important aspect of mobilization of the people, and people find it a ready-made group in which they can go and mobilize. I think caste has remained the important fulcrum around which Indian politics still revolves.
For many Indians like Om Prakash and his 2 children who also work in a shoemaking factory, they want their leaders to improve their living and working conditions. Kulsum Sharif, Al Jazeera.
Just a reminder that Al Jazeera journalists were not granted visas by the Indian government to report on the election from inside the country. OK, that's it from me, Marlene Said. Lots more information on our website, aljazeera.com. Do check it out. The news continues here after Talk to Al Jazeera. Do stay with us.
Now, a big pall of cloud, this one here, which is marching across the Sea of Japan, is still there enough to give a rather wet and dismal day to much of Honshu and Hokkaido. Behind it, the backwash will give showery stuff, I think, to much of the Korean peninsula. But China's looking good. Sunshine out, temperatures not extreme, unless you're in the south. Now, the temperatures aren't extreme here, but the weather is extreme. These are still thunderstorms. Now, bear in mind, we've had extensive flooding in Guangdong, Guangxi. It's still likely to be there and to be topped up by these thunderstorms that just will not go away and probably will merge into the seasonal rains very soon. They're going a little offshore during Wednesday. Hong Kong a bit dry, but Taiwan could see some pretty wet stuff, and there's still fairly wet weather, which stretches back into northern Vietnam as well. In fact, right the way down through Thailand and towards Malaysia, this is now looking wet, sundry, rather than just hot and dry, which has been the case recently. Indonesia is still at risk from some flash flooding in Sumatra, not so much in Java, and then a long way eastwards towards West Papua. There are some pretty big thunderstorms and have been recently in Dhaka and then the eastern side of India. This keeps the temperatures down because most of the rest, of course, are suffering from the pre-monsoon heat, which temperatures, though not shown here, have been in the high 40s.
A meeting of minds.
The tragedy for me of a democratic South Africa, it's how quickly we sort of adopted the very tawdry global norms, the intertwining of money and politics.
Campaigner Andrew Feinstein and photographer Shahidul Alam on activism and the crisis in Gaza.
What is happening today is happening on our watch. And years from now, there will be people asking, how did you let it happen?
Studio B Unscripted, Part 1 on Al Jazeera.
Ties between Greece and Israel have strengthened in recent years, despite a long history of supporting the Palestinian cause. A relationship fueled in part by a shared mistrust of another regional power, Turkey. But in light of Israel's war on Gaza, Greece is now forced to play the role of critical friend, while at the same time averting a full-blown confrontation with its old adversary, Ankara. Join me, Niamh Barker, over the next half an hour as Greece's Foreign Minister Giorgos Geropetritis talks to Al Jazeera. Giorgos Geropetritis, welcome to Talk to Al Jazeera.
It's a pleasure and honor. Thank you for the invitation, Niamh.
We're staring at the precipice of a potential full-blown Israeli invasion of Rafah in southern Gaza, causing huge concerns about the implications on the humanitarian situation there, the civilian population there, so much so that even the United States, a staunch ally of Israel, has urged Israel to show restraint. As another ally of Israel, what conversations are you having with your Israeli counterparts, specifically about Rafah and the conflict?
When you're an ally, I think you have to be very honest, very open, very frank and sincere. So our main point is that any sort of invasion to Rafah should be avoided and prevented. At the moment, there is a huge accumulation of population in Rafah. It's a very overcrowded region. And any sort of invasion could cause a dramatic humanitarian crisis, which we need to avoid. So our advice is that this should be prevented by any possible means. What I really want to say is that at this moment, we're just at a very crucial juncture. It's a difficult situation that we're encountering because of the overall spillover effect in the region. We have the situation in Lebanon, the situation in Syria, in Red Sea. Obviously, we had the incidents with Iran. But at this very moment, all parties need to have a very high level of self-restraint.
Talking about self-restraint, this must be an incredibly difficult diplomatic position that Greece has been put in recently. To quote Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis, who back in November said of Israel, quote, "Sometimes friends have to speak hard truths to friends." That was 5 months ago. Has Israel been listening to any of those truths?
What I have to say is that in this position, you have to be very open, but you have to be a rule-based ally, I think. And from the very first day, we had the opportunity to be very open, but also very principled in our policy. We didn't take any side. What we said was that we need to disassociate the terrorist attacks, the Hamas organization, from the Palestinian people. We said that the Israelis had the right to defend themselves, but within the boundaries of humanitarian law and overall international law. We said that hostages should not be kept because this is totally against any sort of international law, using people as human shields. And what we also said was that we need to minimize to the maximum the civilian losses. Obviously, all these were not heard, but the whole international community had this attitude. The point here is, Niv, that we have to be as pressing as possible in order to implement eventually the halt of hostilities. At the moment, what we're claiming for is that Palestinians need to believe that there is a credible way out, and this is why we're fully supporting the two-state solution. According to the resolutions of the Security Council of the United Nations, with East Jerusalem as the capital city of the Palestine state, and of course with the pre-1967 borders. The thing is now that the whole community, the whole international community, needs to exercise the maximum pressure upon the parties in order to reach an agreement. And I really appreciate what Qatar and Egypt and other Arab states are doing, and the efforts of the European Union.
How convinced are those Gulf partners, Arab states? I mean, obviously, you're here in the region to speak to prominent figures. How convinced are those partners here in the Middle East and further afield that you are willing to push Israel as far as you possibly can on this?
At the moment, there is, I think, a consensus within the European Union partners that we need to have an immediate ceasefire and we need to further develop our humanitarian aid towards Palestine. There is a consensus on this point, and I don't think there is any divergence. What we need to do is to find the actual modes in order to exercise further pressure upon the parties, and I'm speaking both for the Hamas and for Israel. I think it's of utmost importance at the moment, Niv, that we join efforts because there are a lot of parallel efforts taking place. There is the Arab initiative, there is the European Union initiative, there is the American initiative. We need to actually combine all those parallel efforts in order to have a single effort to be more effective and meaningful.
I wonder if we can focus on that European initiative, because speaking at the Harvard Center for European Studies last year, you said that, quote, global governance needs to be based on principles, not just international standards of law, but coherent and consistent policy. On the matter of consistent policy that you stress in your speech, has Greece been consistent in defending international law in Gaza as you and the EU has been when it comes to the war in Ukraine and Russia's invasion?
I take it that you imply that we have double standards, but the thing is that when it comes to Greece, we have a very strong principled foreign policy. We have exactly the same standards when it comes to the Middle East or to Ukraine or to sub-Saharan Africa or to any other sort of conflict. The important thing is here that we fully abide by international law. We fully abide by the rules and morals of international humanitarian law, and that we have common standards. The thing is, first, that we need to actually condemn any sort of aggression. And the truth is that there is a lot of aggression coming from various authoritarian actors. Secondly, what we need to stress is that human dignity is at the top of our priority. Again, I have to stress the point that we cannot accept losses of civilian people, but at the same time, we cannot accept in any way that keeping hostages is a practice in order to get leverage to have international benefits. What I am saying is that we apply common international law standards. We have to be stronger, but also we have to be as pressing as possible. What we really lack is the implementation of our basic belief, because the truth is, Niv, that international law in these respects and the international security architecture when it comes to Middle East, but also to Ukraine, has failed. In my eyes, there is no case of double standards, Niv. What I have to say is that we are totally against any sort of aggression. There is no aggression that could be tolerable. Only when someone defends its, only when a country defends its territorial integrity, its sovereignty, when it supports the humanitarian law, only then we have a principled policy. And I have to say that when it comes to the European Union, and especially when it comes to Greece, I think we have a very strong single standard policy when it comes to Ukraine, when it comes to Middle East. From the very first moment, we said that there is a right to self-defense for Israel, but at the same time, we cannot accept any sort of disproportionate reaction. And apparently,
just jumping in on the disproportionate reaction that you flagged there. I mean, has, for instance, Germany, the powerhouse, the economic powerhouse of Europe, has its blanket support for Israel over the years with huge amounts of military support to Israel, has that complicated your relations, your aspirations for peace in the region? Has that complicated Greece's relationship with Berlin?
Exactly because we have a very principled policy when it comes to the Middle East, Niv, we are able to talk to all interested parties. At this very moment, we can speak to the Israeli officials as well to the Palestinian officials. We speak to Jordan, we speak to Lebanon, we speak to Egypt, we speak obviously to our Gulf partners. We speak to all parties here. We have, as European Union...
Should Germany be showing restraint? I think that's the question I'm trying to ask. I mean, just to remind our viewers, we're talking, when it comes to German support for Israel, billions of dollars in naval vessels. We're talking about submarines, armoured vehicles, explosive devices, not to mention tank and aircraft parts. What does it mean to you that EU-made weapons are being used in this theatre of war in Gaza with such devastating consequences?
No gun should be used in an offensive way. That's our attitude. Guns are produced in order to prevent any sort of hostilities, in order to be used as a defensive mechanism, and in order to prevent the international security.
Many human rights groups say those weapons are being used in Gaza to indiscriminately and disproportionately kill. Do you believe Israel's war in Gaza is indiscriminate?
I think there has been a disproportionate defense here. I think that the death toll is huge, should not have happened. Obviously, when the other party in a war is using people as human shields, it's very difficult to operate any sort of defense. On the other hand, what I'm saying is that we should prevent any sort of civilian losses.
What I'm suggesting is that by fueling the conflict, by continuing this unhindered, unrestricted flow of weaponry and aid from a prominent EU member state, surely is not going to lead to peace. To pull the right lever in order to urge Israel to step away from its current trajectory would surely mean doing something more affirmative.
Clearly, we need to do further things vis-à-vis Israel. We need to be more pressing. We have discussed this during our Foreign Affairs Council in Luxembourg. And I think we will find ways to be more pressing in the forthcoming Foreign Affairs Council in Brussels. We're going to invite the Israeli Foreign Minister, and we're going to hear how the situation is from his viewpoint. The truth is that I think that there is a unanimity, and I stress this point, there is unanimity among the European Union partners that at this very moment the war needs to stop. We should allow further space for diplomacy to prevail, and we need to provide a vision to the Palestinian people through a two-state solution.
In April 2021, Israel and Greece, you signed your biggest defence procurement deal, didn't you? I mean, the deal includes this $1.65 billion contract to train the Greek Air Force by the Israeli defence contractor Elbit Systems. That's over a 22-year period. That's a serious commitment between Greece and Israel. Will your government be reviewing those military ties in light of what we're seeing in the Middle East, in the Israeli war on Gaza?
To be honest, Niv, I don't think it's the time to actually revisit our contracts and our strategic partnerships. I think the moment is here to develop...
What message does that send in terms of your commitment to peace in the region?
The commitment to peace is our principal attitude to claim for a ceasefire, to claim for further humanitarian aid, to be sincere mediators. Because the truth is now, Niv, that countries like Greece is more useful than ever. The same with Qatar, because we are able to talk to both parties. Not many countries can talk to both countries, and this is the outcome of our rule-based policy. Obviously, we have a strategic partnership with Israel. We haven't hidden this. And I think it is important to have strategic alliances in the region. But this has not prevented us from being very strong and very tough with Israel.
How would you explain the growing closeness between Greece and Israel in recent years? After all, previous Greek governments, I think it's fair to say, have been very sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. I mean, back in 1982, it was Greek ships that were sent to bring the PLO leader Yasser Arafat to Athens. What's happened over the years?
Nothing. We still have excellent relations with the Arabic states, and especially with the Palestinian Authority. From the very first time, what we said was that we should prevent any sort of delegitimization of the Palestinian Authority. One of the major problems now is that we do not have a credible interlocutor from the Palestinian side, because in the course of the war, there has been a demoralization of the Palestinian Authority. From the very first day, we said that we would like to see the Palestinian Authority being a credible discussant. We think that the Palestinian Authority represents the Palestinian people. And this is why I myself visited Ramallah, and I hosted the foreign minister, and I have direct talks with the higher level of the political leadership in Palestine. We have an excellent relationship. We fully support them. We have provided huge humanitarian support, and we intend to be, again, I am saying this, we intend to be very honest mediators in this turmoil.
I ask about the growing closeness between Greece and Israel because it appears to many analysts looking in from the inside that that relationship is based upon a shared mistrust of Turkey, of Ankara. It's no secret, of course, that you remain at odds over territory, over the status of Cyprus. The list goes on.
First of all, I'd like to say that Greece voted in favor of the ceasefire and of the further humanitarian aid during the General Assembly of the United Nations. We produced with other allies the resolution to stop hostilities and provide further humanitarian aid. Now, when it comes to international politics, I have to tell you very frankly, Niamh, that we do not follow any sort of transactional policy. What you imply is that we have some joint interests with Israel because we go against Turkey. This is not the case. I have to tell you this on two grounds. First, as a matter of principle, because what we do has nothing to do with getting any collateral benefits. From my first day in the foreign ministry, I said that I will follow a very rule-based policy, a very principled policy, and I have fully abided by this. So I do not expect to have any gains from my country's policy. The second thing is that now we are in a state of improving our relationship with Turkey. We have done a lot of significant steps in order to mitigate our tensions. The truth is that in the last year, we have made it to actually reduce tension in the broader region. We have made it to develop a positive agenda.
Nevertheless, Turkey has continually accused you of militarizing the Aegean, President Erdogan's words. Is that happening?
First of all, we have to say that the Greece-Turkey relationship is based on international law. It's not something that is determined by the voluntarist attitude of any of those states. So international law explicitly proclaims that the islands, the Aegean islands, belong to Greece. There is a line of islands that are protected, fully protected by international law. Greece is exercising the full legitimate right to defend the islands and to defend the country. It's obvious, Niamh, when you have a huge army just across in a couple of miles distance, you need to be very well prepared. Having said that, I need to say that we are working for peace, and I think we have shown explicit evidence that we want Turkey to be close to us. Indeed, our Prime Minister Mitsotakis is going to Ankara on the 13th of May. We're going to have a very productive dialogue. This is coming in the aftermath of President Erdogan's visit to Athens on the 7th of December last year. We signed very important, both from the point of view of the symbolic nature as well as from the practical viewpoint, a political declaration indicating good neighborly relations and friendly settlement of
So you could definitely call this, in your eyes, very much a rapprochement, but still, as I've mentioned, underlying tensions remain. I mean, in recent days, Turkey described the decision to designate parts of the Aegean Sea and Ionian Sea as Greek nature parks. They say you're simply exploiting issues to push your geopolitical agenda, namely to assert control over the entire region. Is that what Greece is doing there?
No, because, as I said, we're not doing any transactional politics to start with. What we're doing is just to preserve our environment and the nature's environment. Last week, we had a very successful reunion in Greece. We had the 9th Our Ocean Conference. It's a huge conference about the preservation of waters and oceans worldwide. We had 125 delegations from around the world. It was a very important gathering. We had about 400 commitments amounting to about 11 billion euros. Among our commitments, it was the establishment of 2 parks in Greece, one in the Ionian Sea, one in the Aegean Sea. What we're saying is that those parks will be devoid of any sort of financial exploitation in order exactly to preserve the sustainability of the water environment in the region. This is clearly within the sovereignty and sovereign rights of Greece. There has not as yet been the map, so please allow me to consider that there was an overreaction concerning this declaration from us. But we have here to agree on something which is important. When it comes to environmental sustainability, we cannot do geopolitics. Environmental sustainability is a need for the humanity. It is a global challenge, and it takes some brave decisions, and we're going to make those brave decisions.
In the interests of smoothing tensions, of easing tensions with your large historical neighbour, of course, you've had many tensions for many years. Would it be prudent to reduce your military presence in the likes of the island of Kos, for instance? According to Turkey, under the 1947 peace treaty, there shouldn't be any Greek troops there in the first place.
In my eyes, this is a total misreading of the treaties. And as you know, I'm a lawyer and an academic, and I can read treaties. The truth is that we preserve the necessary military in order to defend ourselves. And I think there is not a single person that would consider that Greece would have any sort of offensive aspirations against Turkey. We are a relatively small nation, but you know that we have to defend ourselves. We have to exercise a fully fledged policy of national defense, and this is what we're going to do. In an ideal world, I would say that obviously we wouldn't need to have any army. But given the fact that there is an army surrounding us from various neighborhoods, I think that it's necessary to have a strong army.
You don't just have an army, you also spend perhaps more than any other country, or many countries. I mean, back in 2022, Greece was spending more on defence than any other EU country as a proportion of GDP, well over the 2% threshold required as a NATO member. Does that, in your opinion, continue to be money well spent, given recent economic turmoil in Greece? Of course, the country is recovering well, but nevertheless, is this money well spent for your voters?
There are two questions here, whether we're doing well and whether we should do any national defense spending. So I will take the latter to start with. What I suggest is, yes, we're having a national defense expenditure which is above the average. And I have to tell you that this is totally explicable if someone reads history. Unfortunately, we're not Luxembourg, and we're not living in a very peaceful neighborhood. And the truth is that we have to be very well prepared. Greece is a country with the greatest seesaw in Europe. We have a very large seesaw. We have to defend our islands. We have to defend our region. So obviously, we need to do some additional national defense spending. Whether this is well-deserved, I would say that this is a democratic challenge. If the electorate says that it's money well spent, then it is well spent. And this government has, for a second consecutive time, a huge electoral victory. Over 41% of the electorate voted in favor of our program. So I would say that there is a total respect of our program. Now, on the other side of the coin, I would say that the fact that Greece is doing extremely well in the economic sector allow us to just invest not only obviously in national defense, but only in other aspects, in social state and also in investments. Greece is expected to have a growth rate of 3% next in this current year, 2024, whereas the EU average will be 0.8. So you can see that we have a 3-time greater GDP than growth than other states, so we are allowed to do some spending. And indeed, the maximum of our spending goes to social needs and investments.
What does it mean to you to no longer be perceived as the economic sick man of Europe?
This is good for our self-confidence to start with. The truth is that we had a huge turbulence. We had 10 years of austerity policies. We were very close to actually get out of the European Union because of our fiscal situation. And we had to go through a series of very unfortunate incidents, including the persistence of populism in Greece. Populism got us in a very difficult situation, one step away from the European Union. We managed to survive, and I think Greek people showed a high level of maturity. And when it came to the crucial 2019 elections, the people voted for a government that would bring back Greece into normality, bring back Greece into the European family. And now we're very proud to say that we have significantly reduced our debt, that we have significantly increased our GDP, and we have, above all, we have a very sustainable environment for investments. We have a 35% increase on exports, and we have a 30% increase on direct foreign investments. And I'm proud again to say that some colossal companies have come to Greece in the last 5 years, including Pfizer, Google, Amazon, Meta. They all invest in Greece because they think that Greece provides a very solid foundation for investments. And I would like to actually call for, through your channel, to potential investors to check out Greece, because this is going to be the economic miracle in terms of investments for the future.
Very, very briefly, as a last question, I want to put this to you, because you seem very, very aware of the need for diplomacy, the need to ease tensions at this very, very difficult time. How optimistic are you of the Europe that we know remaining stable?
We have a problem, Niv. And the problem is that there is an issue of the way we take decisions. The decision-making mechanisms in international organizations seems to be quite obsolete at the moment. What happened was, in the aftermath of the Second World War, we had an international arena where we had to get together, but we had to develop also a national voice within international organizations. And that led to the veto rights, both in the Security Council of the United Nations and to the European Union. The veto right apparently has been a huge snag in order to get to a rational decision. And I think this is going to be the problem for the years to come. The fact that we have an international law decision-making which prohibits the states, the international organizations, from taking decisions that are results-oriented and coherent, rational. We have to revisit the way we take decisions, and above all, we have to put the global above the states. We have to think more of the future. We have to think more about the generations to come. We have to think about shared challenges such as the climate crisis, the food insecurity, and we have to think about the children above all.
Yorgos Geropetritis, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera.
It was outstanding. Thank you so much, Nick.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
There's the failure to free the captives still being held by Hamas. How difficult a moment is this for Prime Minister Netanyahu?
He's trying to stay indefinitely as Prime Minister in order to stay possibly out of jail.
Frank assessments.
How has relations declined between Niger and the United States of America?
The crux of the matter is Niger's choice of military partners, and specifically Russia.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
India's red sandalwood is one of the world's most expensive timbers. The black market trade has decimated forests. 101 East investigates the fight to capture India's sandalwood kingpin on Al Jazeera.
At least 14 Palestinians are killed in southern Gaza as Israel says it will go ahead with a full-scale military operation in Rafah. Hello, I'm Kerry Johnston. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up. Short-lived celebrations in Gaza after Hamas accepts a ceasefire proposal, but Israel says it doesn't meet its requirements. Tens of thousands of Palestinians on the move after being ordered to leave Rafah, creating a new humanitarian crisis. And voting is underway in India's most populous state. We look at how the caste system has defined politics in Uttar Pradesh. We begin in southern Gaza, where Israeli tanks have been shelling buildings at the Rafah land crossing. Military vehicles are gathering around 200 meters from the border, which is the crucial entry point for aid trucks. Well, the attacks at the crossing and in eastern Rafah overnight followed a unanimous vote by the Israeli War Cabinet to continue its operation in the city. At least 14 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli strikes in the past few hours.
Intense bombardment. Very, very intense bombardment. Airstrikes, rockets, artillery shelling, tank shelling, drones, all firing at us. Never in my life, I am 69 years old, have I ever seen bombardment like this, and I have witnessed several wars. I have never seen a war like this one, and I really wanted to leave, to evacuate, but I couldn't. The reason was that I found this injured young man. We rescued him, but the whole area is completely and utterly destroyed.
Just hours earlier, Hamas said it had accepted a ceasefire deal, and for a moment, Palestinians in Gaza thought the war was over. But the celebrations were brief, as Israel vowed to continue its plans for an attack on Rafah using what it calls extreme force. Hashem Al-Bara has more.
They've been waiting for months for an end to the war in Gaza. And this is the moment they learned Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire proposal. But the celebrations didn't last long. Israeli warplanes struck areas in eastern Rafah. The war cabinet convened and unanimously decided to go ahead with the Rafah military operation.
We want peace and love, freedom and justice. We want to live in our land in peace and security. God willing, the wish will come true and we return to Gaza City.
People of Gaza have gone through 7 months of devastation, of genocide. Thousands have been killed, children, women. It's time for a break. It's time for an end to all this madness. They have suffered enough.
It was an evening of many dramatic developments. The leader of Hamas political bureau, Ismail Haniyeh, said his group has accepted a ceasefire deal that includes 3 phases of 42 days each. The deal proposed by the key mediators Qatar and Egypt will also pave the way to an exchange of Israeli captives and Palestinian prisoners, the complete withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza, as well as allowing displaced Palestinians to return to the northern part of the Strip. The Israeli government said the proposal was far from its requirements.
We examine every response seriously, and we exploit all opportunities in the negotiations to bring back the captives, because this is a primary mission for us. In parallel, we continue our operations in Gaza, and we will continue doing so.
Israel said it was sending a delegation to Cairo to negotiate an agreement that answers its key demands. Previous negotiation efforts stalled in the past few months over growing differences between Hamas and Israel on the terms of the deal. As the impasse deepened, Qatar warned it may reassess its role as a mediator. The Gulf nation played a crucial role in putting together the only ceasefire agreement between Hamas and Israel last November, but the deal was short-lived. For those who took to the streets celebrating what they thought was an end to the war, they may have to wait for any indication that 7 months of suffering, death and destruction may finally come to an end. Hashim Ahbar, Al Jazeera.
The White House National Security Council spokesman confirmed that the US is reviewing the Hamas response and said reaching a deal is the best possible outcome.
We're currently reviewing that response, and we're discussing it with our partners in the region. Director Burns, as you know, is there, and he's working this in real time on the ground. I won't be able to comment any further on this until we know where things stand. I hope you can understand that. I know everybody's curious about what's in this response, what the Israeli reaction to it is. I'm just not going to get ahead of the process. We want to get these hostages out. We want to get a ceasefire in place for 6 weeks. We want to increase humanitarian assistance. And the last thing that I want to do is say anything at this podium that's going to put that process at risk. Regardless, as we've said before, we still believe that reaching an agreement is the absolute best outcome, not only for the hostages, but for the Palestinian people. And we're not going to stop working to that outcome.
The announcement of the potential deal came just hours after Israel ordered at least 100,000 Palestinians to leave Rafah. Many of those who now find themselves displaced yet again are heading towards Khan Yunis and Deir al-Balah. But those two cities have already been almost completely destroyed. Hind Al-Khudri reports from Khan Yunis on what those people are now facing.
I'm currently standing on Bani Suhaila's roundabout in Khan Yunis, and as you see, hundreds of Palestinians are currently evacuating from Rafah after the Israeli forces ordered them to evacuate earlier today. People were ordered by the Israeli forces to evacuate to Khan Yunis, the Mawasi area, and also to Deir al-Balah and central Gaza. But as you see behind me, Khan Yunis is completely destroyed. Palestinians have been telling us that they have been displaced multiple times. They are bored of being displaced from one place to another. And they also do not trust the Israeli forces and the Israeli army because they have been telling them since the first day that Rafah was a safe area. But as you see behind me, all of these people are evacuating from Rafah. People are desperate. There's a panic state, anger, despair, and frustration, rage, and also fear that there is no place safe in the Gaza Strip. All of these people have no idea where they're going because it's Deir al-Balah and the central area is also packed. We're talking about UN facilities, hospitals, schools, even empty agricultural lands are now tents, and hundreds of thousands of people settled there. Displaced multiple times from place to another, from central to the south, Palestinians are left in despair and fear, not knowing where to go, where no place in the Gaza Strip is safe. This is Hind Al-Khudri, Al Jazeera, Khan Yunis, Gaza, Palestine.
Alexandra Seye is the head of humanitarian policy and advocacy with Save the Children International. She joins us now from Washington, D.C. Welcome to the program. How alarmed are you by this escalating Israeli bombardment now?
Well, we're extremely alarmed by reports of intensifying Israeli bombardment in Rafah, particularly around the crossing point. And we have been warning for months how catastrophic an expanded incursion into Rafah will be. Not only do we now fear mass civilian casualties, but potentially the complete collapse of the humanitarian aid response in Gaza, which has already struggled to keep the population alive. If the bombardment around Rafah continues, and if we see a closure of the crossing point, which has been the primary land route used by the aid agencies to move assistance into Gaza, there will be almost no aid coming into Gaza. No other crossing point to date has managed to replace Rafah, not Kerem Shalom and not Erez, which is still not fully operational. And so if we continue seeing what we're seeing, it'll lead to an even more catastrophic situation. We will likely see an acceleration in the rates of starvation. Even more people will die of malnutrition, dehydration, and disease, and a lack of medical assistance.
Israel has talked about so-called safe zones, but in reality, is anywhere in Gaza safe?
Nowhere in Gaza is safe, and we're extremely alarmed by the new relocation orders that were issued by Israel to more than 100,000 people in Rafah earlier today. There are hundreds of children who are maimed, who have lost one or more of their limbs, many children who are malnourished. They're suffering from chronic illnesses, diseases, illnesses like cancer. Elderly who are weak, who are starved. These people cannot flee by foot to another area. The relocation orders that were issued do not offer any safety, and the so-called humanitarian zone that they were told to go to is not humanitarian. These areas do not offer the services that are needed to survive. And again, no area in Gaza so far has proven to be safe. Time and time again, families have been told to flee, and then they are attacked where they are told to flee to.
And notwithstanding, of course, the disaster that this is for civilians, how difficult is it for aid workers to operate now?
Well, we've seen time and time again aid workers being killed in Gaza. More than 250 aid workers so far. The majority Palestinian have been killed over the last 7 months. We have not seen any guarantee of safety for aid workers or civilians. And again, an expanded Israeli incursion into Rafah, where the hub of the humanitarian response sits right now, is going to spell an even more catastrophic situation, possibly the darkest and deadliest chapter of this crisis to date.
Alexandra Seye, we'll leave it there. From Save the Children International, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Jazeera.
Thank you.
Well, pressure is building on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at home after Hamas agreed to the ceasefire proposal brokered by Qatar and Egypt. Thousands of people have been holding demonstrations demanding his government agree to a deal to bring captives held in Gaza back home. Barbara Angopa reports.
Thousands of protesters block a highway in Tel Aviv. They're demanding Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government brings captives held in Gaza back home. Anger's been building after the war cabinet announced it will go ahead with a military offensive in Rafah, putting the lives of their relatives at risk.
I think that our government is not willing to cease fire, and that's why I'm so worried. I think our government is about to enter Rafah, and this will be a death sentence for the hostages and as well for our soldiers and for many, many, many Palestinians.
Israel has already conducted airstrikes in eastern Rafah.
Our absolutely crazy government wants to enter Rafah. It wants to continue the war instead, and which will not bring any peace. It will kill more Palestinian civilians, of course. It will kill our soldiers, and it will kill our hostages.
Demonstrators say the window to bring captives back home safely will close if ministers don't agree the proposal accepted by Hamas.
For sure, after Hamas told that they accept the deal, we should say, yes, let's sit and talk and do everything we can do to bring the hostages home. We call our government to accept this.
After months of stalemate, ceasefire negotiations appear to be at a critical stage. Netanyahu says the latest proposal doesn't meet Israel's demands, including the destruction of Hamas. But he says Israel will send a delegation to Cairo for talks. Barbara Angopa, Al Jazeera.
Still to come on Al Jazeera, hopes for a transition to democracy in Chad's long-awaited presidential elections, but observers are raising concerns. And China's leader Xi Jinping begins his European tour in France, with trade relations and Ukraine high on the agenda.
It is still cold enough for snow over the Rockies. Therefore, that cold air runs off onto the plains, meets up with the warmth and humid stuff that's come up from the Gulf, and you tend to generate big thunderstorms as a result. And there they are, running through the Midwest, the upper Midwest. They could be pretty sparky ones, I have to say. And there's still snow coming out in, for example, Montana, Wyoming, and all the way down towards Colorado. But where it has been extremely wet in Texas, you'll be pleased to know the showers are dying out. This is the forecast for Tuesday and Wednesday. There might still be some pretty pokey ones running further north through Kansas and Missouri, even Tennessee and Kentucky, but not so much in Texas. Still pretty wet, though, in good part of the Caribbean, the Leeward Isles, and then right across the Greater Antilles to Cuba, including Jamaica, and some of those showers will hit the coast of Nicaragua. Mexico, though, is looking fine. Quite hot in places. Monterrey's about 38 degrees. Colombia and Ecuador look particularly wet. And French Guiana has seen some pretty big downpours recently. This is seasonal rain. To the south of that, much of Brazil is looking dry now, including Porto Alegre, still flooded but dry over the top. The big thunderstorms there are still around, now over Uruguay, slow moving and still heavy.
Hellish scenes in the Gaza Strip as Israel's onslaught continues.
There's a deliberate omission of Palestinian humanity in Western media, and it needs to be questioned.
Sustained coverage that actively humanizes Israelis and actively dehumanizes Palestinians.
This is not the time for journalists to turn away.
Tracking those stories, examining the journalism and the effect that news coverage can have on democracies everywhere, here at The Listening Post.
You're watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories this hour. Israeli tanks have been firing artillery shells at buildings at the Rafah land border crossing. It's the key entry point for aid coming in from Egypt. Airstrikes have also been targeting surrounding neighborhoods in Rafah. At least 14 Palestinians have been killed in the past few hours. Israel's war cabinet has voted unanimously to push ahead with its assault on Rafah, despite Hamas saying it's agreed to a ceasefire deal. Palestinians have been fleeing eastern parts of the city after Israel warned of a full-scale military offensive. And Palestinians in Gaza had welcomed the announcement by Hamas that it had agreed to a ceasefire deal, with celebrations in the streets. But hours later, Israel said the deal does not meet its requirements. Ceasefire talks resume in Cairo on Tuesday. Administrators at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology are threatening to suspend student protesters who are calling for divestment from Israel. MIT has seen days of standoffs between rival groups of demonstrators. Teresa Bowe sent this report now from the campus in Cambridge.
We're here at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where you can see students from this university. They're protesting here. They have set up an encampment that is right on the other side of that tent, and they've been told that that encampment is going to be removed. You can see the students here. They're demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. They're demanding an end to divestment, which is the investment of the university funds in companies, for example, that these students say are profiting from the ongoing war. But this is just an example of what's been going on in many universities across the country. On the other side, you can see there's another group of students with United States flags and Israeli flags. They're also carrying pictures of those who have been taken captive by Hamas in Gaza. What's going on here is just an example of what's happening across the country. It's not clear yet whether the police is going to move into the camp to remove the tents. But students here are saying that no matter what happens, they will continue to take to their campuses, they will continue to take to the streets to demand an end to the war in Gaza. Teresa Bowe, Al Jazeera, Boston.
The third phase of India's general election is taking place in 11 states, including the home state of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. India's Electoral Commission has urged citizens to show up to polls in their numbers in the seven-phase election. The first two phases of voting have been marred by allegations of bias and low voter turnout. Nearly 1 billion people are eligible to cast ballots during the 6 weeks of voting. Well, India's most populous and politically crucial state of Uttar Pradesh. For years, India's caste system, which divides the majority Hindu community, has defined regional politics. The Indian government has failed to give visas to Al Jazeera's correspondents to cover this story, so we've been forced to report from outside the country. Kulsum Sharif has more.
Not far from the famous Taj Mahal in the northern Indian state of Uttar Pradesh, there's a thriving footwear industry in the city of Agra. It employs millions of people like Om Prakash, who earns about $70 to $90 a month. He belongs to a community that falls at the bottom of the caste hierarchy. For centuries, the Dalits, who were once known as untouchables, have endured social isolation and forced to work as cleaners, manual scavengers and cobblers. So as part of a decades-old effort to improve their lives, the government has reserved jobs and education seats for them. But Om Prakash says under the governing BJP, opportunities have declined.
Since BJP has come to power, the employment opportunities in the reserve category has gone down. They keep saying they will eradicate poverty, but it seems they will eradicate the poor.
The community that includes the Dalits forms a crucial voting bloc, accounting for 20% of the state's population. And they often vote on the basis of caste, hoping their leaders will address their needs.
The public wants a leader who is connected to the masses and works for the benefit of the people. Give me the name of any BSP leader who is helping the people. It's the same with the Congress and the Samajwadi Party. We see them only during the election season.
The BJP has governed the politically crucial state since 2017. Under its rule, there's been a rise in crimes against Dalits, according to India's National Crime Records Bureau. The opposition alliance accuses the BJP of dividing Indians along religious and ethnic lines. The Congress says if it's elected, it will ensure a nationwide caste-based census to implement corrective action. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi has rejected the idea.
Because the identity of the caste remains a very, very important aspect of mobilization of the people, and people find it a ready-made group in which they can go and mobilize, I think caste has remained the important fulcrum around which Indian politics still revolves.
For many Indians like Om Prakash and his 2 children who also work in a shoemaking factory, they want their leaders to improve their living and working conditions. Kulsum Sharif, Al Jazeera.
Chinese President Xi Jinping is on his first trip to Europe in 5 years. He met French President Emmanuel Macron, marking 60 years of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Well, trade disputes and the war in Ukraine dominated his first day. Melissa Chan reports now from Paris.
The French know how to greet visitors with fanfare and stateliness, and can also couch the most delicate messages in polite, diplomatic language, as Macron did with Xi.
L'Union européenne est aujourd'hui.
The European Union is today the most open continent and market in the world. Our trade, economic, and technological policy is not dictated by anyone. We want it to be sovereign, that is to say, independent.
To which the Chinese leader responded with equal politeness.
We support building a balanced, effective and sustainable European security framework.
The 2 leaders met on Monday afternoon and evening, but not before a morning meeting that included the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. The order of those meetings sending a clear signal to China that France is just one member of a greater European Union and that divide and conquer tactics might not work here. That stands in stark contrast to Germany's solo foray just 3 weeks ago when Chancellor Olaf Scholz visited China. A trip, critics say, that prioritized German automakers over just about everything, from EU policy to human rights. The European Union is particularly troubled by China's material support of Russia's war in Ukraine. Beijing is providing the components that allow Moscow to make its weapons. Scholz made little fuss over that reality. Macron has praised Beijing's pledge not to provide weapons to Russia, but said little publicly about indirect Chinese efforts. It's not just politics. Trade is also an issue. France has led the charge against the sales of Chinese electric vehicles in Europe, citing unfair subsidies that allow Chinese automakers to flood the market with cheap cars. China has retaliated with a threat of a reciprocal measure against the import of French cognac. As the day ended, Macron thanked Xi for what he called his, quote, open attitude on the cognac issue, a sign perhaps of flexibility behind closed doors. Macron is sending a very different signal to Xi compared to his trip to Beijing last year. But the French president has a reputation for surprises, and he's going to have to walk a fine line between pragmatic engagement and tough talk on specific topics over 2 days of meetings. Melissa Chan, Al Jazeera, Paris.
Vote counting is underway in Chad after a presidential election aimed at ending 3 years of military rule under the interim president, Mohamed Deby Itno. He seized power after his father, who spent 3 decades in power, was killed. The voters now deciding whether to extend his family's rule. Ahmed Idris reports from the capital, N'Djamena.
This is a process voters, candidates, and international observers are watching. The counting and collation of votes that will determine who becomes Chad's president for the next 5 years. Officials say the voting process was largely successful. But an incident in Mundu, Chad's second largest city, where a man was shot dead, raises concern. For first-time voters like Gerard Perenga, this election provided an opportunity to put Chad on the right track.
I voted for someone who I hope can change our mentality and fix our education. That's what I want to see done.
But the day ends in frustration for some.
The people responsible for organizing this have failed to do their job. This is total chaos.
Many who couldn't find their names have either failed to register or pick up new cards. The election is a climax of a 3-year transition period led by incumbent President Mohamed Idris Deby, who took power when his father was killed on the battlefield.
I have fulfilled before God and my people the promise to organize an election within a specific time frame and return the country to democracy, the same way we promised to organize and deliver a national dialogue and referendum.
His main challenger and Prime Minister, Success Masra, also voted.
As you can see, this is peaceful kind of election going on. And the good news is that internet connection is available, which is really very new, which means that we are making progress.
This election was bitterly fought. There was violence in the run-up to the vote. Voter expectations are very high, from security to roads, education, and healthcare. Whoever wins this election will have to address these challenges in addition to healing a country divided since the military took power 3 years ago.
An anxious nation now awaits the outcome. A winner needs more than 50% of the vote to avoid a runoff, which would take place 2 weeks from now. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera, N'Djamena.
In Myanmar, weeks of fighting near the town of Mewadi on the Thai border has forced tens of thousands of people into Thailand. The UN estimates 2.5 million people have been displaced by fighting since the military seized power in a 2021 coup. We're in the second of his series of special reports now from inside Myanmar. Tony Cheng witnessed the desperate conditions many of those people are living in.
Forced out of their homes and now hiding from the heat. A group of displaced people sit in the shade. They've nowhere else to go. This is the 3rd time they've had to flee their village, close to the town of Kokore. Amongst them, Dornopo, her daughters and grandchildren. They've been sheltering here for 3 weeks, with nothing but a bag of rice and some oil donated by the local temple.
They hadn't even arrived in our village before they start shelling us.
and we were scared that the soldiers would shoot us. Last year, they were in our village. They loot anything valuable from our houses.
It's especially hard for the children. Most schools have been closed since the coup 3 years ago, and constantly moving is deeply unsettling. Other basic services like healthcare are scarce too. An injured fighter is being treated for a shrapnel injury. He winces with pain as the doctor treats and dresses his wound. The clinic's hidden under the deep jungle canopy. The military has targeted anywhere it thinks might be helping the rebels. 24 hours a day, there's a constant buzz in the sky. That's what the fighters say is a Y-12. It's a spotter plane that's up there looking for targets for artillery, but also capable of dropping barrel bombs. The fighters know to stay out of sight, slipping seamlessly under the cover of the trees and shrubs. The thud of explosions in the distance. Back at the clinic, a small truck arrives. Inside, Ma Pan-A, in labour and moaning in pain. They hurry her into the surgery. She and her family are also displaced from their home. It took them 7 hours to get to the clinic.
We had to carry her with a hammock. There were around 8 people carrying her down the mountain. Then we took a car along the rough jungle road. It was so difficult. We didn't know how to relieve her pain.
They put her on a drip, but there's only so much the doctor can do. He's worried the long journey may have harmed the expecting mother and the baby inside. Very quickly the child is born, but it's not breathing. Its skin color is turning purple. The doctor quickly gets to work as vital seconds tick away. And then the sound everyone has been hoping to hear. Smiles and relief for the family and the medical staff, but a new arrival in a very uncertain world. Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, Cayenne State, Myanmar.
And in the third of our special reports from inside Myanmar, Tony Cheng meets people who have fled the military junta's new conscription law. That's on Tuesday here on Al Jazeera. You can head to our website, aljazeera.com, for more news and analysis on all your devices. The news continues here after the listening post. Do stay with us.
A love that endured 40 years of enforced separation.
They miss their children growing up. They miss all of the things that I'm doing with my kids.
A son who fought for his parents' freedom from incarceration. For their role in a radical black revolutionary group.
If anything that's worth fighting for, you fight for it until you achieve it. If it's worth it, never give up.
Growing Together, a witness documentary on Al Jazeera.
One of the biggest elections of 2024, India's general elections. Will Prime Minister Narendra Modi's BJP increase its rule across the country? How will economic uncertainty and youth unemployment sway voters in key states? And will the media be able to cover the vote freely and fairly? Ongoing coverage of India's elections on Al Jazeera.
Anti-war protests sweep across university campuses in the United States. The police response, the violence, has been shocking. So has some of the reporting from the American mainstream media.
I see journalists joining in to whip up hysteria, to smear and abuse student anti-war protesters.
And student journalists in New York City, having seen their university lock reporters out of the story, are filling the void in the news coverage. The protest movement rocking college campuses in the United States is like nothing the country has seen for decades. The students, hunkered down at 30-plus universities, are demanding those institutions divest from companies that profit from the Israeli military. Judging by the violent backlash from militarized police forces, that kind of dissent against complicity in a genocide is off limits in President Biden's America. This movement is not just about students. Professors, faculty members are also involved, and they have been mischaracterized, at times demonized, by the American political class and much of the news media. Treating anti-Zionist slogans as evidence of anti-Semitism, they have smeared the demonstrations as racist. For months now, American politicians and news outlets have been in lockstep, distorting the facts, helping Israel justify its mass slaughter of Palestinians in Gaza. And that same coalition has now effectively put targets on the backs of students, young American voices of dissent in the so-called land of the free. Divest or prepare for protest on your doorstep. That's the message American universities have been getting for 3 weeks now, from students demanding their schools sever all ties to any company profiting from the war on Gaza. This is the New York City Police. 2 campuses on opposite coasts, Columbia in New York and UCLA in Los Angeles, have been the primary flashpoints, with 2 police forces having different responses. Disproportionate violence against the protesters in NYC. While in LA, when a pro-Israel mob attacked the pro-Palestine encampment with fireworks, metal rods, and pepper spray, police were nowhere to be found. When they finally showed up, they raided the encampment, firing rubber bullets and flashbang explosives at peace activists. The crackdowns came amidst some questionable media coverage in the US that verges on the demonization of a pro-peace movement, with students somehow getting lumped in with previous threats to American democracy.
This does look like January 6th. What a terrible example for our students.
For news networks and television stations and anchors to use it to explain the protests that are happening at U.S. universities is a politicized, codified message that these are radical, fanatical groups. They need to be incarcerated, they need to be prosecuted and persecuted. There's no other solution to it.
Now, from our perspective as protesters, we were engaging in our civil liberties regarding free speech and the right to protest, and we were doing so in a peaceful manner. However, the actions of the government, the deployment of state troopers against peaceful protesters, is an act of violence, specifically for political means. And the fact that my own government would take that stance against me and my fellow protesters for utilizing our civil liberties is just a catastrophe.
In such a politically divided country, during an election year, it is noteworthy that the Democratic president...
I condemn the anti-Semitic protests. That's why I've set up a program to deal with that.
...and key Republicans see eye to eye on the campus protests.
We met with Jewish students who are in fear. They can't come on campus. They can't study for their final exams.
That framing of the protests as inherently anti-Semitic has persistently featured in the mainstream media coverage.
What you just saw is 2024 in Los Angeles, harkening back to the 1930s in Europe, and I do not say that lightly. The fear among Jews in this country is palpable right now.
American news outlets frequently platform the likes of Jonathan Greenblatt of the Anti-Defamation League, an influential pro-Israel lobby group.
I see these images of mass protesters breaking into buildings, barricading them with furniture, and look, I'm reminded of January the 6th. That's what this looks like to me.
Greenblatt can also be counted on to conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. There have been reports of anti-Semitic rhetoric on campuses, but they have been rare. Evidence of it, like this incident at Columbia, is extremely hard to find.
Go back to Berlin!
And Jewish students have been at the core of the protest movement. On multiple campuses, they have had their religious traditions, such as the prayers that recently marked the start of Passover, celebrated by Jews and non-Jews alike.
I myself am a Jewish student. I would not be comfortable in any space that I viewed as remotely anti-Semitic. And from my experience, the protesters have viewed me as a brother. For groups like the ADL to come out and say that the Palestinian protesters on campus are equivalent to Hamas and Hezbollah is utterly disingenuous.
Iran has their military proxies, like Hezbollah, and Iran has their campus proxies, like these groups like SJP and JVP.
I'm not surprised that Greenblatt is doing this, but I am surprised by a journalistic corps that has abdicated its responsibility to push back, to scrutinize, to ask questions. Instead, they're platforming him in order to run propaganda and talking points in a way that's quite offensive to the media outlets themselves, and especially to these brave students who are taking tremendous risks in order to exercise their conscience and scream very loudly, not in our name, not in our time, no genocide against anyone ever again.
Of course, this is completely contrary to the way in which Western media, the same channels themselves, reflect on and represent similar actions in other countries. For example, in the Arab Spring, the uprisings in Egypt and Tunisia and Syria and Libya and elsewhere, they were running to those protest sites to celebrate how these protesters were taking over buildings, were challenging the authoritarianism of the state and confronting police.
Of the passion of the people of this city, of the passion of so many Libyans.
But when it comes to U.S. territory, this is completely anathema. It is unacceptable.
The struggle to control the ongoing chaos at college campuses across the United States.
And the depiction of the protesters as dangerous or threatening is not only an exaggeration, it is actually quite laughable.
Nevertheless, that narrative is all over the American airwaves.
They see something on TikTok and they're like, Israel bad and Hamas good. And they go out and they start shouting at Jews.
News outlets have simultaneously overlooked a feature of this story for which there is far more evidence. The provocative behavior of pro-Israeli counter-protesters, some of whom were out to cause confusion.
Kill the Jews.
The one at Northeastern University in Boston, who shouted, "Kill the Jews," prompting a police raid and the arrest of more than 100 pro-Palestinian protesters.
Take off your hijab and get a job.
There were disturbing incidents at UCLA, Israel supporters spitting on peace activists, releasing mice into their encampment and wishing violence upon them. Branding the campus protests as anti-Semitic also provides police and National Guard troops, some of whom have shown up on horseback, with the means to justify the manhandling of the protesters, throwing elderly professors to the ground. And that label, anti-Semitic, hasn't just come out of Fox News or the pro-Israel lobby. It's everywhere.
This is incredibly concerning. The right are opportunistically and successfully using this moment in order to expand police power. At this point, you can only protest if it's polite and hurts nobody's feelings, which means it's a performance. But you can't actually protest in a way that challenges power. And we should all be scared, freaking out even, that if we allow them to do this in this moment, there's no limit. They won't stop.
University administrations are calling the police and sections of the Army to arrest violently 19, 20, 21-year-olds who are protesting a genocide. You don't call the police and the Army onto campuses when you're winning the argument, right? You call them onto campuses when you're losing.
I'm a student here. I'm an English major.
And that's why our university administrators are calling in military and police forces, because the narrative has failed.
Those universities, their reputations as bastions of free speech, are also taking a beating. After Columbia's president called the pop-up tent village there a clear and present danger, police were called in, arresting more than 100 protesters, which the school's own Human Rights Institute then condemned. After activists at the University of Texas defied an order from the school to disperse, riot police got the call and arrested 50 of them. Dartmouth College in New Hampshire has banned its head of Jewish studies from campus. She had already been knocked to the ground and arrested by police. But Columbia's story sticks out. It's located on the ritzy Upper West Side of Manhattan, and famed for its journalism school, many of whose graduates now work at mainstream news outlets. When police came onto the campus, Columbia locked reporters out, preventing them from covering the crackdown, at a university which dispenses Pulitzer Prizes for excellence in American journalism.
Universities are abdicating their responsibility. They should be the space precisely where students are learning, becoming critical thinkers to eventually be part of a ruling class that is going to make decisions with responsibility. And rather than be a space where they can do that, universities have become an extension of a state at war. They are upset about these students who are making their war efforts, their genocidal efforts, more complicated.
I have been teaching myself for 20 years, and I have never seen the repression of academic freedom and speech in the way that I have seen across campuses since October of 2023. There have been many controversial political issues where our community has had differences of opinion, but there has never been the repression of speech. And in that context, does the US today at this moment stand for media freedom? You know, I don't think I need my PhD in media studies to answer that question. And the answer is no.
We're going to dig a little deeper now into the story at Columbia University in New York, where students have gone from being journalists in training to journalists on the job, and their work is proving valuable. Meenakshi Ravi is here with more.
With the crackdown on pro-Palestine protests unfolding quite literally on their doorstep, students at Columbia's journalism programs have found themselves exactly where reporters always hoped to be, at the heart of the story. Since the school has restricted mainstream media's access, student journalists have effectively become the primary source of news. Columbia has two main media outlets, the university's newspaper, The Spectator, and a radio station, WKCR. Usually, their content only reaches staff and students. But the past 2 weeks, their minute-by-minute, on-the-ground reporting has attracted audiences worldwide.
There's currently NYPD officers that are crowding around the entrances of the West Lawn, and they are now entering the West Lawn.
With so much interest in their coverage, the unusually high traffic overloaded the Spectator and WKCR websites. Both experienced outages. Beyond the live news updates, the student journalists are also doing in-depth investigative work, including stories on allegations of anti-Semitism on campus. They're also editorializing, producing opinion pieces about their school's administration and its handling of the protesters and their demands. Foreign news organizations have benefited from the work of these young journalists. The students have set up a newsroom to file reports for news outlets around the world, including doing live hits on TV.
You've been at the center of these protests, not only as a student, but also as a reporter covering them.
Much of the work has corrected misinformation circulating online and in US mainstream coverage. Another way to put it, journalism students at Columbia are schooling the mainstream media on the coverage of a critically important story.
Thanks, Meena. Staying with the shortcomings in the media coverage of those student protests, one voice well-placed to assess just why journalists keep getting it so badly wrong is Mehdi Hasan, a former colleague of ours here at Al Jazeera. He then spent 3 years as a program host at MSNBC and Peacock. He left the network earlier this year to do his own thing. Hasan has launched Zeteo, a news site that he says will bring hard-hitting interviews and unsparing analysis that you won't find elsewhere.
You know I've never been afraid to ask the tough questions, and I plan to continue doing that.
Mehdi Hasan joins us now from Washington, D.C. Mehdi, you have just stepped out of the cable news ecosystem, and this past week we spotted a tweet of yours saying that the mainstream media's coverage of the campus protests against the Gaza genocide is actually worse, more biased, more dishonest than its coverage of the Gaza genocide itself. Nobody saw that coming. How is it even possible?
Yeah, I wonder the same thing. How is that even possible? I spent the last 6 months critiquing the mainstream media, both from within when I was at MSNBC and since I left a couple of months ago. And yet, the events of the last week, 10 days here in the United States and the coverage of what's happening on campuses is just so shockingly bad that I'm looking at what's happening in Gaza. I'm saying, well, at least there's some good coverage of Gaza. At least there's some investigations by NBC News and BBC News and Sky News that show what's happening in Gaza to Palestinians. I don't see any good journalism. in the coverage of the campus protests. I see journalists joining in to whip up hysteria, to misrepresent facts on the ground, to smear and abuse student anti-war protesters. Whereas the coverage of the guy who turned up with a knife at a pro-Palestine demonstration, a pro-Israel protester? Where is the coverage of the pro-Israel protesters who shouted, "Kill the Jews," sarcastically, and the university went and arrested this pro-Palestine student thinking they said it? I mean, it's just the coverage is so one-sided, and that tweet of mine that you read from was a direct response to a CNN segment from a straight news anchor, basically smearing all of the kids on campus as anti-Semites and comparing America today to 1930s Germany. People have lost their minds.
Do you think it has anything to do with the fact that these are American institutions that are under attack, as opposed to the Gaza story, which is another country that the U.S. has a relationship with?
Oh, 100%. I think a lot of it has to do with elite media and elite politicians losing their mind over elite universities. You'll note a lot of this is going on in Ivy League schools, in Columbia, in Yale. There is a lot of editors in newsrooms who went to these schools and whose kids are going to these schools. There's a lot of politicians whose kids go to these schools. I just think that is a real issue where it's very personal for a lot of people covering this stuff. And that adds to the level of moral panic. And that's driving a lot of this, for sure.
The determination that these protesters have shown, the courage in the face of suspensions, expulsions from school, extraordinary police violence, how does that contrast with the positions that we've seen in media and political heavyweights when it comes to discussing Israel's assault on Gaza over these last 7 months?
It's a good question, Rich. It's a good comparison. When we talk about kind of moral courage, we haven't seen much from our political and media elites. People live in fear. That's the great tragedy. If everyone in our political and media elite was completely pro-Israel, that would be fine. I mean, I wouldn't agree with them, but that would be fine. But the truth is, as you and I both know, and as I've experienced firsthand, a lot of these people in private will say stuff they won't say in public because they're scared about losing their jobs, or being accused of being pro-Hamas, or being accused of being anti-Semitic, or not getting invites to the right dinner party. And so they stay quiet. And you see the killing of Palestinian journalists in Gaza, and the failure of Western journalists to speak up. That in itself, a lack of moral courage. And when you see the students, however, as you say, risking their careers, their lives, getting doxxed, getting physically assaulted, as in UCLA, they are showing us moral courage. And what's so fascinating is we never learn from history. Isn't it amazing, Richard, that we say, oh, well, the civil rights protests, those were students who got assaulted by the police and were demonized by the media. The anti-Vietnam War protests, assaulted by the police, demonized by the media. The anti-South African apartheid protests, assaulted by the police, demonized by the media. The Iraq War protests. We can go through the list. At every moment, almost every juncture, the students are on the right side of history, and the media and political elites are on the wrong side, and yet we never learn.
Got to ask you about the White House Correspondents' Dinner last weekend. Palestinian journalists in Gaza urged their fellow journalists in the U.S. to boycott that event, saying, quote, to fraternize at an event with President Biden would be to normalize, sanitize, whitewash the administration's role in genocide. You did not attend. What did you make of those who did? And what went down at that glitzy dinner? What happens? Walk us through the spectacle, the optics.
So I was supposed to go as a guest of another media organization. I used to go with NBC, but obviously I've left NBC. I went 2 years running. And even before Gaza, Richard, as you well know, there have been long debates in this town about whether journalists should attend the dinner, the pros and cons of it. Did I feel a little seedy going the last 2 years? Yes, but I justified it in my head as well. It's a sociological experiment, it's an anthropological experiment to see how the other half live.
Okay.
And it was fascinating. And look, I'm a journalist. I enjoy going to events where you meet other journalists, you make connections, have contacts, meet people you haven't seen for a while. So, is there a harm to it? Yes. Is there a pro to it? Well, I enjoyed Trevor Noah's set a couple of years ago. I enjoyed Roy Wood Jr.'s roasting of the president and the media last year. This year's comedian didn't do so much roasting of the president. It was actually a little deferential to President Biden, surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly. But look, the bigger issue is this. Palestinian journalists were saying, please boycott this dinner because the Biden administration is complicit in attacks on journalists in Gaza with American-made weaponry. You can't go along and laugh about stuff with the president and have the president talk about free speech and not mention those journalists, by the way. As predicted, Biden did not mention the record number of journalists, more than 90 journalists, according to the Committee to Protect Journalists, killed in Gaza since October the 7th. And the president of the White House Correspondents Association mentioned that in passing, to be fair to her. She did mention the killing of Palestinian journalists, but Biden didn't. Obviously, the comedian didn't. And it's a problem, right? And the problem is that people in this town, both politicians and journalists, just don't see Palestinians as full human beings. That's just a reality. I mean, we've slowly come around to accepting our kind of implicit biases when it comes to our treatment of Black people, but we still haven't really kind of reckoned with how we see brown people in the Middle East as expendable, as not fully human, as unpeople. Because how else do you explain the fact that media industry insiders will make lots of noise for journalists in Ukraine or Russia, but not in Gaza? Why is that? How do we justify that? I don't know the answer to that question. It's horrific.
Finally, we're on the precipice, possibly, of a full-scale invasion of Rafah by Israeli forces. We know how disastrous that could be. What kind of questions should American journalists be asking of the administration, the State Department, those officials now?
Well, to be fair to some of my colleagues at State Department briefings, Matt Lee from AP and Saeed Arakat and Ryan Grimm and Prem Taka, there have been some great questions. I don't know if your viewers have watched some of them. They're worth watching. But look, as a whole, the press corps needs to do much more to hold this administration to account for its direct role in the atrocities. For far too long, for far too many months, we've simply reported on leaks out of the White House. Joe Biden's very upset with Benjamin Netanyahu. Joe Biden dropped an F-bomb on Benjamin Netanyahu. Joe Biden's very reluctant. That's not good enough, right? We need to publicly hold the administration to account, Biden, Blinken, all of the rest of them, as to why they are involved in these mass killings, why they're allowing Israel to cross their red line, and why they're not innocent bystanders. The US is not a bystander. The US is arming and funding this. It's very much a participant in what is going on in Gaza. And the media need to make that clear to their viewers and readers and listeners. And the media also need to make that clear in their questions to the administration. The number one question should be, why are we not there? Why do we not have Western media organizations on the ground in Gaza, in Rafah? What does Israel have to hide? Why is Israel blocking access? And why is the administration okay with this? It wouldn't be okay in any other war zone in the world with a government blocking access to the free press. Why have we just normalized this over 7 months?
Mehdi Hassan, great to have you back on Al Jazeera's air, however temporarily. Best of luck with the new platform, Zateo, and we hope to speak to you again sometime soon.
Thanks for having me, Richard.
With the U.S. consumed over campus protests that are now nationwide, the larger story at the core of all this, Israel's genocidal assault on Gaza, is getting less coverage than it had before. It could not be a more dangerous moment for that to happen. Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has repeatedly said he will launch a full-scale invasion of the southern city of Rafah, come what may. A whole range of voices have warned just how catastrophic that would be. Forcibly displacing illegally more than 1 million Palestinians who have already been chased from their homes with nowhere safe to go. But in Israel, among extremist elements in Netanyahu's government, the invasion of Rafah has almost become an article of faith. It is the fulfillment of what those politicians have always said it was, as one Israeli minister reiterated this past week, the total annihilation of Gaza. We'll be keeping our eyes on what happens in Rafah and beyond, and we'll see you next time here at The Listening Post.
We don't simply focus on the politics of the conflict. It's the consequence of war, the human suffering that we report on.
It is one of the most serious bouts of violence in recent years.
We brave bullets and bombs because we give voice to those demanding freedom, the rule of law, and we always include the views from all sides.
A 106-kilometer stretch of remote and perilous jungle. The only land route through South America for migrants seeking asylum in the United States. A voyage that for some is their last. Nonetheless, for countless families, it's a risk they are willing to take. Fault Lines embarks on this unforgiving journey to tell the story of one of them. Children of the Darien Gap on Al Jazeera.
Injustice, for me, is the driving force of why I do this. To show people what it's like to live in places where injustice isn't something you read in the news, it's something that happens to you every single day. Whether it's a war or a natural disaster, whether it's political corruption, making sure that they understand in a simple language is absolutely crucial. The city's already 50% evacuated. Most of those people actually left in the early days of the war. I couldn't do this job without the best cameramen, the best producers, the best fixers, and those are the people that I rely on in order to be able to get that message out to the world.
At least 14 Palestinians are killed in southern Gaza as Israel says it will go ahead with a full-scale military operation in Rafah. Hello, I'm Kerry Johnston. This is Al Jazeera. We're broadcasting live from Doha. Also coming up. Short-lived celebrations in Gaza after Hamas accepts a ceasefire proposal, but Israel says it doesn't meet its requirements. Demonstrations across Israel calling for the government to accept a ceasefire deal and the release of captives being held in Gaza. And voting is underway in India's most populous state. We look at how the caste system has defined politics in Uttar Pradesh. We begin in southern Gaza, where Israeli tanks have been shelling buildings at the Rafah land crossing. Military vehicles are gathering around 200 meters from the border, which is the crucial entry point for aid trucks. The attacks at the crossing and in eastern Rafah overnight followed a unanimous vote by the Israeli War Cabinet to continue its operation in the city. At least 14 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli strikes in the past few hours.
Intense bombardment. Very, very intense bombardment. Airstrikes, rockets, artillery shelling, tank shelling, drones, all firing at us. Never in my life, I am 69 years old, have I ever seen bombardment like this, and I have witnessed several wars. I have never seen a war like this one, and I really wanted to leave, to evacuate, but I couldn't. The reason was that I found this injured young man. We rescued him, but the whole area is completely and utterly destroyed.
Well, just hours earlier, Hamas said it had accepted a ceasefire deal, and for a moment, Palestinians in Gaza thought the war was over. Well, the celebrations were brief as Israel vowed to continue its plans for an attack on Rafah using what it calls extreme force. Hashem Ahalbara has more.
They've been waiting for months for an end to the war in Gaza. And this is the moment they learned Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire proposal. But the celebrations didn't last long. Israeli warplanes struck areas in eastern Rafah. The war cabinet convened and unanimously decided to go ahead with the Rafah military operation.
We want peace and love, freedom and justice. We want to live in our land in peace and security. God willing, the wish will come true and we return to Gaza City.
People of Gaza have gone through 7 months of devastation, of genocide. Thousands have been killed, children, women. It's time for a break. It's time for an end to all this madness. They have suffered enough.
It was an evening of many dramatic developments. The leader of Hamas political bureau, Ismail Haniyeh, said his group has accepted a ceasefire deal that includes 3 phases of 42 days each. The deal proposed by the key mediators Qatar and Egypt will also pave the way to an exchange of Israeli captives and Palestinian prisoners, the complete withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza, as well as allowing displaced Palestinians to return to the northern part of the Strip. The Israeli government said the proposal was far from its requirements.
We examine every response seriously and we exploit all opportunities in the negotiations to bring back the captives, because this is a primary mission for us. In parallel, we continue our operations in Gaza, and we will continue doing so.
Israel said it was sending a delegation to Cairo to negotiate an agreement that answers its key demands. Previous negotiation efforts stalled in the past few months over growing differences between Hamas and Israel on the terms of the deal. As the impasse deepened, Qatar warned it may reassess its role as a mediator. The Gulf nation played a crucial role in putting together the only ceasefire agreement between Hamas and Israel last November, but the deal was short-lived. For those who took to the streets celebrating what they thought was an end to the war, they may have to wait for any indication that 7 months of suffering, death and destruction may finally come to an end. Hashim Ahbar, Al Jazeera.
The White House National Security Council spokesman confirmed that the U.S. is examining the Hamas response.
We're currently reviewing that response, and we're discussing it with our partners in the region. Director Burns, as you know, is there, and he's working this in real time on the ground. I won't be able to comment any further on this until we know where things stand. I hope you can understand that. I know everybody's curious about what's in this response, what the Israeli reaction to it is. I'm just not going to get ahead of the process. We want to get these hostages out. We want to get a ceasefire in place for 6 weeks. We want to increase humanitarian assistance. And the last thing that I want to do is say anything at this podium that's going to put that process at risk. Regardless, as we've said before, we still believe that reaching an agreement is the absolute best outcome, not only for the hostages, but for the Palestinian people. And we're not going to stop working to that outcome.
Adam Clements is a former American diplomat and Pentagon official. He says that U.S. officials remain optimistic of finalizing a ceasefire deal.
We don't know what all is going on behind closed doors. There are a lot of information that's been confidential that we hopefully honestly wouldn't go public, because that could damage some of the negotiations. But I'm not sure. I read and saw some of the public statements from John Kirby at the White House, and I think it appears that officials, at least right now, U.S. officials, are hopeful that some deal can be struck. Very definitely the President, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, and Secretary of State had all signaled very strongly in the past week, at least, of their firm support for some type of deal. I think that's politically helpful for the Biden administration, and then also from a defense standpoint, national security standpoint, and many other factors as well, given the humanitarian the dire humanitarian situation in the country. And then even from an Israeli standpoint, from the security standpoint, operationally, it's still hard to see right now what the Israeli military would need to do, or what else it needs to be able to evacuate hundreds of thousands of more people in order to safeguard more innocent people before they undertake more military operations. And hopefully that's not going to take place.
Well, pressure is building on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at home after Hamas agreed to this ceasefire proposal brokered by Qatar and Egypt. Thousands of people have been holding demonstrations demanding his government agree to a deal to bring captives held in Gaza back home. Barbara Angopa reports.
Thousands of protesters block a highway in Tel Aviv. They're demanding Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government brings captives held in Gaza back home. Anger's been building after the War Cabinet announced it will go ahead with a military offensive in Rafah, putting the lives of their relatives at risk.
I think that our government is not willing to cease fire, and that's why I'm so worried. I think our government is about to enter Rafah, and this will be a death sentence for the hostages, and as well for our soldiers and for many, many, many Palestinians.
Israel has already conducted airstrikes in eastern Rafah.
Our absolutely crazy government wants to enter Rafah. It wants to continue the war instead, and which will not bring any peace. It will kill more Palestinian civilians, of course. It will kill our soldiers, and it will kill our hostages.
Demonstrators say the window to bring captives back home safely will close if ministers don't agree the proposal accepted by Hamas.
For sure, after Hamas told that they accept the deal, we should say, yes, let's sit and talk and do everything we can do to bring the hostages home. We call our government to accept this.
After months of stalemate, ceasefire negotiations appear to be at a critical stage. Netanyahu says the latest proposal doesn't meet Israel's demands, including the destruction of Hamas. But he says Israel will send a delegation to Cairo for talks. Barbara Angopa, Al Jazeera.
The announcement of Hamas's acceptance of the deal comes hours after Israel ordered at least 100,000 Palestinians to leave Rafah. Well, since starting its war, Israel has forced Palestinians to leave the north, from Gaza City to Deir al-Balah in the center, to Khan Yunis in the south, and then to Rafah. Now, the Israeli military has ordered all the residents and displaced people to leave the eastern neighborhoods of Rafah. It says they must move to the Al-Mawasi area near the coastline. Well, aid groups are warning of catastrophic consequences because there is no such thing as a safe zone left in Gaza. Sarah Hirat reports.
It's the moment Palestinians in Rafah have been dreading. An Israeli warning on Monday morning to leave eastern neighborhoods before it starts a ground attack has caused severe panic. With the little possessions they have, Palestinians are on the move again. The majority have been displaced several times since the war started last year. Traumatized, this mother tells her family to pack whatever they can. She's scared, she says, of what lies ahead.
Only God knows if we'll end up without a home again. We don't know where to go. We don't know if Israel will destroy our house or if we'll live or die.
Many of those forced to leave are children. Their parents are left with little choice.
We don't know where to go. Mawasi is full of people and Khan Yunis is overcrowded. They won't open the Egyptian border for us, so where should we go? I can't explain how we feel.
The Israeli military dropped leaflets from the air warning that extreme force will be used on Rafah, a city already overwhelmed with 1.5 million Palestinians sheltering there. And this is one of the areas that Israel has told tens of thousands of Palestinians to move to, Al-Mawasi, an overcrowded shoreline with makeshift tents as far as the eye can see. The Israeli military also wants them to go to some of the most heavily bombed places since the war started, like Khan Yunis and Deir al-Balah, areas that have turned into rubble, where the healthcare system has collapsed and the humanitarian situation is dire. Aid agencies warn bombing Rafah will have catastrophic consequences.
We were told that there's no way the south would endure the same ferocity of the north. And now we have Khan Yunis, which is devastation like no one has ever seen before. So we're going to see that again in Rafah. A, we will see a lot of people killed in bombardment. B, disease, which is already taking root, will spread like wildfire. And then when this is done, then there is nowhere in Gaza. Then you are talking about rubble.
Rafah has been the last remaining part of the Gaza Strip that hasn't been heavily bombed. There have been negotiations between Israel and Hamas in Cairo for a potential ceasefire in Gaza. But Israel continues to ignore international pressure, including from its ally the US, to stay away from Rafah. What did this baby do to deserve this, asks this woman, as she holds her orphaned relative killed in an Israeli airstrike on Sunday. Too young, she says, to even know what a Palestinian is, or an Israeli. A baby whose short life only saw war. Sarah Khairat, Al Jazeera.
United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called on both Israel and Hamas to go the extra mile in order to secure a ceasefire deal in Gaza. He voiced concern that an Israeli military offensive in Rafah could be imminent and urged protection for civilians.
I made today a very strong appeal to the government of Israel and to the leadership of the Hamas in order to go an extra mile to materialize an agreement that is absolutely vital. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed, and a ground invasion in Rafah would be intolerable because of its devastating humanitarian consequences and because of its destabilizing impact in the region.
To the US now, where officials at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology are threatening Palestinian solidarity protesters with suspension. The Boston area campus has seen several days of rival demonstrations between supporters of Palestine and Israel. Students want the school to cut financial ties with Israel. Teresa Bow reports from the campus in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
We're here at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where you can see students from this university. They're protesting here. They have set up an encampment that is right on the other side of that tent, and they've been told that that encampment is going to be removed. You can see the students here. They're demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. They're demanding an end to divestment, which is the investment of the university funds in companies, for example, that these students say are profiting from the ongoing war. But this is just an example of what's been going on in many universities across the country. On the other side, you can see there's another group of students with United States flags and Israeli flags. They're also carrying pictures of those who have been taken captive by Hamas in Gaza. What's going on here is just an example of what's happening across the country. It's not clear yet whether the police is going to move into the camp to remove the tents, but students here are saying that no matter what happens, they will continue to take to their campuses, they will continue to take to the streets to demand an end to the war in Gaza. Teresa Bow, Al Jazeera, Boston.
So ahead here on Al Jazeera, hopes for a transition to democracy in Chad's long-awaited presidential elections, but observers are raising concerns. And China's leader Xi Jinping begins his European tour in France, with trade relations and Ukraine high on the agenda.
Calling attention to inequality, pollution and extrajudicial killings in Kenya's low-income communities.
My own brother was killed by police.
They don't respect our voices, but they want us to do what they say.
An organizer and a rapper tell all.
Police feel powerful with the gun, so for me I feel powerful when I have music.
Sawa na to threaten, sipatangi basari ko gavanko forgotten.
Generation Change, Kenya.
Change is coming, there's no doubt about it.
On Al Jazeera.
Al Care Foundation has delivered over $300 million worth of aid in more than 75 countries around the world. 100% of zakat and emergency donations spent on projects, and we ensure beneficiaries come first. Over 300 of our lorries have entered Gaza through the Rafah crossing in recent months. Our motto is bless and be blessed, and we are turning your donations into direct delivery in the shortest possible time. Donate with confidence.
On Counting the Cost, protesters in the US demand universities divest from Israel. How do schools make their money? Washington wants Russia to pay for rebuilding Ukraine. Moscow threatens to retaliate. Plus, what's the future for TikTok in the American market? Counting the Costs on Al Jazeera.
Welcome back. A reminder of our top stories this hour. Israel's war cabinet has voted unanimously to push ahead with its assault on Rafah, despite Hamas saying it has agreed to a ceasefire deal. Palestinians have been fleeing eastern parts of the city after Israel warned of a full-scale military offensive. Palestinians in Gaza welcomed the announcement by Hamas with celebrations in the street, but hours later, Israel said the deal does not meet its requirements. Chinese President Xi Jinping is on his first trip to Europe in 5 years. He met French President Emmanuel Macron. Trade disputes and the war in Ukraine dominated his first day. Melissa Chan reports from Paris now.
The French know how to greet visitors with fanfare and stateliness, and can also couch the most delicate messages in polite, diplomatic language, as Macron did with Xi.
L'Union européenne est aujourd'hui
The European Union is today the most open continent and market in the world. Our trade, economic, and technological policy is not dictated by anyone. We want it to be sovereign, that is to say, independent.
To which the Chinese leader responded with equal politeness.
We support building a balanced, effective and sustainable European security framework.
The two leaders met on Monday afternoon and evening, but not before a morning meeting that included the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. The order of those meetings sending a clear signal to China that France is just one member of a greater European Union and that divide and conquer tactics might not work here. That stands in stark contrast to Germany's solo foray just 3 weeks ago when Chancellor Olaf Scholz visited China. A trip, critics say, that prioritized German automakers over just about everything, from EU policy to human rights. The European Union is particularly troubled by China's material support of Russia's war in Ukraine. Beijing is providing the components that allow Moscow to make its weapons. Scholz made little fuss over that reality. Macron has praised Beijing's pledge not to provide weapons to Russia, but said little publicly about indirect Chinese efforts. It's not just politics. Trade is also an issue. France has led the charge against the sales of Chinese electric vehicles in Europe, citing unfair subsidies that allow Chinese automakers to flood the market with cheap cars. China has retaliated with the threat of a reciprocal measure against the import of French cognac. As the day ended, Macron thanked Xi for what he called his, quote, open attitude on the cognac issue, a sign, perhaps, of flexibility behind closed doors. Macron is sending a very different signal to Xi compared to his trip to Beijing last year. But the French president has a reputation for surprises, and he's going to have to walk a fine line between pragmatic engagement and tough talk on specific topics over 2 days of meetings. Melissa Chan, Al Jazeera, Paris.
The third phase of India's general election is taking place in 11 states, including the home state of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The first 2 phases of voting have been marred by low voter turnout and allegations of bias. Nearly 1 billion people are eligible to cast ballots during the 6 weeks of voting. Well, for years, India's caste system, which divides the majority Hindu community, has defined regional politics. The Indian government has failed to give visas to Al Jazeera's correspondents to cover this story. So we've been forced to report from outside the country. Kulsum Sharif has more.
Not far from the famous Taj Mahal in the northern Indian state of Uttar Pradesh, there's a thriving footwear industry in the city of Agra. It employs millions of people like Om Prakash, who earns about $70 to $90 a month. He belongs to a community that falls at the bottom of the caste hierarchy. For centuries, the Dalits, who were once known as untouchables, have endured social isolation and forced to work as cleaners, manual scavengers and cobblers. So as part of a decades-old effort to improve their lives, the government has reserved jobs and education seats for them. But Om Prakash says under the governing BJP, opportunities have declined.
Since BJP has come to power, the employment opportunities in the reserve category has gone down. They keep saying they will eradicate poverty, but it seems they will eradicate the poor.
The community that includes the Dalits forms a crucial voting bloc, accounting for 20% of the state's population. And they often vote on the basis of caste, hoping their leaders will address their needs.
The public wants a leader who is connected to the masses and works for the benefit of the people. Give me the name of any BSP leader who is helping the people. It's the same with the Congress and the Samajwadi Party. We see them only during the election season.
The BJP has governed the politically crucial state since 2017. Under its rule, there's been a rise in crimes against Dalits, according to India's National Crime Records Bureau. The opposition alliance accuses the BJP of dividing Indians along religious and ethnic lines. The Congress says if it's elected, it will ensure a nationwide caste-based census to implement corrective action. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi has rejected the idea.
Because the identity of the caste remains a very, very important aspect of mobilization of the people, and people find it a ready-made group in which they can go and mobilize, I think caste has remained the important fulcrum around which Indian politics still revolves.
For many Indians like Om Prakash and his 2 children who also work in a shoemaking factory, they want their